ultimate challenge for England.
So that was 32 off 16 balls, wasn't it, Andy? I think I added a run on by mistake there.
Yeah, 32. Yep.
32 off 16 balls added. So Pakistan 169 all out. And it means that England need 277 to win this match. And that's going to be a tall order, but, well, so you never know. People get in, that's the point. They need a good start. Anderson, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no make for 34, didn't bowl today. Broad, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 37. Archer, 6.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. Bess didn't bowl today, obviously, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. Woakes still those 2 for 11 from 5 overs. And Stokes, 2 for 11 from 4 overs. Again, didn't bowl today and seemed to be limping a bit last night. But that's all for the future, really. We'll wait and see what happens. More news is that Roland, you're actually wrong here, Michael. We've jumped to conclusions. He's on duty with the teams today.
Oh, he's been sent to the teams, has he?
And following his mentions on TMS and Tuffers and Vaughan, he's been presented with a special certificate by his colleagues on the COVID swab team.
Oh, so he should get
So there you are.
Well done, Roland. I'd like to have Roland on the Tuffers and Vaughan show. We could organise that.
Well,
have a good chat with him.
He's down there with the teams.
Yeah.
So everyone's being...
Maybe he's the guru. Maybe he's the swab guru, and he goes around, just teaching all these new swabbers how to swab.
Yeah, and the different techniques. So the one-day technique.
Yeah, well, he's certainly more geared towards the white ball swab than the red ball swab. What I like when the innings comes to an end and you get this 10-minute changeover is whoever is controlling, he's stopped now, the rover cam, the little remote control car.
Yes.
You notice that he has just parked himself up for the players to come out, the 2 opening batsmen, but he has about 3 or 4 minutes where he knows that the ground's his own. And he just races around. He has a bit of fun.
But I said the other day that I met the operator. That's only 50% of its speed.
Really?
Yeah. He said that thing goes like the wind.
Well, he just had a 2-minute period where he was just racing around the outfield. But this is my moment. I'm not on air. I can just have a bit of fun.
He was playing with it in the car park the other night. So Isha's coming in here. What are we awarding Isha for last night? By the way, I mean it was the food was lovely.
Yeah, food was nice.
The only comment I would make is that there was, I think the one occasion I said it was all laid out. It's obviously from Wasim Akram's favourite takeaway service, but we didn't mention that. It was still very generous of Isha to provide it. But I did say to her, Isha, what is that? A dish, liquidy sort of a thing. And she said, I don't know.
Well, yes.
And then I said, well, what's this one then? And she said, I don't know. She said, I don't know. So this was our host. Yeah. This was our host who didn't actually know what she was serving up.
No, it tasted nice.
It got
whatever it was,
it
was very nice. I thought the music made it. Whoever was in charge of the music, I thought the music made the evening. Wonderful array of songs from the 80s.
I think, whether she's just below Alistair Cook at the moment?
Yeah, just.
Possibly.
Well, not just.
We'll have some discussion about that. But anyway, it was a lovely night. And certainly a very pleasant change in food, which is much appreciated. Michael, some thoughts for you, because Isha's going to come in here and probably defend herself.
Yes, Waqar Younis is talking to Azhar Ali, the Pakistan captain, bowling coach of Pakistan, Waqar. I'm pretty sure they won't change from the first innings in their approach. They'll be really aggressive with the new ball. That's generally what they do. Ball nice and full. And then it gets to 15, 20 overs old, they'll then start to reassess conditions and it'll be down to the leg spin. Isha, I enjoyed the food. Lovely food. Were you in charge of the music as well? That was great.
No, that was our producer, Adam. Late Night Love. we had some old tunes, some cheesy tunes. And I'd just like to say, Aggers, I had him down for maybe an 8 for his attempt. It's now gone down to 6. At least I paid for mine.
Very good point. Very good point, Isha.
And I didn't enlist in the help of a Michelin star chef. I don't have friends in high places. Yes, I did get the help of Wasim Akram to get the takeaway with his local knowledge. It was lovely food. And I did know what the dishes were. Thank you very much. Aggers, I think he's bending the truth. Anyway, it was a lovely evening. Got everyone together and enjoyed some really lovely food from Mo's. If you want to know where it came from, you can get in touch with Adam. as there are plenty of cuisines available here in Manchester, as I'm sure you know, Michael.
Just looking at Pakistan, just down to our right, gets in ready to go out on field. They're very energetic. They've got the little ramps that you see a lot of the fielding coaches carry around with them. And I'm not too sure who the fielding coach is for Pakistan, but he's got a bat, a mitt, and he's whacking the ball. You can probably hear it onto the ramp, and it just kind of swoops off it at a decent pace at different angle. It's to Rizwan, the keeper. He kept brilliantly in the first innings, didn't he?
It was tough behind the stumps as well, with the ball seaming around and dipping quite often as it went past the stumps. Blue skies here at Old Trafford then. It was very warm as we were out there this morning, Michael, and
just looking at Yunus Khan, he's loving that towel look round the neck. He's just down here to the right, and this is interesting, the huddle that they have, Pakistan. Usually it's just the players, but you'll notice that Misbah and Yunus Khan, Wakar Joe in the huddle. No, it's just Misbah and Yunus and the 11 players. There's one of the 12 men coming as well. Is it going to be Azhar Ali that makes the speech? I think so. And in the first innings, Yunus Khan gave them a rally. He's going to do it again now, but Pakistan are on top and have got a great chance here of going 1-0 up in the series.
Very much looks like he's in the boxer's corner.
He does, doesn't he?
Isn't he, Yunus Khan? But incredible to have such legends around the group, and that will give them all sorts of belief. They're very much in the box seat here as Sibley and Burns will stride out to the middle. Top score for England in their first innings was Ollie Pope with 62. The top order, Pakistan ripped through. Shah Afridi in particular was outstanding with that new ball. Mohammad Abbas, well, they couldn't get him away, and he was causing all sorts of problems with his wobble seam deliveries. Just on the pitch though, Vorney, you talked about spin playing a part. It might even reverse.
Yeah, I think it might do. I'm just looking at England's opening pad. I'm sure they do like each other, but they've walked out there about 20 yards in front of each other. Dom Sibley is charged out there. Rory Burns is just joining him. It's two players, they'll be just completely focused in their own worlds, in their own little games, and absolutely they should be, because this first initial 10 overs, England can't lose wickets like they did in the first innings. If you three down early against this kind of attack, with the spin options, with the fact that it may reverse swing, England will have no chance. They've got to create a foundation at the top.
Well, it'll be Rory Burns to face up to Shaheen Shah Afridi, bowling from the Brian Statham end. He scored 4 in England's first innings before being struck on the pad by Afridi, and his bat was sort of heading in the wrong direction as Sibley just does a few warm-ups at the non-striker's end, crouches down and then raises his legs. And Sibley, they're very much targeting his pads as well, leg side player, but there is a vulnerability there with the ball coming back into him. So 3 slips in position for Shaheen Shah, the left armour, 20 years of age, an incredible talent and the leader of this attack now. 3 slips in the gully, point, extra cover, no one at mid-off. There's a wideish mid-on, wide mid-wicket, and man down at fine leg. So here we go, first delivery of the 4th innings then. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls to Burns, who leaves outside the off stump. Some significant movement there off the pitch, and excitement from the slip cordon.
Oh, they're noisy, aren't they? They're a noisy bunch, and why wouldn't you be? A young team in a good position. And one thing, if England can get partnerships, they are an inexperienced bowling attack, and maybe the England team could play on that. Yasir Shah got wickets in the first innings. He ended up bowling nicely, but there was a period where you felt that he wasn't quite in rhythm. So England do have a sniff here. 277. It seems a long way off at this stage, but you just never know.
Burns taps his bat down, crouches, drives, and looks for the single, but extra cover, speeds to the ball, and no run is taken. I'm sure Andy has already delivered his stats on this particular run chase?
Not yet,
okay.
no. I haven't had time.
Okay.
Before we get onto that, just quickly on Stuart Broad, 3 or more wickets in 6 consecutive innings. Prior to that run, he'd never had 3 wickets or more in 4 consecutive innings, so superb from him. The first England bowler to do that since Graham Swan in 2009.
as Afridi pushes away past the umpire. Burns covers the ball on the off stump, defends, and it trickles back towards gully.
Yeah, Rory Burns, he's played okay this summer. Played nicely in the last Test match here against the West Indies, but I just feel in his own mind he'll want a higher contribution than we've seen already. He's been out LBW on a few occasions. It's a concern that right foot's kind of getting planted outside of off stump by quite a few inches. That's why the bowlers have been kind of bowling into channel and then firing a full straight one. Did for him in the first innings.
Afridi bowls, Burns defends again outside the off stump, and again trickles toward point as he just walks away from the crease now. Such an interesting technique, isn't it? His bat usually hovering to gully, and as the bowler's about to approach the crease, he just turns his neck towards mid-on and aligns that left eye with the ball as he scratches away at the crease. Now in his setup, Free bowls, drives, lovely punch through the covers for Burns as he pushes away for a single, comes back for two, and the Pakistan captain sends the return in, having chased after it. So first runs for England in this chase, 2 for no wicket, and Burns to 2. That target of 277 then for England.
That was a nice shot. That was just simplicity. Full ball, it swung a little bit and he just met it with a calmness, Rory Burns. Nice timing.
Shah Afridi pushes away into his stride now. Bowls, Burns drives back to the bowler. He shapes to throw at the stumps, but doesn't leave his hand at the end of the over then. It's 2 for no loss. Speaking to Andy this morning over breakfast about the different kind of scenarios of having to chase down anything between 200 and 300.
Yeah, so we often sort of look at highest chases on the ground, but generally there's not a very big statistical sample size. The highest chase on this ground was 294. That game we were talking about in 2008, England against New Zealand, but they chased it down quite easily in the end. Looking at chases between 200 and 300 this millennium, won 37, lost 37, so ignoring draws because there's no chance of a draw. However, more recently, teams have tended to fail successfully to chase. I've now looked at, since Pakistan got that flurry of runs, looking at chases between 240 and 310 in Test cricket recently. I'll finish this after this ball from Abbas.
Here comes Mohammad Abbas then. He was brilliant in England's first innings. Bowls to Sibley, who's defending, but catches the outer part of the bat, falls in front of gully. No run as Vic Marks has stepped in, but Andy, continue.
So yeah, chase between 240 and 310, so putting this sort of in the middle of that sample range. This millennium, won 19, lost 35, the team batting in the fourth innings, but more recently have lost 17 of the last 19. So recently, chases of this size have been difficult. We had one of those matches was Pakistan's test at Lords in 2016.
Sibley still in his crease, back and across, drives back down the ground to mid-on, no run.
When England were chasing 283 in the first test of that brilliant 2016 series that ended drawn 2-all, and they were bowled out for 207, early wickets for a tall left armour, perhaps ominously for England. Rahat Ali on that occasion, and then Yasir Shah ripped through England's middle order, England all out for 207.
So who's going to win then?
Well, it depends which way you look at it. It depends which stat you take into consideration as Abbas approaches the crease. Bowls, Sibley leaves outside the off stump. Good length delivery. So metronomic in the way he bowls. Mohammad Abbas, not the quickest. He's about 80 miles an hour. But it's always there or thereabouts, always threatening. And England will have a challenge against him, no doubt. 3 slips in position and a gully. Point. There's an extra cover, short leg, mid-on, and a man down at fine leg as well. There's Abbas turns at the top of his mark. Here he comes then, running towards us. He bowls. Sibley allows it to pass through to Rizwan. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the whole millennium, then you probably have a bit more hope as an England fan. But if you're looking in the recent past, then basically you're saying no chance.
Well, no, I'm not saying no chance, because they actually chased a higher target than that last year, famously heavily, albeit in slightly freakish, genius-inspired Nathan Lyon, Butterfingers aided circumstances. So the fourth innings stats, quite hard to know what to make of. England have a chance, clearly, but I would say Pakistan favourites.
Here comes Abbas again. He bowls Sibley, defends comfortably, and it falls in front of short leg. No run.
Well, very recently, England's highest run chase against Pakistan was successful in 1982.
Yeah, I wasn't even born then, Vic.
I was playing.
You remember it well.
Well, it's a bit of a scramble.
Who was man of the match?
Imran Khan. It says on the screen.
I know, I just fed that one for you.
Oh, thank you.
To make you look good. As Sibley defends to the offside.
Would you like me
probing around the off stump?
I won't, but I could talk you through my 12 not out at the end.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'd love to hear it.
No, it was an ugly scramble against Imran. And actually, in that match, you'll never guess who caused havoc with the ball for Pakistan. It wasn't Imran. Well, actually, why would you? You hadn't been born. It wasn't Imran Khan, of whom you've heard. It wasn't Abdul Qadir.
Okay.
The bowler that caused the most havoc, if I remember correctly, was someone called Mudassir Azhar, who was an opening batsman, really.
I know.
But he bowled little swingers.
He was in that list of
slow scores.
Pakistan openers. The only other Pakistan opener to score 3 consecutive centuries.
Yeah, I think he's also scored one of the slowest ever in Pakistan against England.
This is method is Rory Burns crouches down, back and across, and guides it to gully, no run.
Anyway, in that match we knocked off 219 with, I remember, Graham Fowler got runs in his first test match. It was my first test match, and 3 wickets, a bit tight, but not too bad.
If you do say so yourself.
Well, don't get the chance. It came up on the screen. I've completely forgotten about it. It's so long ago.
Of course. You don't think about it every night. It's Shah Afridi is past the stumps to Burns, again covering the top of off, defends.
You've completely forgotten about it to the extent where, according to Cricinfo, you got 1 wicket, not 3. So.
Did I say I got 3?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. But it was the mighty tail ender Sikandar back, so key wicket.
Well, if you really want to know the truth, general opinion was he didn't hit it, and it caused about 2 decades of wrath between the two nations.
There's a lot of bending of the truth going on this morning. Jonathan Agnew saying that I didn't know what dishes we were having last night.
How dare you? It was a very, very nice meal last night.
Good. I'm glad you liked it, Vic. At least someone appreciated it. Afridi is in again, bowls full to Burns, who drives beautifully, beats extra cover. Yasir Shah is chasing after it, but Shan Masood will win the race as they come back for 2, about 20 metres off the cover boundary. Looks so good when he plays that shot. Just a gentle push, really.
Yeah. Well, he's playing nice and straight. I think in the first innings, remember he got that swinging half volley first ball almost. He clipped it for 4. Square leg, where he loves to score.
Yeah.
Similar delivery, but not quite so full. That just swung again, and he was playing across it and not in a great position. But his bat has come down pretty straight so far, and he's pushed a few runs. They put an extra fielder out, I think, to keep him quiet.
Afridi bowls, Burns defends to the offside. Good length delivery on a round off stump.
Given that he does get that little bit of swing, Afridi, from leg 2 off, as the left armer's trying to do, you've got to be careful, I think, of identifying that favourite square leg umpire. Tell yourself, even if it's pitching or coming at you around middle and leg, it could hold up. Hello, that's a no ball.
Yep, okay, yeah, in this test match.
Keep playing straight.
Third umpires are looking at every delivery off the front foot. and signalling to on-field umpires if there is a no ball. That was one, as Afridi comes in again to Burns, who shoulders arms and allows it to pass outside the off stump. England 5 for no loss here at Old Trafford. Target of 277. Well, a couple of days more play. But the game has been moving very, very quickly. 14 wickets fell yesterday. Swung like a pendulum back and forth as Shah has the ball back in his hand. Gives it a little shine on the back of his trousers. He's standing tall now, pushing away. The tall, fast bowler. He bowls to Burns, clips it down the leg side, just straying in line there. First loose delivery from Afridi, and it will find the boundary. Rory Burns plays it fine enough to beat that man at fine leg running around to his left.
Yep, just got a little bit of bat on it, and it went wonderfully fine as far as he's concerned. 4 runs. And this is one of those great games, actually, that every boundary, and obviously every wicket, but certainly even every run, every boundary just sways the balance a bit. You know, I mean, obviously Pakistan are favourites. 277 on this track seems a lot, but it's not completely impossible. Boundary here, boundary there, still no wickets down.
Not with Ben Stokes in your lineup, as Burns sets up, defends down the pitch. Such an unusual technique, isn't it? 9 for no loss after 3 overs. Then in this innings, Burns on 8, Sibley yet to get off the mark. Steve Smith really that made it fashionable. The kind of bat wafting
Quirky.
outside the off stump. But everything comes down straight.
It did there, it didn't in the first innings, but it has so far in this innings against Afridi.
It's amazing. I mean, we're just looking at his setup here. His bat, the back of his bat is facing the bowler as he lifts it up.
I know. It is remarkable, isn't it?
Well, it's Sibley on strike now, facing up to Abbas, who bowls and allows it to pass. A good length delivery that just leaves the right-hander as it goes through to the keeper.
It's a challenge too for Sibley. I mean, a lot of opening batsmen, because they're opening batsmen, they like pace on the ball, they like the odd short ball, and a way of getting going, possibly. But someone like Mohammad Abbas, no pace on the ball, no width, capability of hitting that seam. Where is he going to score a run, you're thinking? For someone like Sibley, who's not a natural stroke maker anyway.
Abbas bowls,
There.
and there comes one off the front foot. He works it past short leg out to wideish mid on. Shah Afridi misfields the ball as he looks to dive and throw it in, and they come back for 2. So first runs for Sibley, and England 11 for no loss.
Yeah, well, what we've noticed so far, if anything, we've talked about this wicket a lot, and we've only seen a little bit of cricket, but with the seamers on so far, I haven't noted much misbehaviour. Have you? It's just, the ball hasn't suddenly created a great puff of dust or jagged up or sideways.
Yeah. Well,
It's going to be. So you think it's going to be the spinners? I mean, maybe the roller. There's a big. Pakistan put a big heavy roller on. England had a light roller on. But so far against the seamers, the ball has not seemed to misbehave.
the mid wicket has gone in as Abbas bowls to Sibley, who again leaves outside the off stump. In the channel there from Abbas, back of the length. So 2 slips in a gully now. He's just taken someone out of that slip cord, and Yasir Shah in that position. It's a real strength of Sibley. He's talking about the quirky technique of Rory Burns. You'll be able to see for yourself on our highlight show tonight, BBC 2, 7 p.m, or with the video clips on the website and app throughout the day. You can also catch it on the iPlayer as Sibley with an open stance, bat hovering, defends, and almost got turned into an S there as he looks to play it to mid-on, catches the outer part of the bat, pops up in the air and falls out onto the offside.
Yeah, it did bounce a little bit more than you'd expect. Almost took the shoulder of the bat, but it went harmlessly on the offside. And much excitement, though, around the slip cord, and there's a forward short leg as well. 2 slips a gully, forward short leg, and a short mid-wicket for Sibley.
Sibley Back and across. Misses one outside the off stump. He looked to play. He's been leaving there in general the channel, back of a length outside off. And on that occasion, he looked to play. It beats the edge.
Yeah, I love the image Azhar Mahmood gave us last night. I was listening to him talk about Mohammad Abbas, and he equated his bowling to when you flicker one of those smooth pebbles onto a pond, and how it seems to skid off. There's no great pace through the air, but it's skidded off, he said. And I thought that's a really good image of bowlers who seem to get pace off the pitch.
That's Abbas bowls now to Sibley, who defends solidly to the leg side, gets right on top of it, shifts his back leg out to the offside as he plays it. At the end of the over then, 11 for no loss. And a few more words from you, Vic, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Well, so far, no major alarms for England. Sibley's, he was on a pair, he's got off that. Burns played a couple of nice drives. Not too much misbehaviour with the new ball, although Mohammad Abbas did beat the bat once or twice in that last over. Clouds are high.
Hello, good morning.
Daniel's smiling.
I am, and it's always a relief when you get plugged in time for the ball. So you think,
Keep you awake at night?
no. Shaheen Afridi starts a new over to Rory Burns, short and over his shoulder. There's no run. If you're just joining us, England 11 without loss. You may be thinking, oh, they must have wrapped up Pakistan's innings quickly. Well, they did. They did it in 16 balls, but it was 16 of the most extraordinarily dramatic, exciting, insane balls of Test cricket you could ever wish to see. It was wonderful entertainment. I don't think England would be that chuffed that they conceded 32 runs in that time, but they have wrapped up that Pakistan innings, and they need 277 to pull off a famous victory. Because we mustn't forget they were in all sorts of trouble earlier in this game. They sort of are now, really, as Afridi bowls. It's defended by Burns down into the gully region solidly. It's picked up. 277 is a big ask, but it's one that they'll be able to get their heads around. There won't be despair or despondency. They'll have a plan for this.
They're not going to draw the game, that's for certain.
That's at least for certain.
And each batsman will have his own method in his mind. The key will be you react against the pacemen, but you have perhaps to be more proactive against the spinners, and then each man has got to think how he's going to do that. It's going to turn, there's no question about that.
Shaheen Afridi, left arm over to Burns, who drives away from his body. Oh dear, through cover point. There's a poor bit of fielding, and he will pick up a couple of runs. There should have been none there. It went straight through the hands of that Shah Masood out there, and it is.
Sweet
and
shot
ran away
again.
towards the boundary for 2. 13 without loss, Burns to 10.
So every batsman will have a different way of how he thinks he might combat Yasir, Shah and Shadab later if the seamers don't make too many early inroads. And it'll be different. I mean, Sibley will do it differently to Pope, who will do it differently to Buttler or Stokes or Root. It's going to be fascinating. It'll be a huge task, but as you say, from 12 for 3, or there are moments where England have been right out of this game.
90 for 4, 130 for 5.
But they are in the game, second favourites.
Afridi driven into the ground off a thick edge and then taken in the gully region. Slightly awkward shot that from Burns. For a moment I thought it had ballooned into the hands of Gully, but actually it sort of was a bump ball. It dug it into the ground, and Gully moved to his right to field Shadab, and there's no run. 13 without loss. The score remains.
I think fundamentally what's got to happen for England is that someone's got to play the sort of innings that makes Yasir Shah not bowl very well.
Right.
Which is some undertaking. But he was a bit ropey to start with in England's first innings. But once he got a couple of wickets, he was on song.
Afridi in and defended up to mid-off solidly by Burns. Slightly on the move, but came off the middle of the bat. Azhar at wide mid-off does the fielding. He did bowl a couple of loose balls, didn't he? And Pope got onto him early. I mean, he really got going when Root suddenly played a shot that he'll obviously hugely regret. I mean, it was barely a shot.
Well, that
at
was
all.
in the evening. And then the following day, he was a little bit ropey. Then right after lunch, he got Buttler. And I think after he got Buttler, he didn't bowl much rubbish after that. And he was scenting wickets every ball.
Last ball of the over, and Burns defends solidly again, this time up to mid-on. No run. 5 overs gone in England's innings, the 4th innings of the match. That 277 to win. They're 13 without loss. Burns 10, Sibley 2. The other thing I have been noticing, I'm sure you have, is the amount of dust that's coming up off the fast bowlers. There was a drive that Burns played in the previous over, and there's a real cloud of dust. Does it mean anything?
I don't know. Well, what I was saying to Isha before you strode in is that so far today, against the seamers, or when the seamers have been bowling, there hasn't been major misbehaviour so far. Maybe it's the roller, maybe it won't happen. You never know.
Mohammad Abbas starts a new over from the Anderson end. Forward in defence comes Sibley, pushes back to the bowler. Fields, there's no run.
One of the things Azhar Ali will be considering is, when do I get, presumably Yasir, Shah rather than Shadab, into the attack? Well, it'll be quite soon, especially if no wickets fall. These two will bowl, and then we'll have Naseem, no doubt, at one end, and Yasir at the other. It's just a question of who comes first, I suppose, because Mohammad Abbas is likely to bowl quite a long spell. He likes to do that.
He's in once again to Sibley. Beaten outside edge, a ball that turned him round. It didn't really go away from his outside edge, strangely. It came through, and I don't know whether Sibley was playing the wrong line, but he ended up the feet pointing the wrong way, and the ball went to the left of the keeper, who dived to his left to take it. It's very unusual.
That's right.
It
beat Sibley's outside edge, and the ball ended up more or less outside leg stump.
Way outside leg stump, isn't it?
It ended up, it passed his bat, and it just about went over the top of off stump. So
he's played the wrong
I think
line.
a moral victory for Abbas there over Sibley, but he's still there.
He is. There's a forward short leg and a short mid-wicket in. They've done their homework on Sibley. And here is Mohammad Abbas to him. It's beaten again, authentically on the outside edge this time. And Mohammad Abbas can't believe it. How has he not got an edge on that?
That one did go away, most definitely.
It did, yes, very much so. Let's take a look at it again. It's glorious. Yeah, I mean, it's only a tiny amount of away movement, but it's enough to make...
Well, it's too much to find the edge at the moment, but perhaps it is starting to move a bit, but it's not prodigious movement unless the whole wobble seam that... He's a wonderful artist, really. He doesn't really swing the ball, Mohammad Abbas. It's all off the pitch.
Testing times, as they were at the start of England's first innings. Abbas is in, defended slightly crabbily by Sibley, almost as if he's looking to play on the onside, as often he does, and it just plops out into the offside, where Azhar Ali comes in at cover to field. No run, 13 without loss. It's absorbing stuff again. It has been throughout the test match.
It's been a terrific test, and there have been lots of passages actually of quite slow scoring, not necessarily a clatter of wickets, but even in those passages, the bowling, particularly when Pakistan have been out there, has been of high calibre.
The mornings have been particularly attritional, but aside from the lunacy of those 16 balls at the end of Pakistan's innings, pushed into the offside again. This next delivery from Abbas by Sibley to short cover. There's no run. That's slightly anomalous because you've got somebody shooting from the hip in Yasir Shah. But other than that, the first hours of play, I think Andy could probably give us some, but I think at one point Pakistan were 11 for 2 off 11 overs, and then I think England got 13 for none off 13 overs. It was another first hour of play. It's been really tight stuff in the mornings. Tends to loosen up a little bit thereafter. This Mohammad Abbas is in. That's nicely worked to average pads by Sibley down to long leg for just the single as Naseem Shah tidies up. 14 without loss. Sibley to 3. End of the 6th over. Sibley will keep strike. There's cricket going on all around the country today.
Yeah.
Your boys are in action.
They're at Northampton. I know that much. I know they're batting.
They are batting. Well, not all of them are batting anymore.
Okay, they've lost a wicket, have they?
3 of them at 7 for 3 they were when I looked. But I think there was a recovery to 11 for 3. I haven't had an update since then.
Oh, my goodness.
There are some very interesting names in action, actually, in the Bob Willis Trophy. Some of the England players getting to come get a chance. Johnny Bairstow's batting for Yorkshire at Trent Bridge, where they're 23 for 1. Sir Alistair Cook is still in.
Against Surrey, no less.
Against Surrey. The Surrey team is an interesting one. Laurie Evans is playing back at his old county, but just for the one game on loan. Adam Finch as well, because they've got injuries and so many call-ups. Tom Banton is batting for Somerset, and they are recovering. They're 22 for 3.
Oh, goodness.
So there's plenty to keep our eye on during the day, but I think this is probably going to attract the bulk of our attention.
Yeah.
As Afridi is in to the right-handed Sibley. First time I think he's bowled to him in this innings, and that's left alone by Sibley, close-ish to the off-stump and swinging back in towards him. Good leave, though, taken, fingers pointing up by Mohammad Rizwan.
One feature of Afridi, and it's a virtue, I think, is he bowls very full, doesn't he, with that new ball. He's looking to swing it like a traditional left armour, swing it back into Sibley's pads, away from the left-handed Burns, and he's given it a chance to swing. Been driven a couple times, but it's worth the gamble, if you like, to get it up there with that new ball.
Afridi in, left alone outside the off-stump. That one didn't shake back in. Now, the leg side field is one I think if Sibley plays a lot of Test cricket, we'll see a lot of. You've got a forward square leg saving one. There's a short mid-wicket on the sort of catch, actually, and a mid-on and a long leg. So it's slightly unusual with a new ball to see a right-handed batsman have 4 men on the leg side, you might think, but it's the right field for Sibley, who predominantly works the ball into that onside. 2 slips, gully, cover point, and a lot of space on the offside. It's a wide mid-off, almost extra cover as Afridi's in down the leg side and played at but missed by Sibley, and it goes harmlessly into the gloves of Rizwan. There's no run. 14 without loss. It's a decent day today. We had clear blue skies this morning when we woke up. Some cloud is bubbling up, but it's not dangerous rain-threatening cloud. It's very unlikely. I mean, we're scenario building a bit here, but were Burns and Sibley to stay in a while, there is, I suppose, a chance that the game could go into tomorrow.
Yeah.
And bad light could be a factor towards the end of the day, because the cloud cover's, again, non-rain threatening. It's expected to roll in. Afridi in, left alone again by Sibley. He's been very patient just outside off stump. There's no run. Every ball of every game in the Bob Willis Trophy is live via the BBC Sport website and app. And we'll have commentary on Sports Extra on Notts v Yorkshire at the conclusion of this game. And for the next few days, Kevin Howes will be there. Jonathan Doidge. Bairstow's just gone. He's just been dismissed for 5. Incidentally. Shaheen Shah Afridi, top of his mark. Waits and then runs in to Dominic Sibley, left arm over the wicket. Sibley defends well, solidly to that short mid-wicket. Yasir Shah, who's had a great morning so far. It's been spectacular, actually. The second ball of the day was a quite wonderful pull in front of square by Shah for 4 off Archer. And the 6, and the ball was nearly lost. It was sort of club cricket moment, because we don't have a crowd here. Ollie Pope had to go in search of it.
Go a bit left, Ollie. Bit to the left, I think.
Yeah, under a shrubbery. I played once, I commentated a game in Hong Kong once, and the ball got hit into a shrubbery. And fielders were in there looking for it, and eventually came up with the ball. The groundsman came round idly by after and said, "Oh, he's not gone looking for it in there, has he?" I said, Yeah. So, one of our groundsmen had to have one of his fingers amputated the other day because he got bitten by a viper. They're nesting in that shrubbery. Those are perils of club cricket. I don't think there are any vipers here, not in the ground. Perhaps on the pitch, though, as Afridi is into Sibley, who lets this go by. There's been a slight change in field where Yasir Shah moved to silly mid-off then, but Sibley there didn't have to play at 4 of those balls. End of the over, 14 without loss, 7 overs gone. Burns has 10, Sibley has 3, and Isha Guhar is standing beside me. Furtively walks backwards.
But curiously, for no obvious reason.
Indeed. What's going on?
They always used to say on that lost ball scenario that wonderful Hallam Mosley played for Somerset way back, originally from Barbados, came over early days, played in a benefit match on a nice rural ground. The ball got whacked over the boundary into the undergrowth, but in fact it went into a massive clump of stinging nettles. But apparently stinging nettles are not that frequently found in Barbados, so he just wandered in looking at it and leapt out.
Poor thing.
Perhaps no one had noticed, but Hallam Mosley's still going strong, still coaching up at Lords, actually. A great servant for Somerset cricket, a lovely man. And still capable of bowling at the age of 70, I should think.
70? Mohammad Abbas is going to start a new over from the James Anderson end. And this time, I think this is his first ball to Rory Burns. 2 slips and a gully in, 3 in the ring on the offside. Abbas bowls, defended by Burns into the onside. Sibley wanted a run as he turned it just behind square, but no, said Burns. Abid Ali tidies up.
The first hours of play in this test each day. The first day, 34 for 0 from 14 overs. Day 2, 20 for 2 from 13 overs. This is up to the drinks interval. And day 3, 19 for 0 from 14 overs. Today we had 32 for 2 in the first 16 balls.
Yes, was it? Yeah, slightly different circumstances. But 14 for none of 7 thereafter as Mohammad Abbas is into Burns, who pushes the ball into the onside again, picked up by Abid Ali, this time in front of square. And there's no run. Didn't see it. Is this the first time Abbas has bowled to Burns in this match, thinking about it? Because Burns was out in the first over, wasn't he? And this is the first time Burns has been on strike in this innings.
Indeed.
So this is a new match-up for us to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, England have had 8 opening partnerships this summer. They've lost the first wicket in the first over 3 times and the second over once.
Right.
Apart from that 14th, 37th and 41st, so get them early.
Here comes Abbas into Burns, who lets this go outside the off-stump, shouldering arms. Goes through low to Rizwan. That'll happen a fair bit with Abbas. There's not a great deal of pace on his balls, but they do dart around and move and nibble. You off, Victor? Victor is off. Azam Mahmood's going to join us for the first time on commentary today. After a scintillating morning. So far, England have not yet got anywhere near cancelling out the 32 runs they conceded.
Good morning.
Good morning. Here comes Mohammad Abbas. 3 slips in now for Burns. And he defends well, pushes firmly up to mid-on, where Shaheen Afridi does the fielding. So what's your view on what we've seen, Azhar? It's been quite the morning, a morning of contrast.
Yeah, Yasir Shah came with a brilliant cameo, 33 of 24 balls. We saw a bit of Nicky Ponting, we call him Nicky Ponting in the dressing room, and a bit of Sachin as well with that shot. So he's been brilliant, and this is the time now.
Nicky Ponting, I like that. Abbas into Burns, who lets this go by a bit of an ooh and an ah, but it was well wide of his off stump, and it was angling in to Burns. Rizwan takes to his right, low down. Coming up to the end of the first hour of play, Pakistan were bowled out at about 11:15, I want to say. Is that about right, Andy? About 11:15. So in those 15 minutes, they scored 32 for 2. Since then, England have had 35 minutes. They're 14 without loss, which is pretty much exactly where they'd like to be. This opening partnership for them, they would love to be able to blunt the opening bowlers and soften that new ball as Mohammad Abbas is in to complete the over, and Burns defends solidly to point. There is no run. 14 without loss after 8. Burns 10, Sibley 3. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra. Digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And curiously, with the time 12:01, do they not take drinks now? Is it because there was a break in innings, so they don't have drinks at all in this session?
Yeah. I thought they both the opener played really well. That's what they need to do. Take the shine off from this new ball.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is in to Dominic Sibley. Now we've got Yasir Shah's gone back to short mid-wicket. He had briefly the last ball of the over gone to sort of silly mid-off, and here comes Afridi to Sibley, wide of the off stump. Left alone, there's no run. He hasn't really made Sibley play much yet. He's only had one over at him and that ball, but for the most part he's angling it across him. We're expecting the one to come zooming back in at the pad shortly.
I think he's setting up for that in-swinger from this end, because we saw Sibley in first inning, because when he bats, his hand is really away from his body, and anything coming back to him will trouble him. So I think Pakistan is looking for that, and Shaheen especially.
I wish you could see this, people at home, because Azhar brilliantly demonstrates. It's like having a proper coach in the box. As Afridi is in, that's pushed, defended firmly, front foot up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it's very handy. I think I could have done with you as a coach when I was younger, I think.
Yeah, you might have a better career.
Yeah, steady. Who won the table tennis last night?
Oh, you never played single with me. And you came with your own rules. You have to play.
I see. 14 without loss, 8.2 overs gone. Shaheen Afridi is in, left arm over to Dominic Sibley. And it's left alone, again outside the off stump, again wide, and again going through very low to the keeper Rizwan.
We up for a cracking test match here.
Yeah.
If these guys bat a long period of time and they can take the shine away from this new ball, and then you never know. Pakistan got a very talented side, but they are inexperienced. I don't know if one big partnership, and we'll see how they cope under pressure in these circumstances. And
well, yes. I mean, if they don't pick up a couple of wickets before lunch, then they may start to feel that pressure, mightn't they? Because they've been in such a strong, dominant position through much of this match. Thanks firstly to Shan and Masood, and then the bowlers at the start of England's innings. Afridi in to Sibley, and he sways away from a short ball that again's angled across him.
And then England batting lineup, they got a really good, talented players, who can change the game. Like we saw Ben Stokes playing in Ashes innings, that type of inning. And Buttler for me, because you never know, that might be his last game and last innings, and he can come up and play the one-day mode, and you never know, and win the test match for him.
Well, it'll be an interesting position in which he comes in, won't it? You'd think, whenever that will be. Welcome back, Radio 4 long-wave listeners. You haven't missed a run. You've missed 4 balls because there are no drinks in this session, because Pakistan batted for the first part of it. We've already had a break. Afridi in, and that's driven away from his body by Sibley, but he gets just the inside edge, and it rolls to Yasir Shah at short mid-wicket. So England are still 14 without loss. As I say, you've missed nothing. Not missed much in the way of the ball hitting the bat either, as Afridi went over the wickets, just angling across the right-handed Sibley. Now he's come around the wicket to attack those stumps a bit more.
Yeah, I would like to see more from Shaheen Shah Afridi, because it's a fourth pitch and ball is staying up and down. So targeting some is a great idea.
We've had 2 rollers on it this morning as well, which may have made a difference. I don't know. Afridi in, round the wicket, and that's driven nicely by Sibley. Not with power, but it's going to run away towards the extra cover boundary. It won't get there, but they should run 3. And they do indeed turn for 3. They're thinking of a 4th, but then really that wasn't there. And that is the end of the over. Sibley moves to 6 and takes him back to the other end, where he'll face the first ball. And Mohammad Abbas' new over. Burns has 10, England 17 without loss. More thoughts from Azam Mahmood.
Yeah,
Then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
It was full, gentle half volley, and Sibley played really well through covers. Yeah, Pakistan definitely need wickets here, and Abbas is looking for that.
Yes, no joy so far for Pakistan, and a good solid start by England. 17 for no wicket. Burns has 10, Sibley has 6, but we haven't yet seen the spinners, and that's when I think we'll really get an indication as to what England's realistic prospects are here to score the 277 they need to win. Mohammad Abbas is going to continue in the distance. And he's bowling to the right-handed Sibley. There's a forward short leg. There's that position in the leg side that we actually christened Sibley in the West Indies series, sort of short mid-wicket. And Abbas comes in, bowls, and sure enough, it just goes past his left hand. And and is fielded at mid-on. 17 for no wicket.
I can see what Abbas is trying to do. Got short leg as well as mid-wicket, long on, and he's looking for that leg before, which he did in the first innings.
So he can bowl straight, isn't he, really? Have that. So he's got that cover area, so he can bowl straight. That's his plan, I think. But what's happening here? Short legs now coming across the other side. So he's coming into the offside. Still got that mid-wicket, of course.
Just playing with Sibley's mind,
Yes.
changing field here and there.
Perhaps trying to stop him from thrusting the front foot. Perhaps there, the man catching short mid-off, very short. He's crouching now as Abbas comes in. Bowler finds the edge, he'll get 4 for it. Through the slips. And I think that man there in his eye line is just preying on his mind, as he said. He didn't quite get all his weight going forward to that. He knows if he gets a little inside edge into the pad, thrusting forward as he's trying to do.
It's touch of sea movement going away from him, just creating doubt in his mind.
Still the chatter and the clapping and the encouragement. 21 for no wicket. Pakistan have to be patient here. Hold their nerve. 2 slips and a gully. That man crouching now just in front of Sibley as Abbas comes in, bowls to him. It's worked away out to mid-wicket. Across that pad this is where he's in real danger because he doesn't play straight. And playing across the pad like that is dangerous.
This is where Abbas is so dangerous. We saw the ball before went away from Sibley, and this was hitting the stump. If he misses, he will be dead here.
Yeah, he's gone. Bass turns in the distance. Here he comes. Runs quite a long way for his pace. Goes wider of the crease now and bowls, and Sibley's forward. And again, the ball runs away out towards square leg. Indication there of how crooked the bat is, and Abbas is burying his face in his hands there. He's, in effect, playing with half a bat for much of the time. That was about off stump. Ended up at square leg, a defensive stroke, and this is absolutely what Mohammad Abbas is preying on.
It's just a matter of patience here. And they just need to be patient. I know you want to get early wicket, but it's test match cricket. So you might have a big partnership, but you just need to be patient.
And they know they should have enough runs in the bank, don't they? But you start to worry if these two can get 50 up.
Yeah, but if they get one, they can get another one very
Yes.
quickly. That's what happened on the 4th and 5th day pitch.
So Rory Burns has come down. It's his first look at Abbas in this inning. Feels like it might be.
No, he faced the previous over.
Okay, he retook his guard there. Anyway, Abbas moves in, bowls outside the off stump. The left-handed Burns allows that to pass harmlessly through to wicketkeeper Rizwan. But Azhar is certainly not over-attacking here. Just a couple of slips. He is using the helmet every now and then for a short leg or catching in the offside, but trying to get a couple of wickets with the new ball and then bring on the spinners. I haven't seen Naseem bowling yet, the 17-year-old. He's probably due a burst in a minute. This is the 10th over, and Abbas brings Burns forward. He plays that carefully back to him, and Abbas looks at him slightly knowingly there over his left shoulder as he picks the ball up. And it ends the 10th over, 22 for no wicket, and I think I can see Naseem coming up now as he's trotting up.
I think if I was captain here, or inside the dressing room, I would bring Shadab here and hold it Naseem for a bit longer, because if weather is good and pitch is really dry, so we might see the reverse swing, so I can use him later half of the period.
Well, he's coming on, and he'll bowl to Sibley, who didn't face him.
He might get here a couple of wickets and make me wrong.
No, that's what this job's all about. We're always wrong, Azhar. You'll soon learn that.
Yeah. Because he's more dangerous with the older ball, when ball is reversing and with his pace and bounce he gets.
Look how far back the keeper is. Miles away. And Sibley looks around. There's only 2 slips in the gully. As I said, they're by no means over-attacking here. Some words of encouragement there.
Lily Shah.
Oh, Lily Shah. Well, he doesn't run quite as far as Dennis Lilly did in his pomp. He's got a lovely action. Runs in, bowls outside the off stump. Goes whizzing through. Rizwan takes that in front of first slip.
And he's a nice approach to the crease. And you see, if you see where he can generate pace, when he takeoffs, he rotates his hips, and if you see his front arm is going way back, and then from there he snips.
Gets a real zip off the pitch, doesn't he? Has Dennis Lilly coached him? I know he has a coaching clinic in India, but I don't suppose Naseem Shah went there.
No.
And he comes again, elbows just jutting out a little, and he bowls to Sibley outside the off stump again, and he plays no stroke.
What circumstances with Pakistan and India?
Yes.
You know, Pakistani are not allowed in India.
No, absolutely. No, I didn't know if perhaps Dennis had come to Pakistan or something, and coached him.
Actually, one thing is very similar between Naseem Shah and Waqar Yunus. If you see that when they take off, where they generate the pace, they rotate their hips there, and then snap off the wrist, and big levers coming into play.
Really generates some pace. 22 for no wicket. He's on his way again, past the umpire, and he bowls, and Sibley once again can allow that to go through outside the off stump. Carries nicely to the keeper. 84, 85 miles an hour. That, and Sibley does a little bit of gardening, prodding at the pitch.
The touch of swing here, because he's got really good wrist. Whenever he bowls, his wrist behind the ball and allow him to swing the ball or seam the ball.
Sibley's quite deep in his crease there. Open. And bat raised. So the seam runs in. Bowls to him, and again he doesn't have to play at that. So he can keep bowling there all day to Dom Sibley. He'll just let it go. To just try and straighten that line up a little bit. He has got some protection at square leg. But really, Sibley, you've got to be bowling it off stump, middle and off.
I think he's setting him up for in-swing here.
You think?
Yeah. We saw in first innings, a couple of deliveries, he jabbed back really quickly to the right-hander.
Naseem bounds in now, bowls again outside the off stump. Now that bounced a second time before thumping into Rizwan's pads. That was stung him a bit. But didn't carry at all, and uneven bounce. Certainly more gardening from Sibley. You don't want that on the stumps. Get very low. Just died.
Yeah, look at that seam position. Brilliant. Let's see how they go. They need to bowl to the stumps more often now.
Yes, he hasn't made him play yet. 22 for no wicket. Here's the last ball of the over. Sibley on 11. Naseem runs in, bowls to him, and lets that go as well. But that bounced more, and the keeper actually dropped that as it went fizzing through. Perhaps a little bit for effect. It wasn't alarming, but it certainly behaved differently to the previous ball. So he starts to the maiden, although Sibley didn't play at any of them. 22 for no wicket. Burns 10. Sibley has 11. So
I would like to
need a further 255.
I would like to see a bit more cross seam as well in this pitch, because we saw a couple of deliveries. One stayed low, one was extra bounce a bit. So if you bowling cross seams, stump to stumps, might one skids on and the other is hold a line.
Burns checks his guard again. I suspect because Abbas is now going to come round the wicket at him. So a change of angle. Burns looks around. Tense times these. England just, if they can get to lunch. With Abbas. Bowls. Oh, hits him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. And he's been given out. And I think he might review that. But it's the first ball from round the wicket. And Burns has been given out LBW by the umpire. He's going to review it. He might be hoping it's a little bit high, I think.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery, so front on spin vision, please.
Big moment, this. I'm sure he didn't edge it. He'd have reviewed it immediately if he had done. And he talked this through with his partner
Okay, doesn't appear to be any bat involved. We'll just confirm that with the Ultra Edge, please.
It is quite high.
I should be umpire
right
call.
through, yes, clean daylight between bat and ball. Roll it right through to the pad, please.
It's hitting him on the
Yeah,
thigh
ball
pad.
tracking when available, please.
This will be the hope for Burns. It's a little bit high. Let's
Ball
have a
tracking
look.
coming up now.
Red.
Pitching
Red.
outside off. Impact is in line.
Umpire's call for height. Umpire's call is just trimming the bails.
Another umpire's call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just trimming the bails, and Rory Burns is out. The first wicket as Pakistan trying to wrap it up. One or two words he's having there, I think, with one or two of the Pakistanis as he walks off. Not sure what that was all about. And he's still looking over his shoulder now and saying something. What's that all about? Something was said there, and Rory Burns is still walking off. There's words being had there.
A lot of words been going on. Yeah.
Yes, well, he's not happy there, and I think he was directing that to Mohammad Abbas, who's taken the wicket, and definitely there's something there that Rory Burns wasn't very pleased about, and he walked off some range away from the cluster of Pakistani players and having a word over his shoulder. So anyway, that's a little bit of something to keep an eye on, but the fact is that England have lost their first wicket, and this is dangerous because Joe Root's coming out now, and so clearly dangerous times for England with about 42 minutes to go until lunch, but they've lost their most experienced opener with 22 on the board.
And Mohammad Abbas has been particularly outstanding against left-handers in his career. His overall stats, as we've been discussing through this game, are spectacular. But against left-handers, 38 wickets now, average 16.9. 40 wickets have been right-handers, average 23.8. So he's been very good to right-handers and even better to left.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's hitting on 5-6 meter length and seaming the ball both ways. And like I mentioned yesterday, because you think he's not quick enough, but he got really wrist behind the ball and backspin on the ball. So he always does something with the ball.
If you don't play straight, you're in trouble. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You look at the way that Burns' bat was there. In fact, if it was umpire's call or not, or just trimming the bails or whatever, the fact is he missed a straight ball, really.
Yeah. That's what happened with Sibley as well. We saw in the... Yeah.
Now, there's some words you were just saying on the screen here, definitely words directed at Burns and vice versa there as he walked off. 22 for 1. And Root is about to face his first ball from Mohammad Abbas, who's gone back to over the wicket to the right-hander. Up he comes now, bowls to England's captain, who gets a ball on mid-on leg. He can tuck it away into the leg side. Mid-on dives full length and keeps him down to just one run. 23 for 1, but he's off the mark.
Good fielding from Shane, Shah, Afridi. Dive, big lad, just bowled a spell and show some commitment here.
Again, you see, Sibley's got to play straight, and it was classic Abbas dismissal, really, that last one. Crooked bat from Burns. And keeping an eye on Abbas's front foot. He no-balled a few times in the first innings. Of course, it's all being done remotely now, so the third umpire is calling the no-balls. Sibley tries to block out the noise. Looks up to see Abbas on his way. He's there and he bowls outside the off-stump, but a late decision to leave it by Sibley, jerking the bat out of the way.
A lot of noise there.
How do you block it out and just put it away? Just ignore it somehow. Looking back at that Burns ball, it was just a perfectly straight ball. It might just have come back slightly, but it's round the wicket.
Because he's technique here.
I was looking at Burns there, yeah, okay.
Ooh.
Here's Abbas again. And he bowls on the leg stump. Sibley likes it there. And he flicks it away for 4. To backward square leg, a rare offline ball from Mohammad Abbas. Burns actually was putting his finger up to his helmet just to say, shh, keep quiet. That was what he was doing.
I think someone said something to him. And
I think so.
Bowler have a better out of you, so you should be walking at that time.
27 for 1. 2 balls remain in this over. England have lost their first wicket. Sibley's now on 15. England need 277 to win, and they're under real pressure here. As Abbas again comes ambling in from the far end. He bowls to Sibley outside the off stump. He can happily let that go. As I said earlier, he'll just let the ball go through to the keeper all day if necessary. Really makes the bowler bowl at him. 27 for 1. 1 ball remains. Root's doing up his, I say shoelaces, but I think it's almost all Velcro these days, up at the far end. Abbas turns by a redundant pile of sawdust at the far end. Up he comes again, he bowls to Sibley, plays across that pad, fielded at mid-wicket. That's what Abbas is aiming at. Sibley got plenty of bat on that one this time. 27 for 1 with Burns out. England needing 277 to win. And more thoughts from Azhar, and then Slumber Man's coming in.
That's the same sort of delivery which he bowled against Sibley in first innings and got him out. And I thought this time around, slightly on the shorter side, need to bowl, pitch it a little bit further up. Now Naseem, a lot of noise from Lily Shah. They call him Lily Shah because he's got a very similar action to Dennis Lilly, the great Dennis Lilly. Grew up watching him. He was fantastic bowler.
355 test wickets. He's got a lot to live up to. But he's made a promising start to his test career. Good afternoon. Tense cricket out there. England battling. Pakistan striving for another breakthrough. Naseem Shah bowls to Root, and he nearly gets it as well. Root pushing at that one. The ball snaking past the outside edge of Root's bat through to Mohammad Rizwan. Pakistan have got 3 slips and a gully in for the new man, Joe Root.
Look at the seam position. This guy got all the ability. If he stay fit, if he look after himself, so he has everything.
Yeah, beautiful delivery from Naseem Shah. It's great with slow motion. You can see it coming down. See the replays coming down. That seam upright. Naseem bowls. Root defends. Ball on off stump. Plays it firmly back to the bowler. Naseem Shah picks up. And there's no run. Well, we've had plenty of action this morning already. England yet to knock off the 32 that Pakistan scores so quickly this morning. It's funny, isn't it? You watch a game of cricket. One team scores 32 in 15 balls. The other team 27 in the 13th over. But that's the flow of the game. Pakistan came out, thrashed everything, or tried to thrash everything this morning, and have to be watchful. See off the new ball. Lost the wicket of Burns for 10 LBW to Mohammad Abbas. Naseem bowls outside the off stump. Root leaves. Taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who takes it and just throws it in the air, not looking, expecting one of his fielders to catch it. Yeah, nonchalant chuck in the air.
There's 3 guys there. One would be catching that one.
Just to make sure they're paying attention. Otherwise, if they weren't paying attention, it'll land on your head. There's that Babar Azam at first slip who caught it.
I played with Rashid Latif a lot, he used to do that at the slips, me and Indy always catching the ball here and there to keep us going.
Yeah, you got to pay attention. Naseem bowls, and Root up on his toes there, guides that on the bounce to Shan Masood at backward point, and there's no run. There's a lot of Lily Shah going on out there at the moment from, I presume that's Rizwan, is it?
Yeah, Rizwan, I think.
The wicketkeeper's normally the one to be the main cheerleader.
Yeah, always wicketkeeper always are, they are behind the stumps, always encourage the whole team.
Yeah, what if you're introverted? What if you're a very good wicketkeeper, but you're a bit of an introvert? And you don't like chatting much. You are expected to be the main talker, really. Naseem bowls on the pads of Root. That's a gift 4. Well, we've seen 2 of those in the last couple of overs. One from Mohammad Abbas to Sibley, and Sibley's so strong there. If you bowl to Sibley there, England will win the game middle of the afternoon because he'll just keep hitting you for 4. And same with Root there. It was full on the pads. A nice gift for Joe Root.
Yeah, easy picking for Joe Root, and he won't miss those. And he just came into the crease, and this is a thing you want from the bowler, to give you a free gift.
Root to 5 at that boundary. So England are 31 for 1. The target we have just switched on. It's 277, which would be the second highest successful run chase if England get that on this ground in a test match. Naseem bowls to Root, normal service resumed, bowling on off stump. Root plays defensively into the offside. It's picked up by Azhar Ali, who's fielding in the covers, and there is no run. Big day for Azhar, really. He's a relatively inexperienced captain. This is his 7th match as captain. He's not won an overseas test match yet. He thrashed twice by Australia, then he captained a game in New Zealand in 2016, which Pakistan lost. Won a couple of test matches at home. And often the focus is on the captain in a situation like this.
Yeah, definitely. I think he won 2 test matches. The last 2 test matches with Pakistan played one against Bangladesh and one Sri Lanka. And rest was he lost 3 test matches. I think one of them was drawn. So yeah, big day for him as a captain, because he hasn't done much with the bat.
Yeah,
and it's a big day for him. He needs to be patient and think out of the box majority of the day to contribute win here for his team.
Right, 13 overs have been bowled, and we see spin for the first time. Yasir Shah is on, and he's bowling to Sibley, and Sibley clips the ball into the onside and takes a single. Pakistan have 3 men back with Sibley on strike. It's a deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg. And a deep cover. So a bit of an in-out field. A couple of close catches for Root, who's now on strike at 32 for 1. So there we are. England have knocked off those 32 that Pakistan scored this morning. So we're back where we started the day. Well, not quite, because England already lost the second innings wicket. It was 2:45 required at the start of the day, if you like.
We saw this leg slip here because it's mainly for tap shot, paddle shot he played in the first innings as well. So mainly for that one.
Yeah, there's Abid Ali there. He's gone from short leg to leg slip. Asad Shafiq at slip. Yasir bowls. Root goes back and forces nicely into the offside towards deep cover. Mohammad Abbas is out there, so another single to Root, who got out to Yasir Shah in the first innings. But I think Root will feel he got himself out rather than Yasir got him out.
Yeah, he was too close to cut that ball.
Yeah, really frustrated with himself. 33 for 1. Root 6, Sibley on 16. Yasir goes in and bowls, and forward goes Sibley, blocking it, defending it back up the onside of the pitch. Abid Ali picks up.
We were talking about this keeper. I never come across with any wicket keeper who's quiet.
Now, Josh Buttler's quite quiet, I think. But you're right, they normally are noisy, aren't they? Here's Sibley clipping that through mid-wicket, out to the fielder there, coming in from deep mid-wicket. Shaheen Afridi, who returns at the base of the stumps. And England, just in this first over from Yasir, working him around, picking up singles. 34 for 1. It took him a while to settle in the first innings. There's a few loose ones around. Spins himself a catch, rushes into bowl, and Sibley goes back to cut, and he's nearly caught behind there.
Similar sort of delivery at first innings. Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, did I say Sibley Root? I mean, going to cut there. Yeah, very, very similar. It could well have been the same dismissal for Root. He missed it. It was through to Rizwan. Last ball of the over. Here is Yasir bowling to Root, and Root lets that one go by. It was not that dissimilar to the ball before. This time Root saying, no, thanks very much, I won't bother with that one.
I saw a similar sort of dismissal with Root, like first inning. I thought during the World Cup match, I think Shadab got him out exactly the same manner. There was too close to cut. I know this is his favorite shot. He punched through the point area, but he has to be careful here because the pitch is slightly different here, more bounce up, and ball is staying up and down, so he needs to be careful. But he's a wonderful player,
Yeah, you feel if England are to get close to Pakistan today, someone like Root has got to play a substantial innings. He's got the class, the patience, the shots, the technique to deal with a tricky situation, batting last here. Here's Naseem bowling to Sibley, solid looking defensive shot to a full ball on middle and off, pushes it up towards mid-on. It's picked up by Shaheen. And there is no run. 34 for 1. Overcast at Old Trafford, warmish day, not much of a breeze, some blue sky in the distance. And a real test match day this. Shame there's not a crowd on this Saturday. The big crowd in as well, urging England on, and Pakistan as well. I'm sure there'll be Pakistan support here today. For a game like this, it's all set up. But unfortunately, all the seats are empty, or just about all. The Naseem bowls a fantastic delivery that takes off as well, goes past the outside edge of Sibley's bat. He has a look behind him just to check he's not going to be stumped. And then comes back down to do some gardening. Not much you can do with the pitch, though, just to settle your own mind.
What a delivery. Yeah. Wow. Pace and bounce. Look at the carry through. And Rizwan take him on his left shoulder.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that one is bound to just put a doubt or two in the batsman's mind. 3 on the onside for Sibley. Mid-wicket, forward square leg and mid-on. In front of square. Here is Naseem Shah, bowls to Sibley. Sibley props forward, plays it defensively towards extra cover. It's picked up by Azhar Ali, Pakistan's captain. Rizwan steps forward to offer a bit more verbal advice to, well, possibly to Sibley, but also just some encouragement to Naseem Shah, the bowler. Just keep everyone going in the field. Not that you need it on a day like today. Everyone's on it with the game at stake. Strong possibility of the match finishing today. All results possible. Naseem bowls, forward goes Sibley. Full face of the bat. Ball runs fractionally into the onside, picked up in that short mid-wicket position. And there is no run. If you did miss what happened this morning, Yasir came out and flogged it for a bit, out for 33, caught Buttler bowl broad, 5 fours and a 6. 33, the best score in Pakistan's second innings, the leading scorer, Yasir Shah. And then Naseem, a huge wipe at Archer, was bowled for 4. 169 all out. Naseem bowls short, Sibley ducks underneath it. Haven't seen much short pitch bowling from Pakistan's openers so far. It's a rare one there, and Sibley ducked and he's off towards square leg. And just to remind you, you can watch clips, highlights of that action that we've had this morning on the BBC Sport website and app. Plenty more highlights, I'm sure, to come today. On a gripping 4th day of this first test match. England 34 for 1, needing 277 to win. Naseem mops his brow, stands to attention and then sets off. Past the umpire now, up to the stumps, bowls to Sibley. Sibley gets a straight ball, which he defends into the offside. He's taking 1 or 2 steps down the pitch, hinting at pinching a single, as Pakistan have done for a large part of this test match when they've been batting. Too close to Azhar Ali, though. So no run there. End of the over. Sibley is 17 not out. He is in that determined sort of block mode, really, that we've seen from him, trying to wear the bowlers down, make it easier for the batsman at the other end. 17 from 53, Roots on 6, and 15 overs so far. And it's 34 for 1 with 25 minutes to go until lunch. Here is Yasir bowling to Root, comes stabbing forward, head right over it, playing defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Time to make up again today, so England have, in theory, if we get them all in, 93 overs today, and Pakistan the same to win the match. Yasir bowls, Roots forward, angling that away into the offside towards cover, where it's picked up by Babar Azam, and there is no run. We see how that leg slip in, Abid Ali, and the orthodox slip, Asad Shafiq. They both go down. Yasir bowls, Root is forward, stunning that, blocking it at his feet really, and then tapping it away, getting it off the pitch for the wicketkeeper to pick up. And Yasir bowled some loose ones at the start of his spell in the first innings. Nothing loose so far. Spins himself a catch, moves in and bowls to Root. That's full, driven by Root. There's a big gap there between cover and backward point, so it's a single. Pakistan have a man on the deep cover boundary, Mohammad Abbas. So 1 to Root, he goes to 7. And England to 35 for 1. Mark Ramprakash alongside me. Did you enjoy batting days like this, you know, when the game was in the balance and it was tense and tight and exciting and intriguing, the pitch was doing a bit, and relatively low-scoring game. Did you enjoy situations like this after this ball from Yasir to Sibley? Or did you just, and it's outside the off, somebody lets it go, would you just enjoy it when the pitch was flat and you could score 150?
Well, I think as a player, it's always easier when you're out in the middle rather than watching. You get very tense watching. And of course, if you can find runs in this type of situation...
Yasir bowls, Sibley defends, and it's picked up by Abid Ali at short leg. It's the end of a quiet over, 35 for 1. Route 7, Sibley 17, 277 to win.
Yeah, I think any player, any batsman will tell you if they can get a score on the last day when you need to, say, knock off 2-6, it's incredibly satisfying because you really feel you've contributed to your team's success. Equally, if you get bowled out and you don't manage to get over the line, it can be extremely disappointing. But look, this is the ultimate test for any player. Joe Root, I think there are runs out there for him. He's had a lovely clip of Naseem through square leg, but he also needs to show due care and attention. He's not had a lot of time at the crease in recent weeks or months, so he's still got to... He can't just cruise along. Sometimes I think he finds it so easy that he's looking to be very aggressive.
Naseem bowls to Root. Root tries to fiddle a single into the offside. It goes too close to Shan Masood at backward point, and there is no run.
I mean, that was excellent defence from Naseem there. Joe Root, good footwork, getting back in the crease, playing it late and looking for that single. So I like his body language. And I think when Joe's playing like that, he's showing good intent, and that's when he's at his happiest. But having said that, because of the nature of this surface, being slow, the odd ball a little bit up and down, you've got to have due care and attention. And even someone as good as him has kind of got to get himself in.
Set himself in his stance, looks up to see Naseem Shah approaching. Shah's with him now, and that's on the pads again. And Root clips that through straight mid-wicket for 1 as a tumbling save by Abid Ali. Restricts Root to a single. Of course, he missed the first test of the summer because of the birth of his second child. What's he come up with so far, Andy? Just remind us what Root has produced with the bat in the matches he's played.
In the second test against West Indies, the first of the games here, he made 23 and 22, then 17 and a brisk 68 not out as England got some quick pre-declaration runs, and then 14 in the first innings of this match.
Yeah. So actually not much when he's been in that tested situation, when and he made the point he was free to play in that declaration situation. Here goes Sibley playing that firmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, he just had the freedom to play, come out. He actually was a bit frustrated, I think, with what Sibley and Burns had produced. Quite slow, England, on that afternoon. He came out, just played lots of shots, but he had that licence to play, whereas when he's been asked to play properly, he's not really produced so far this summer.
Yeah, and he's got to be a bit careful with batting with someone like Dom Sibley, who, by the way, is doing an excellent job for England, but doesn't necessarily rotate the strike as quick as others. So Joe mustn't let that affect his game. Joe likes to, pick up singles here and there.
Sibley waits for this open stance. Naseem bowls to him, and Sibley edges just short of Babar Azam at first slip. He didn't take it cleanly, but I don't think it carried. It was very low to him. I think he got there on the half volley. Genuine edge.
Yeah, it's a terrific delivery. Pace and bounce and an away movement, importantly. Sibley does nothing wrong, doesn't really push away from his body, so the ball not carrying. And that's been a difficult decision all match, really, is where the wicketkeeper stands, and then as a result, where first and second slips stand. I think Josh Buttler tried to come up in the second innings and get a little bit closer, and then we saw the England slips get narrow, and that's when Ben Stokes dropped that chance, because perhaps it came a bit quick for him.
Yeah, they are a long way back, but then Naseem's a quick bowler. That judgment call, where do you stand? Here is Naseem bowling to Sibley, and Sibley struck on the pad quite high. Didn't look a very good shout, that, and it wasn't a massive amount of conviction from the Pakistan close fielders and the bowler, really. Went ballooning away into the onside.
One thing that I think is really evident watching Naseem bowl, and he looks a real star, is that he is getting the ball to move laterally. If you compare that with, say, Jofra Archer, who, similar paces, I've been a little bit surprised that Jofra doesn't get more lateral movement. And if anything, it may be nipped back. But Naseem, so far in this game, has moved the ball both ways, slightly in the air, but mainly off the pitch.
There's an inside edge on that last one. Sibley inside edge onto the pad before the ball ballooned into the onside. Naseem bowls to Sibley. Sibley plays quietly in defence. I say quietly again. He's looking for that single into the offside. It's not there. Azhar's closing in. So on we go. England at the moment sitting in, seeing where it takes them. 17 overs in this innings. They're 36 for 1. They need 277 to win. Root has 8. Sibley has 17. 20 minutes to go until lunch. More from Mark, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Well, so far so good for England. Dom Sibley looks to get in his bubble and play his way, and I think that's what it's all about today. When they England approach this run chase, it's about each player having their own individual game plan, and Dom Sibley has his own scoring areas, his own way of playing. He's doing a terrific job. He looks very calm at the crease. You can't look too far ahead. And England with 18 minutes before lunch.
Yasir Shah starts a new over, defended by Root. Full ball at the offside, no run.
Won't be looking too far ahead. There's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, about England's template in the first innings of the game, but of course this is something slightly different, and I'm sure they'll have discussed it, how to go about it as a group.
Yasir in again, turning away into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. Beautifully taken, and left alone by Root.
But I don't think a coach or a captain can be too prescriptive, because ultimately different players will see things differently. So if Yasir, for example, bowls in the rough to a left-hander, it could be very difficult for them to rotate the strike.
Thinking of those left-handers, there'd be Root, Stokes, I beg your pardon. Yasir's in, it's pushed into the offside by Root to the left of cover, where it's picked up by Babar Azam, and there's no run.
I think the other thing about this field, it tells you actually that Pakistan and Yasir are maybe not as confident as we might think, and that he did bowl quite a few short deliveries.
He's in again, driven nicely by Root out into space in the covers. That's the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Mohammad Abbas, and they'll pick up one more. 37 for 1, Root to 9. That's right, isn't it? I mean, there's a huge gap on the onside, and there are 4 players on the onside. He's turning the ball from leg to off. It's a forward short leg, but there's no one saving one on the onside. But Sibley would then have to play predominantly against the turn. He wants to pick up a run there. He comes forward and props forward in defence and pushes to Babar Azam in the covers. It doesn't reach him. Has to run in to collect, and there's no run.
That man at deep mid-wicket is really there for a bad ball. And so far, Dom Sibley's picked up a couple of singles in that area. It's been quite an easy way to get off strike.
Uses his feet, actually, and drives an on-drive of straight, but it's picked up by the mid-on, moving to his left. End of the over, 37 for 1 from 18 overs. It's been quite the morning, quite a contrasting morning. 69 runs in it, but 32 of them off the first 16 balls, and thereafter it's been England not trying to survive as such, but sort of feel their way into this chase. Chase doesn't feel like quite the right word to use when Sibley's at the crease. It's more like a stalking.
Do we need stats for stalks?
Yes, I think fourth innings run
270.
stalks.
Okay.
Yes. Naseem Shah is going to start a new over. It's a 5th over of his spell. Don't suppose he'll be able to bowl many more than this in this spell, as Root faces up to him and he drives elegantly into the offside. He'll pick up at least one decent tumbling stop by Azhar, moving to his left at mid-off, prevents more than the 1 run, and Root moves to double figures, 38 for 1. You just have that concern if you're an England fan of possibilities of wickets going bang bang, but actually I think if you're a Pakistan fan, you're also getting slightly concerned, because the ball isn't really misbehaving, and we've seen this at Old Trafford a bit before, where batting, it's not like a sort of linear progression of deterioration, is it, from day 1 to day 4, and it just gets worse. We're sort of looking at something a little bit different.
I agree, and I think in the previous matches the new ball has often, you've had wickets going down, but as the ball gets older and softer, it's certainly things have become becalmed, and the movement has been less quick off the pitch.
I mean, that's another reason why those 32 runs could be so important, as Naseem Shah is in to Dom Sibley down the leg side. He thinks about having a go at it, and instead he lets it go by through to the keeper. There's no run. Thinking because, if England do make it to 80 overs, they might well only be in about, say, 220. Now, if they'd needed 245 to win, 25 runs away, if you need a further 57 runs to win, then that second new ball could be really, really important. All that is for later. England are a long way away from incurring a second new ball for Pakistan. And there's a lot more surviving to be done yet. And a lot more runs to get yet as Naseem is in. Forward short leg for Sibley. He lets this go through to the keeper as well. It was full outside the off stump. Not too wide though.
But I think you'll see in this series that with Abbas operating with the new ball for Pakistan and the way that the two England openers play, England are never going to be getting off to very quick starts. It's going to be a war of attrition. The two openers are in for the long haul. They're going to try and play the long game. That's fine in the first innings most of the time. But there are occasions in the second innings where England may want to press on for quicker runs or even indeed trying to stave off defeat.
Yes, it reminds me of a game we'll come to in a moment as Naseem is into Sibley, who lets another ball go through to the keeper. It was wider and went through lower to Mohammad Rizwan. No run. Maybe Andy could look it up for us. It was in, I want to say, Abu Dhabi in about 2012 when England would set about 145 to win. And they went so incredibly slowly at the top of the order. So slowly. I think about 40 off about 25, 30 overs. And that almost meant that Pakistan had enough balls to bowl England out, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Because what they'd have really loved is sort of Trescothic-esque dart to get a quick 20 or 30 at the top of the innings just to get them going. Here, it's not. England are not going as slowly as that. They're going at about 2 and over at the moment as Naseem is into Sibley. Sibley drives off a thick outside edge. That'll run down to the third man boundary for 4. It was a little away from his body, but it went low to the right of Gully. And a rare offside boundary for Sibley. England moved to 42 for 1.
No, I think he gets into a pretty good position here, Dom, and it's not somewhere where he's prolific, but he's got his head and weight going towards the bowler, which is so important and not an easy thing to do when someone's bowling at this pace. So, yeah, a pretty thick outside edge, but I think he's earned himself that delivery.
It wasn't in the air. There was no danger of a catch, really. It was just a little unusual with Sibley in that his hands were away from his body and a ball outside the off stump. But as you say, he was moving towards it. Balance was fine. He's gone to 21 from 65 balls with that. His third boundary. Shah strides in and Sibley defends solidly. High elbow, thought about a single, but it's picked up by Naseem Shah. That was a slight screech of interest you may have heard. End of the over, 42 for 1, 19 overs gone. Route 10, Sibley 21. Andy.
That test you were talking about was the second test of the 3-game series in the UAE in January 2012 in Abu Dhabi. Pakistan 257 all out. England got a decent first innings lead, 327 all out, and bowled Pakistan out for 214 runs for Azhar, Ollie and Asad Shafiq early in their careers. 6 wickets for Monty Panesar. England chasing 145. First wicket fell 21 for 1 at the end of the 15th over, and then England collapsed to 72 all out.
How many overs did they face?
36.
Yes, it was sort of
rapid. 6 wickets for Abdur Rahman, darty left arm spinner, and 3 for Saeed Ajmal.
He wasn't the youngest at the time, was he, Abdur Rahman? He'd been around quite a bit then, as I remember. Experience. Yes. Yeah. Yasir Shah is going to continue. We've got 10 minutes to go till lunch, so possibly 3 overs, 2 of them to be bowled by the spinner, you'd think. Slight change, not in the field, but in the personnel. Mid-on, mid-wicket swap. We've got a short leg in. Abid Ali, there's a slip, backward point, extra mid-off. Yasir Shah into route, covers up in defence, just digs the ball out, pushes it to Babar Azam in the covers. It's a deep point. A wide mid-off, very wide mid-off. A relatively wide mid-on, quite deep as well. That mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, but there's no deep mid-wicket for route from Yasir. And he sweeps firmly, beautifully out to the boundary for 4. That was well in front of square. A good 10 or 15 yards in front of square. Latched onto it very well, very quickly. And England go to 46 for 1.
Really good from Joe Root. It gives you an insight into the way he's going to go about his business. He's going to try and put the pressure back on the bowlers. Big stride down the pitch, managing to get the ball on the full bunger. It's a real strength of his. He likes to go that way to the spinners.
Goes to 14 with that, his second boundary. Shah in again. And Root just covers up in defence. There's a bit of an ooh and an ah because the ball just started to roll back towards.
Hit the middle of the bat though, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it was absolutely fine. It actually came off the bat onto the toe, then back onto his bat, and then a bit of spin on it, so sent it coming back towards him, but there was no alarm. Shah in, goes up the back foot, pushes into the offside. Sibley wants a run. Root has no interest in that at all, and there is no run.
You can hear the noise around the bat from the stump mic, and I mean, there's always plenty of theatre, especially when great spinners bowl. There's always plenty of noise around the bat, and you have to contend with that.
Here's Shah once more, driven nicely by Root. He does that little push shovel drive that finds the gap between point and extra out to the sweeper Mohammad Abbas on the offside. Picks up a run, 47 for 1. Root to 15 now. It's marvellous. I love it. I mean, it's just it's another string to the spinner's bow is the noise of everybody around, isn't it? You must have felt that claustrophobia when Warne was bowling.
Well, Shane was brilliant at it. You know, the theatre, you know, exaggeratedly moving a fielder to a different position.
Here comes Yasir again, pushed back up the wicket by Dominic Sibley. End of the over, he did out the back foot. There's no run. 47 for 1, 20 overs have gone. Root 15, Sibley 21. Coming up at lunch, we're going to get the latest news from a round of matches in the Bob Willis Trophy. Kevin Howes will be able to apprise us of all developments. You can hear all the games via the BBC Sport website and app, and we'll also delve again into the archives to hear another classic view from the boundary. Today, Dracula, Lord of the Rings and James Bond film actor Sir Christopher Lee with Brian Johnston. Christopher Lee in Bond, do you remember he was a man with a golden gun?
Oh yeah, wasn't he
Scaramanga.
brilliant? Yeah, fantastic.
Superb. Every time I see Ed Smith and James Taylor together, I think of Scaramanga and Knick Knack.
Because
the suit, the disparity in height, the sort of sense of evil genius that Ed Smith can sometimes contain behind those dark glasses, the cream jacket. I mean, can you not see it?
Well, certainly the sartorial elegance. I can definitely see that of Ed Smith and the white suit. Absolutely.
Scaramanga. As now that we've got to change a bowler here. Naseem Shah is out of the attack after that 5-over spell, and we're going to see an over from Shadab Khan. He's not bowled much in this match, and his first ball is pushed into the offside, a full ball to short extra cover by Root. There's no run, so now we get to see the twin leggies in action. How many overs did he bowl, Andy, in the first innings, Shadab?
Just 3 overs and 2 balls.
Did he take 2 wickets?
Right at the end, 2 for 13.
2 for 13, yes. Forward short leg and a slip is in. Back into his crease goes Root and just dabs this one round the corner on the leg side for a single to get off strike. Goes to 16, England 48 for 1.
Sorry, 3 overs and 3 balls. My handwriting let me down there. Joe Root much busier today.
Oh, yes.
16 now from 28 balls and 8 singles. He made the slowest start he's ever made to a test innings in terms of first 50 balls faced in the first innings. Just 1 single in his first 50 balls. If it's seen through his career, he's been one of the busier players in terms of strike rotation, singles and twos. This is more like the Root that we became used to seeing.
More like the busy Root. Here is Shadab. Full, driven by Sibley, but it was sort of Yorker length by the time it hit his bat and it dug into the ground. And goes straight back to the bowler who collects on the bounce. 48 for 1. Sibley on 21. Here's Shadab once more. And Sibley just defends firmly into the onside. There's no runs. Very important passage of play this for England in this match, but also for Sibley, because England have got a lot of Test cricket either in the subcontinent or in the UAE coming up against teams with spinners. This is a full toss in the end. It's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. He'll get at least 2, will Sibley. The fielders are converging on it. There could be a third here. Root wants a third. He comes back for it. The throw comes in from Shaheen, Afridi, and they're safe. Well back. There are 2 players backing up. Ensured no overthrows, and the 50 is up for England there. 51 for 1. Sibley just took that on the full and played a very controlled shot. His eyes didn't light up. He didn't suddenly try to smash it into the red rose suite. Just saw the opportunity of picking up some runs. Moves to 24. But he was thinking about this, when we saw him against Roston Chase, bowling off spin into his pads, ball after ball, he could only really hit it straight to the short mid-wicket. So watching him here against leg spin, it's going to be interesting to see how he might manipulate the field a little better with other challenges to come down the line. Shadab into Root. Root lets this ball go, and it was a sort of top spinner almost that slid on. Wasn't far from the off stump, but his judgment proved to be impeccable. Did Root's end of the over. England 51 for 1, Root 16 from 29, Sibley 24 from 70.
I think Dom Sibley's going to learn a huge amount being in that England environment. He may well reflect on that pure passage of play against Royston Chase and with his coaches and fellow players talk about different options and work on some areas or some shots that he can introduce into his game to really help him move his score along and keep the pressure off him and also the guy at the other end, because the other players will want, if possible, to be facing more deliveries. It's always difficult if one player gets bogged down like that.
Yasir Shah starts a new over. The last before lunch, I warrant, and Sibley goes up to the back foot and punches this ball out into the covers, where Mohammad Abbas comes in off the sweeper boundary to field one more to the total. Sibley to 25, brings Root on strike, and it's a perfect example. A bit of rotation there so that Yasir Shah's bowling at a different batsman, just so Yasir can't settle. And I suppose also as a batsman you don't really want to be just sat in your bat handle at the other end watching and then sort of potentially switching off for a bit. Leg slip and a slip in. Yasir Shah to Root, who pushes into the offside again. That big space between point and extra cover, and Root's found it quite easily against Yasir. Gets another single. Mohammad Abbas does the fielding again. He's a leg spinner, so if you imagine Root's just playing with the spin, and he's been given this great big space. Now, ordinarily, if it's pitched slightly less full, that encourages a shot that might bring slip into play, but Yazir's not quite got his length right yet. Outside the off stump, too wide, spins into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. 53 for 1 with that previous single. Root has 17. Couple of minutes to go till lunch. 3 balls left in the over. I don't think we'll get another one after this. Sibley faces up and just works this into the onside, but it's picked up at short leg. He was looking to just get that past short leg, couldn't quite manage it. Short leg collects, fires back at the stumps, but Sibley was well in his ground.
I've been impressed though with the way that Dominic Sibley's moving his feet at the moment. I mean, look, he's a big tall guy. When he's gone forward, he's gone a long way forward. He's got a big stride, but also he has managed to stay back as well. So you're giving the spinner much less room to work with, much less margin for error.
Well, I think with that the throw came back at the stumps, knocked the bails off, so the umpire was called into play. So this will be the last over before lunch now. And Sibley clips this nicely into the onside square of the wicket, went back into his crease. It was a shorter ball, and he'll get off strike for the last ball before. I say the last ball before lunch, it surely will be now. With about 20 seconds to go till 1 o'clock. And England now 54 for 1. There's a bit of gardening happening. I think everybody wants it to be lunch now. Mid-wicket's going out for the last ball. Mid-on's been swapped. The clock's about to tick over to 1 as Yasir is in to Root. And Root just works it to the onside and gets an easy single because mid-wicket had come out, deep mid-wicket had gone back. Root very happily just dabs a full ball as easy as you like and picks up a single off the last ball, which is a little irritating, I think, for Pakistan. They're 55 for 1 at lunch from 22 overs. England just getting some more fluency in their batting in that last 15-20 minutes. Root has 18 from 31. Sibley 26 from 74. The tail of this session, another brilliant session. Pakistan began the day on 137 for 8, you will recall. And in the course of 16 balls, amassed 32 runs. Yasir Shah, the man who did most of the damage, he hit his first ball for a couple and then smashed a wonderful pull for 4. He hit a 6 into the red rose sweet. He got a thick top edge. Archer was bowling short and he was taking it on. Broad, he was smashed back over his head as well by Naseem Shah when he came in. I say eventually, it was very quick when Yasir Shah was out, having a wild swipe at a ball from Broad, thin edge through to Buttler. He went for 33 from 24 balls. Naseem Shah, as I said, hit his first ball for 4 and was then spectacularly bowled by Archer of the 4th ball of the 3rd over of the day, aiming to hit the ball way beyond these flats, actually, I think into the pennines, and he got nowhere near it. The stumps sort of splayed. But 32 runs in those 16 balls sort of felt like the wheels had come off England in a way, and yet somehow they'd picked up the 2 wickets in 16 balls. So one part of the mission was accomplished, the other part not so much, which meant that England was set 277 to win. A very stiff target, you'd imagine, on a pitch that's still offering plenty to the spinners and a bit to the quicker bowlers too. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley dug in. First 11 overs were safely negotiated before Mohammad Abbas he got Burns LBW from round the wicket. Basically a straight ball with the angle. It's very tight in the end. Tight decision. The ball showed to be hitting the top of middle stump. Burns did review it, but it was not in vain. Umpire's call gave Mohammad Abbas the wicket, and since then Dom Sibley and Joe Root have not been parted. They've scored 33 runs in basically 11 overs, 10 overs and 5 balls, gone relatively fluently. Sibley 26 from 74, Root 18 from 31. And the game is just magnificently poised, with England requiring a further 222 runs for what would be, you'd have to say, an exceptional victory from the position they've been in at various points in this match. Mark, quick word from you on this session.
Well, I'm sitting here feeling relatively confident, I must say. It's hard for me to be objective when talking about England because I think very highly of the players, but I did say last night that I felt that they had an opportunity. I also felt that the top order wouldn't get blown away as they did in the first innings, and I'm very happy to see that it's been a very solid start. And I think part of my positivity is down to the fact that Sibley and Root have played the spin very well, and they've managed to rotate. You know, the thing about Pakistan is that they very quickly go defensive. If you can get rid of the men around the bat, you feel a lot happier and secure as a batsman. And so far, Sibley, who we have talked about in terms of his game against spin for being fairly limited, but at the moment, he's managing to rotate the strike along with Joe Root, who's just class, a class player of spin. And England, I think at 55 for 1, will feel very, very happy with their morning session.
Well, they're very, very much in it, aren't they? And there have been times in this match when you didn't think they were, when they were 12 for 3 and then 90-odd for 4, 130-odd for 5 in their second innings. It felt a long, long way away. And from where they were, having conceded that big first innings deficit of 107 to bowl Pakistan out for 169, they'll be delighted with, as you say, not too many alarms.
No, I mean they'll have to attend probably with Abbas, opening up after, and that's a crucial. It's probably done more for the seamers on the evidence of this morning for Pakistan, and Abbas is the one who will bowl overs and keep the run rate down. He's a real threat.
Quick word from Andy.
18 runs in the last 4 overs. The CricViz win predictor has England at 37% chance of winning Pakistan 63. And Joe Root against spin over his career averages 63 and 74 against leg spin. So those skills could well come to the fore today.
We're going to find out. We'll find out all about it. It'll be about 1:40 when we start, because I think we did go off at 1 o'clock. But it's Saturday. And where normally we welcome a guest to take a view from the boundary, unfortunately this summer we aren't able to have visitors in the commentary box. So instead, we're celebrating 40 years of the feature by delving into the archives. We've already heard from the likes of Peter O'Toole, playwright Ben Travers, footballer Gary Neville and human rights activist Malala Yousafzai. Today, we're hearing from, without question, one of the true titans of British cinema. Sir Christopher Lee's career spanned the whole second half of the 20th century and well into the 21st. He's remembered for his performances in over 200 major films, notably as Dracula in the Hammer horror series, as well as in James Bond, The Wicker Man and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. He joined us during a previous test match against Pakistan back in 1987. Sadly, it was a horribly rain-affected game that saw just 1 innings. So Christopher came to the old commentary box at Lord's above the pavilion and took a seat next to Brian Johnston. Stand by for an enchanting half an hour.
Welcome back to Lord's, where our visitor today was once described as tall, dark and gruesome, which is a rather unfair description of Christopher Lee, famous unfairly again, I think, for his parts in horror films, but is a very fine actor, and he's certainly tall, he's certainly dark, but there's no sign of any gruesome. Very nice to see you, Christopher.
Thank you, Brian. It's
And
great
you're
to be
immaculately
here.
dressed, your IZ tie on and all
Now,
that.
that's in memory of happier days, of better days of cricket, I can assure you.
Just bring us up to date with your cricket yourself. I mean, when did you play at school? You were at school at Wellington.
Yes, I started to learn cricket at my prep school, which was Summerfield's.
Oh, yes, at Oxford.
At Oxford, yes,
Yeah.
indeed. And I think that's where I was taught to play. Unfortunately, the bursar, as I think they were called in those days, of Summerfield's, who was a very good bowler, Mr. Botel, I remember him vividly, was an extremely good bowler, but he had a rather strange accent, which unfortunately, as one does at a very early age, I then proceeded to copy. And it's an action which was shared by Mike Proctor and Max Walker. In other words, it was rather like a windmill, and I bowled off the wrong foot, swinging my arms over twice.
But you're 6 foot something.
6 foot 4. So when I
6'4".
got going, and I did open the bowling at my public school as well on occasions, when I got going, if I kept any kind of length, they used to come up fairly high off the pitch, and I was fairly quick.
The Demon League.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So you played for Wellington?
I, on occasions, did, yes. And the highest score I ever had in my life was while I was at Wellington, but not playing for the college. I had 149 not out, and came into the pavilion and burst into tears because I didn't make 150.
Marvellous, isn't it? And did you keep it up after school or not? Or...
No, there was a little thing called World War II, which inconveniently intervened in 1939. I'd just left school about a year before. I was what was called, I suppose, in those days, a promising cricketer. I went in about 4 or 5 and fancied myself a lot, of course. You know, everybody used to say, what marvellous style when they saw me in the nets. Superb elegance of stroke play. It was very different when I got in the middle.
Well, it
I
often
was
is,
so
isn't it?
concerned with making these magnificent-looking shots that I seldom scored enough runs.
And Royal Air Force, you couldn't fit in a plane. You're too big. Were you a
I have
pilot?
been known to do that. I
Yeah.
have been known to do that. Actually,
What were you in?
my cricketing career did continue during the war to a very minor degree. In fact, I suppose the greatest moment of my whole life in the game of cricket was when my squadron, 260 Squadron in the Desert Air Force, had a game of cricket against, I think it was one of the other squadrons on the wing, in fact it must have been, playing on a rather bizarre pitch, to put it mildly. That's to say, in the desert, which had been flattened and rolled and had some matting put down, and I took 9 wickets.
I should think you were lethal.
Oh, well, I didn't know
Matching
what the
over
ball was
sand.
going to do any more than anybody else.
The batsman didn't.
But it was the only game that I can remember during the war. After the war, I still continued to play, and played again about 1947, 48, 49, 50, when I virtually stopped playing. I, of course, have never given up my love for the game, and I watch it as often as I can all over the world.
Yes, what about watching? Go right back to when you... What was your first big match? Do you remember the first one you saw?
I think I can. It's very difficult because it's a long time ago. It's at least 55 years ago, I hate to tell you, but it is. And it was while I was at my prep school, and we watched a match played at Oxford. And I'm absolutely certain that Jack Hobbs was batting.
Marvellous.
Now,
We're
whether
lucky to
I'm
see
right
him.
or not, I can't clearly recall, but I do know that I saw Jack Hobbs bat, and many of his great contemporaries. It might have been Surrey against Oxford or something of that kind. And I certainly, of course, remember the pre-war Australian teams vividly. I remember Bradman as if he was walking out in front of... The one thing I remember about him, and of course naturally after the war as well, the one thing I remember about Bradman was the first time I ever saw him hit the ball. And that was his famous pull shot to the boundary from outside the off stump. I'd never seen a shot played like that. When I attempted to replace it, of course, with an equally, perhaps even a better shot, I was sternly ordered by the games master not to try such rubbish, but to keep a straight bat.
I know, it's rotten, and his used to go right down to sort of log on there. but
Like, with the speed of
beautiful.
light.
Yeah, he was very quick to get in position, wasn't he?
Most wonderful footwork of any batsman I've ever seen.
Well, the other great player in that time, I was lucky enough to see too, was Wally Hammond. Did you see him?
Oh, yes, many, many times. Many, many times. I met him several times. Actually, I had a very great friend, a very dear friend, Bev Lyon, who was captain of Gloucestershire
yes.
at one time. And he and Hammond, of course, used to play together. And he told me a wonderful story once about the Gloucester scorecard. In fact, this used to happen regularly throughout every season. Frequently, when Charlie Parker was bowling, the scorecard would read, Caught Lyon, bowled Parker, many, many times, because Bev used to field at second slip, I think. the other actor who was with me and is still very much alive, a contemporary of mine, is now an American citizen and lives in Palm Springs, Patrick McNee.
Oh, yeah.
And he played Brutus, and I played Cassius, and Julius Caesar, and then he played Bolingbroke, and I played Mowbray and Richard II. And
He went on to Eton, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He
Yes.
was Eton in his
And he's still a follower of cricket. But no, my cricketing career came to an end, really, with the outbreak of the war. And then I tried to take it up, but only just at weekends for fun after the war, from 46 onwards. Played a bit for the next 2 or 3 years. Played in a marvellous place at Birkenhead, I remember, the Bowler Hat Club.
I don't know that.
Oh, yes, I played for a team that Trevor Howard got together, all stage and screen people, against... must have been a Lancashire team, because Ken Cranston was the captain and Jack Aiken was playing, and various other people.
Ken.
I'll never forget the expression on Trevor's face when I said, boldly, I will open the bowling, charged towards the crease, and with this rather strange bowling action, as my first arm went over, my first arm movement went over, I caught my hand on my right hip, and as my second arm went over, so to speak, there was nothing in the hand, and the batsman looked wildly round.
Just a twirling arm?
Just a twirling arm. He didn't know what had happened to the ball, nor did anybody, until it was retrieved from the boundary behind me. There was a moment of great shame.
Oh, awful. What, you slung it back?
It went straight back towards the boundary behind me.
Not
and
sure
Trevor's
that counts.
face
Nothing,
was
is it? No,
a study.
That would have been a dead ball, I suppose.
I suppose so. Trevor's face, I think, would have preferred perhaps a dead bowler.
Trevor used to play a bit for me. He was a jolly good cricketer.
Oh, yes, and of course fanatically involved in the game, and I'm sure he's watching. Well, there's nothing to watch, alas, at the moment.
Alas, he doesn't come up here so often. He used to be regularly up here, you know. And
oh, yes, I used to
special
meet him here
clause in
quite
his
often.
contract, he couldn't film during the Lord's Test match.
There was, I believe, a similar clause in the contract of Boris Karloff, who was a tremendously keen cricketer and played for the famous Aubrey Smith team in Hollywood many years ago before the war. And indeed, Aubrey Smith's contract, too, that if they came and worked in this country, they would, under no circumstances, be expected to work during the Lord's Test. There's a marvellous story about Aubrey Smith, who was known as Round the Corner Smith, because he used to appear from behind the umpire, and was a very good player. And I believe captained a touring MCC team.
Captained England in South Africa.
In South Africa, that's right. Well, he apparently was sitting just below us, watching some game going on out in the middle. I don't know what it was. And predictably, of course, he was snorting through his moustache and saying, "Oh, good God, take him off. God, oh my God, what a player. Look at that field placing," the usual sort of remarks. He was then at the height of his fame as an actor, had been knighted and had played the Duke of Wellington and everything you can think of, as in every British film or British subject made in Hollywood in those days, and everyone in the world knew him. Apparently, two rather elderly members were listening to this tirade that was going on, and were getting a little bit disgruntled about it, and one of them finally turned to the other and he said, "Who's that fellow over there making all that noise?" And the other man looked over and he said, "Oh, yes," he said, "there's a fellow called Smith who used to play for Sussex."
Lovely, isn't it? And of course, Boris Karloff used to be a regular at the Oval, at all the Test matches. He was a member of Surrey, wasn't he?
Yes, he also used to come here a lot. In fact, I've watched matches with him here. And he played for Uppingham when he was at school there.
Just remind us what his real name was.
William Henry Pratt.
William Henry Pratt. Very advisable to change that.
Well, I suppose so, yes. Well, I've never found out, and I don't think anyone has ever found out, where Karloff came from. Boris always said it was in the family somewhere, but we've never really known. I remember asking his widow, Evie Karloff, who was still very much alive, I remember saying to her, "Are you Boris's fifth wife?" She said, "As far as I know," because he was certainly married 5 times and possibly more. Yes. And there's a shroud of mystery hangs over that, very appropriate.
He looked very distinguished, though, didn't he?
He was a wonderful man.
So can we stick to Hollywood, remember? And you were there, I mean, you've lived there for 10 years and you've come back now. Was there any cricket going on nowadays?
Oh, yes, quite a bit, as a matter of fact. A lot of people, you see, there's a lot of West Indians there, quite a lot of Pakistanis, and people from countries that play cricket, like Fiji and various other places in the Pacific. And there's quite a lot of teams out there, and they play regularly on Saturdays and Sundays. I had a rather incredible experience, really, because I hadn't played cricket for well over 30 years. And Norman Gifford, I forget exactly when, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, brought a team out. They were touring around the world. And I found myself playing on matting in the Rose Bowl at Pasadena, which, of course, normally is used for football matches. And it was a wonderful experience for me to be out there again with a bat in my hand. The years rolled back up to a point. And the team was a very remarkable one because apart from Norman Gifford, he had Glenn Turner, he had Graham Gooch, he had David Gower, he had Ian Botham.
No, not a bad little side.
Not bad, Jeff Miller and various others, and it was great fun. And I was very grateful to Mr. Barlow because he kept on bowling me long hops on the leg stump. And even the Americans with their baseball swings could score off those from time to time.
So you were among the runs, were you, that day?
Yes, I made a few runs, believe it or not. I remember trying to execute a late cut.
But when Aubrey Smith played, was there a club, or what sort of ground did they play on?
They played on a ground in a place called Griffith Park, which still exists. I don't think there's a cricket pitch there anymore. There might be, but I don't think so. I don't think they had any specific name as a team, but of course he was the captain, and a very unforgiving one too.
Was he actually
oh
very
my goodness,
tough?
he made everybody jump.
He looked terribly fierce, didn't he?
Oh yes.
And
David Niven, Basil Rathbone, Nigel Bruce, Willie Bruce always used to, I think he kept wicket, but he always used to play golf in a brown felt hat. He refused flatly to play in anything else. Apart from his pads and his boots and his trousers and his shirt, of course. But he always wore a brown felt hat. And if you look closely at the pictures of those days, you will see that brown hat either on the ground or in his lap. Wouldn't be parted from it.
There were one or two people who wore brown felt hat. The T.C. Lowry of Somerset used to wear one.
Really?
And he kept wicket, yes.
Really?
A brown felt hat.
When was that?
Oh, way back. This is 1927, 28, 29.
Oh, well, maybe Willie Bruce, Nigel Bruce borrowed the idea.
He may have done.
I remember Boris used to tell very, very funny stories about these matches because Aubrey Smith, I said, was a great dictator.
Yeah.
If you didn't make some runs or hold a few catches, you were shamed almost forever. In fact, his house at the top of Coldwater Canyon had an exact replica of Father Time here on the roof as a weather vane. Yeah. Oh, yes, he used to fly the MCC flag and all sorts of things. But Boris used to tell us very funny stories about Aubrey. One in particular, when he suddenly said to his field, for no particular reason, spread out. This next man coming in is a holy terror. Spread out. So the entire field spread out to the boundary. And in came a very ancient gentleman indeed, who wandered up to the wicket and waved rather feebly at the ball. And at the end of the over, somebody said to Aubrey, well, what was all that about, Aubrey? And he wasn't going to let on. He said, well, when I remember him, he used to hit everybody all over the field. Of course, that must have been about 50 years before.
That was probably so short-sighted you didn't see any fielders at all.
Exactly. There's a chap like that who used to come down and play against Wellington when I was playing there called Jerry Weigall.
Oh, Jerry Weigall.
Very, very famous
He used to demonstrate with his umbrella in the long room here.
Indeed he did. He and C.B. Fry,
That's
I
right.
think both of them.
Tremendous arguments.
Well, I saw him play before the war
Played for Kent.
against Wellington as an OW, as an O-Wellingtonian, and he made runs, and he must have been 70 then.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't think they were bowling flat out at him, but I remember he was dab here and a dab there.
But I've seen him giving demonstrations in the long room, marvellous off-drives with his umbrella.
G.J.V. Weigall.
Yes. You good on initials? I'm marvellous on them.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Telephone numbers too, but not names as a rule.
Just back to the Hollywood thing. Did Ronald Coleman play, or was it only in raffles? He bowled in raffles, do you remember? Bowled in a cap, Ronald Coleman did. Did he actually play in real life?
I think I've seen a picture of him in flannels. As to whether he played or not, I don't know. Errol Flynn played, David Niven played, Basil Rathbone played, Bruce, Karloff, Smith, and from time to time the occasional Englishman whose name I might forget from time to time, who was, an actor out there, because there were a great many in those days, would play in these teams on pain of instant banishment practically from California. Yeah. Unfortunately, I never saw any of those matches, of course, although I was alive when they were played. I wasn't living out there. No, there's still a certain amount of cricket being played out there.
Back here now, I mean, do you ever watch cricket, or do you watch it on the telly, or do you...
Oh, yes. I always try and come here to Lord's for a test, obviously, and if possible on a Saturday or during the week if I'm free. Otherwise, I must admit, I do watch on television, and this is where the game has changed, of course, to such an immense degree since the days when I first started watching it, by literally being there on the ground, and now watching it on the box for obvious reasons. There are great improvements. That is to say, you can see a thing in much bigger close-up. You can see the way the ball moves, which you can't necessarily see on the ground, both through the air and off the ground. You can see the batsman's footwork perhaps a little bit more clearly. You can certainly see in the replays how somebody got out and what the ball did, which you could never do in those days, of course. I think it's a great blessing to millions of people who would otherwise never be able to watch cricket at all because they wouldn't have the time or perhaps even the inclination, depending on where they lived, in going to a cricket ground.
Yes, it's changed a bit, hasn't it, actually?
Oh, yes. I mean, I was just going to say, one of the major changes in television, of course, is, I suppose, in umpiring decisions, because no umpire is 100% infallible, as everybody knows, and they make mistakes like anybody else. And, I mean, some of the decisions that were made, for instance, last winter, out in Australia, in some of those matches were a bit bizarre, and it was quite clear in the replays that the umpire was wrong.
We were talking about that earlier this morning, that really you shouldn't show the replay because they booed the umpire in
Yes,
Sydney.
and I think that's wrong because he's doing the best he can, and he's the only person who can really judge better than anybody else.
Then you have a second look.
Then you have a second look. The umpire's wrong quite clearly on occasions, and of course it can create a lot of bad feeling. That's the disadvantage of television.
But they probably always were. I mean, the great Frank Chester, I'm sure, made mistakes, but you didn't say everybody.
He would never admit to one.
No,
I'm quite sure.
He was
like
great.
Alex Skelding was that, of course, the famous umpire, wasn't he? Wasn't he the one who's, when somebody said to him, Skelding, that wasn't out, he said, read tomorrow's paper.
Read tomorrow.
Wasn't that Alex Skelding?
Yes, there is.
I think it was.
Yes, I think he did. There was also the village umpire who said that, didn't he? As the batsman went past him and said that wasn't out, and the umpire said, well, look in Thursday's Gazette, and the batsman said, you look, I'm the editor. Which was quite
really? Oh, I hadn't heard that one.
That's an extra
that's
twist.
marvellous.
That's an extra twist on it.
Well, that's marvellous. But they were great characters, of course, those people.
Who umpired in Hollywood then? Did they find anybody who knew about
no
cricket?
idea.
Umpire? I wonder.
Quite frankly, I have no idea
Perhaps
at
they did
all.
it without him. Might have got on quite well.
Maybe. I have really no idea. You were talking about the changes in the game. I think there are two major changes in the game. One, again, I'm only speaking entirely personally, and as a watcher of the game I love and have loved all my life. One is the intimidation involved.
Yeah, that's bad.
Which is now got to a peak where people's lives are in danger, as they have been for some years anyway. And the other is that I don't think, again, I could be wrong, one is always inclined to look back. I don't think there are as many players today that you could really define as great players, as opposed to very fine players. Obviously, somebody like Viv Richards is a great player. Obviously, Gary Sober's a great player, and so on. And Michael Holding, a great bowler, and of course, from this country too, and from all over the world. To me, the outstanding all-rounder today is Richard Hadley.
Marvellous bowler, isn't he?
Wonderful bowler.
And because he comes in at number 7 and hits
and murders the bowling, yes. But how many great, truly great players are there? Where is Bradman's successor, or indeed McCabe's?
Well, I suppose Gavaskar is a sort of Bradman successor on paper, but not the same.
On paper, certainly, in terms of his records,
as an accumulator. But I think you and I were lucky to see some of the great, I mean, the Hendrons and the Hobbses and the Woodies. But I may be in 10 years' time, people will say, wasn't it marvellous? We saw the Bothams, we saw the Pros and all that, and how great they were, and they aren't as great today.
I was lucky enough to see the man who, to my way of thinking, was undoubtedly the greatest fast bowler I've ever seen, and I suppose in many respects some people would agree that he was the greatest of all.
You're going to say Lindwall?
Harold Larwood.
Did you?
I saw him. Lindwall would certainly be rather in second place, if not almost equal first.
Would you?
No, I never saw him in a test, but I did see him bowl, and it was quite phenomenal.
I went to see him this winter.
Oh, really?
He's blind.
In Sydney, yes, I know. He's
and he won't go out because he feels embarrassed because he doesn't recognise people. But he's in lovely form, and he just talks and talks of the old days.
Of course, they love him in Australia, don't they? And they have done for years.
And his loyalty to Jardine and all.
Oh, yes.
Would you do it again? I said. He said, only for Mr. Jardine.
Really?
Only for Mr. Jardine.
Well, that's loyalty.
Which is loyalty.
But he was a phenomenal bowler. I mean, I'd never seen anything to better the run-up, the action, the delivery, the pace, the accuracy.
Because he's shrunk now, as we all do.
Well, he was never a huge man. He was very broad-shouldered.
Yes,
he was a minor,
the minor shoulders, you see.
I think the best off-spinner I ever saw was probably Tayfield.
Towie Tayfield. With his two mid-ons. He had mid-ons of a short
That I don't remember, but yes, I remember the tapping of the toe and everything.
He was very, very accurate. Didn't spin it a lot, but very accurate. And difficult to get away. I remember seeing Dennis Compton play when Dennis was in his best form, and he just hit it into the off-field, and he had a very big off-field. He used to bowl well outside the off-stump, and Dennis couldn't penetrate the field at all. He was very difficult to get away.
Very accurate.
Can we abandon cricket for a moment and just talk about the acting? I mean, you've got this reputation. Did you go straight into the horror films?
No, not at all.
That's why I think it's unfair. Do you mind being associated with horror films?
Well, yes and no. Let's put it this way. I mean, I've done them. Not as many as people think, and they were instrumental in my beginning an international career, so I can never ever turned my back on them. Not that I wished to.
No.
I started as an actor in 1947, and one of the reasons why you refer to me as tall, dark and gruesome is that I am tall. I'm 6'4". In the first 10 years of my career, I never got a job of any consequence because people said he's much too tall. You know, we can't have him towering over the leading men, not the leading ladies.
Over the leading men.
Oh. Even the so-called giants of 6'2" and 3" felt smaller beside me, and also because I'm very thin, may have looked even taller. In actual fact, that's nonsense. It's because I've been in a lot of pictures, 162 to be precise, and
that's a staggering number.
It's a rather large number. It's more than anybody alive today, a British actor anyway. And so I've had many people come up to me all over the world saying, I didn't realize you were so tall. So that blows that theory out of the window. I started 10 years later, in 1957, by doing the first film for Hammer, which was a horror movie called The Curse of Frankenstein. Okay, since then...
What were you then? You were the creature?
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
you got it right.
Well,
amazing.
weren't you
Most people
swayed
call it
in
the monster.
bandages and things?
No, that was the mummy.
Mummy.
That was very uncomfortable.
It was in the mummies, was it?
Oh, that was murder, because I tore muscles in my neck and shoulders and everything, carrying these ladies distances of 85 yards and things like that, again and again and again, and they couldn't hold on to me because they were supposed to be unconscious. And so they were dead weights. You try that sometime, with your arms extended.
And what did the creature do? I mean, you were sort of revived off a table and sparks came out of it and things.
Oh, all sorts of things put together from bits and pieces of other people. And
I mean, what was it painful or was it physically?
No, it was very unpleasant on occasions, of course, because, you know, when you've got that kind of makeup on, it can be painful. And when you're swathed in bandages, you can't move, and somebody's just walled you up and they cry out lunch, it can be even worse.
But the Dracula business, I mean, I don't know how many Dracula films. I got it down.
In 15
Satanic
years.
Rites of Dracula, Dracula Prince of Darkness, Dracula Rises from the Grave, The Taste of the Blood of Dracula. I mean,
No comment.
No. But you were always, you were killed by spears through the eyes or into the heart.
Yes, invariably.
What happened? I mean,
Well, I've still got the scars to prove it, in fact. A lot of misconception about this. In fact, out of all those pictures that I've made, I've only made 15 horror movies. I played Dracula 6 times. And the Frankenstein thing once.
That's what they
that's a compliment.
And you've got
you.
a delightful set of teeth now. I mean, did you ever have...
All mine.
What
Yes.
about the fangs which we used to see? Those are falsies.
Tiny, minute, barely visible in actual fact, but people used to get distorted ideas. It's like that wonderful film Rosemary's Baby, which is the best horror film I've ever seen. I've had hundreds of people all over the world describe that baby to me in graphic detail. Its slanted eyes, its clawed talons for hands, its tail, its hooves, and you never saw it. God, ever. It's what you don't see rather than what you do see. Leave it to the imagination of the audience.
Yes.
Lon Chaney said that to Boris Karloff. Boris Karloff said it to me. I said it to other people, although I think I'm pretty well the end of the line here. And I haven't done a picture of that kind, actually, since 1971, which is 16 years ago.
No.
If you ask me who's the greatest actress I've ever worked with,
yes.
that's an easy one. Betty Davis.
Really?
Oh, yes. I mean, by
very
a mile.
imperious,
What a
isn't she?
wonderful woman.
Yes.
Tremendous integrity as a person and
Was
as
she
an actress.
unselfish as an actress, or did she
Wonderful
rather
to
want
me,
all said
absolutely
was she?
wonderful to me. Yes, I couldn't have had a more thrilling time. Made a picture for Walt Disney, all about children who could levitate people.
Oh, yeah.
And I was levitated about 40 feet into the air on a very thin wire above the floor of a power station. You can have rather
that's not
weird
much fun.
things happen to you in this business. The first picture I did after I went to Los Angeles to live in 75 was a thing called Airport 77, I think it was. And I spent 3 days, 30 feet underwater, drowning with a lead belt round my waist. And when they take away the thing you can see through and they take away the thing you can breathe through, you're on your own, you can't see anything, and you have to close your throat because no bubbles must come out, otherwise it's a living actor. So I spent 3 days doing that, as a result of which I was made a member of the American Stuntmen's Association, and I think I probably earned that more than anything else.
One other thing I endeared you to me, not just the fact you love cricket, but I read somewhere that you like, your favourite dishes are roly-poly pudding and spotted dick.
Oh, I adore them both.
So, I mean, are you a great English food
Yes.
chap? You see, I am.
Almost a food freak, because I happen to think that we have some of the best food, I choose my words carefully, some of the best food in the world. I can't say that we have some of the best cooking,
No.
which is rather a different thing. But I don't think anything in the world can beat a really good English meal, really well cooked. I mean, roast lamb, roast beef, you name it, anything along those
but
lines.
nowadays they always put additives to them and put all sorts of things, different tasting things. You want it pure.
I don't eat, unfortunately, although I have a passion for it. I don't eat roly-poly pudding and spotted dick baked jam roll. Although the other day I had some suet pudding in a restaurant. I very bravely said, oh, just bring what you like, you know. So I had 3 mountains piled on my plate with treacle all over them. Only got through the first one.
Did you?
I'm afraid.
Or bread and butter pudding.
Like a stone. Can you remember when you were young, first started watching cricket, bowlers taking these immensely long runs?
No. Well, I think I saw Gregory.
I never saw him.
I saw Gregory in 1926, which is dreadful. I saw him at Cheltenham. And he seemed to have a pretty long run. And then there was who was the chap who bowled all the no balls when he came over for Australia? The one had not Tim Wall. McCormick.
Oh, well, Ernie McCormick was very, very fast.
And he had a long run too.
Very, very fast. He was, but the fastest bowler I ever saw, and I actually saw him in Australia when I was a boy, was Eddie Gilbert.
Oh, yeah.
Who took about 5 steps, and you never saw the ball at all.
No, exactly.
But he was almost a round-arm bowler. He slung it.
Yes, he must have been a terror. You heard the voice in the background. Did you ever see him play, Tom Graveney?
Oh, many times, yes, indeed.
Yeah?
Many, many times. Very good golfer, too.
Yes. Well,
yes.
Because
County cricketers.
That is your other thing besides roly-poly
yes.
golf.
I think he used to be one.
.40 series. On BBC Sounds, you'll find interviews with people like Sir Elton John, Daniel Radcliffe. I don't think I asked him about jam roly-poly, if I'm honest. I should have done. Phone or tablet, and you can also find BBC Sounds online. Now today a new round of matches has begun in the Bob Willis Trophy after a very exciting start to the tournament last week. Every ball of every game is live on the BBC Sport website and the app, and some of the England extended test squad and ODI players are playing for their counties today, including Johnny Bairstow, which would have been tempting for Kevin Howells to go to see, but I assume, Kevin, you're at the top of the table clash at Grace Road between Leicestershire and Derbyshire, are you not?
Yeah, just getting reports in from Trent Bridge, and they tell me that Johnny Bairstow made only...
Oh, I seem to have lost Kevin. Kevin is actually at Trent Bridge, but I seem to have lost him there, if that's a remote thing or not. But anyway, we'll get him back as soon as we can. But Johnny Bairstow didn't get many today, but we'll get the rest of those scores. He scored 5, in fact. We'll try and get back to Kevin at some stage. In the meantime, like the cavalry riding over the hill, Vic Marks has appeared beside me after a very good lunch of Lancashire hot pot. Actually, I think it's one of the regular ones I've heard.
Well, I went with the fish cakes, but
okay,
because I've had quite a lot of red meat since I've been up here. Yes. It seems
no jam roly-poly salad. So Christopher Lee would have been disappointed about that. Now 55 for 1, Victor. Are we starting to get properly excited from an England perspective here? There's a long way to go. 277 is the target, of course.
Well, I think we should have been excited all day because we're locked into a terrific cricket match. Once the target is under 300, you only need 2 players to come off, and you've got a game. What has been interesting and a little concerning if you're Pakistan, I think, is we've been looking at this dry old pitch from a distance and saying, well, it's got to keep deteriorating. We saw it turn sharply yesterday. Yet, in this morning session, there wasn't that vicious movement. There was a little bit of swing, the odd ball from Mohammad Abbas, certainly beat the bat and moved a little bit, but there was nothing utterly alarming to send shudders through a dressing room. No. And then the wrist spinner's come on, Yasir Shah. He's bowled okay, actually. He hasn't bowled a whole host of poor deliveries or long hops. But they have played him fairly well. They've picked off singles. He hasn't bowled a maiden yet. Root had one little nibble cut shot, but it was nothing to do with misbehaviour off the pitch. So in that session you thought, well, hang on, it's not looking that difficult, and there is a way forward. Yasir Shah, he's bowled to some, particularly to Sibley, he's got quite a few men back. So Sibley has been able to get off strike quite comfortably against him, and he's played well, Sibley. We all, he's got 25 without any major alarm. So we are in a situation where Pakistan will think, well, hang on, we thought we would do a bit more than this. And England might even be saying, well, hang on, we thought we'd do a bit more than this. So far, it's been relatively tranquil. And there's 223 to get, or 22 to get. It's not impossible.
You'd imagine that the heavy roller effect would have worn off by now.
Well,
they had the big one on first thing this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan had the heavy roller. I wonder whether they... In the old days, I never understood rollers. I don't know if you did, but you'd be wary of putting the heavy roller on because it might break it all up.
Yes.
But Pakistan did put the heavy roller on, perhaps thinking, well, that will break it all up. But you talk to someone else and they think the heavy roller has a deadening effect and then it wears off. All we can say is from what we can see, and, the ball has beaten the bat. There's been some tricky moments. But you haven't constantly been thinking, oh, there's a wicket here coming, there's a ball that's going to be unplayable coming. And the longer that stays like that, the more confidence in that English dressing room and the more concern in the Pakistan one.
That'll be the interesting thing, because if the pressure does start to mount, how they're all very chirpy out there at the moment. There was obviously words delivered to Rory Burns as he walked off when he'd been given out and so on. But actually, once that scoreboard starts to tickle along and you haven't got many wickets, you start to fret a bit and you know what the target is, and so does the batting team. That's when you really need some resilience, some patience. You just got to really believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, from an English perspective, the other thing that's encouraging is that Root and Sibley have put on about 33. And we were, understandably, talked about we're going to have to be very aggressive here to sort of unnerve the Pakistan side. But they've actually got that 33 in reasonably good time without taking any risks at all. Root has played nicely, but he's picked off the gaps against the leg spinner. If he's got a bad ball from, say, Naseem Shah, he's clipped it square for 4. But there hasn't been any sort of extravagant, eccentric play. They've just played normally and looked fairly secure so far. It could change.
Yeah.
1 wicket. And then suddenly the magic returns to the fingers, whether it's Mohammad Abbas, who it looks like he's going to start one end.
It's certainly been loosening up.
Yeah.
They're having a huddle down there, the Pakistanis. I'm not sure they're all in it, but most of them are there. And England's undefeated batsmen are walking out towards the middle. Joe Root just ahead of Dom Sibley. And let's see if there's a change at all to Pakistan's tactics, the field placings, whatever it might be. But certainly that deep mid-wicket for the leg spinner to Sibley does seem...
Especially to Sibley. I mean, Root one nearly sweeps sometimes in front of square. But I don't think that's Sibley's way of operating. But we're in a great situation where every boundary, almost every run, you feel it tilts the balance of the match, and a wicket would tilt it back very quickly in the other direction.
Mohammad Abbas is changing ends, actually. He's bowled all his overs from the far end, and he's now going to come on and we'll have a look at him and his wobble seam from behind.
Well, that will be interesting. And I suspect that for some reason Yasir Shah had his success bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, so he wants to go up that end. There's not much breeze actually today. It shouldn't make a huge amount of difference for the seam bowlers, I don't think. But we've watched him run towards us. It'll be interesting. You get a better view of the ball, don't you? From behind the arm, and to see how much he's moving and what he's up to.
Well, off we go. The target's 277. England have 55 on the board for the loss of Burns, who is out LBW, for 10 to Mohammad Abbas, who's bowling now from this end. So a change of ends. He goes over the wicket and bowls, and Root pushes the first ball from off stump into the offside and finds Shah Masood fielding at point. So we've got 2 slips. Shadab, I think, will return into the gully there. He's running round at the moment. Extra cover and mid-off. Suggests a little bit mindful there, that extra cover there of runs. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. So that's the field. And Root bending at the knee, taps the bat a few times, then he'll stand up as Abbas moves into him now and bowls, and he plays that from around middle stump, this time straighter, with a little bit of a flick of the bat down to mid-on. That's Shah and Afridi fielding there, so the 2 tallest men on the field at the moment, actually. involved in fielding those first 2 balls of the afternoon session. Shaheen bowled a lively spell early on without taking a wicket, but he's 6'6". And Abbas is polishing the ball on his trousers. Turns, reveals the number 38 in light green on his back. Off he goes. Bowls. Oh, a beauty. And they're appealing for a catch behind. I didn't hear anything. And Root isn't going anywhere. The umpire's given it not out. They're having a conversation. It was a beautiful ball. It certainly moved away, but my view from here was it did too much. I don't think they're going to review this. Time's ticking away. It's got to 0, and they're not going to, but it was a cracking ball.
Yeah, again, perfect length, wobble seam. It did leave him. And they went out very quickly. And we will report on whether Snicko...
I think at Root's reaction, Root started to look back as well.
He did. Let's have a look.
After a bit of a guilty sign, but nothing there.
Nothing there. Whether it flicks something after the bat, well, I'm not sure, but it's certainly, there's nothing on the screen as it passed the bat.
I don't think the bowler was convinced either. And he goes. Bowls, and Root again, a little opened up. Plays that ball from off stump towards the leg side, and Mohammad Abbas is having some words. And he was certainly the one who upset Rory Burns as he departed, and I think he's a little chirp there to Joe Root as well, who just smiled back at him.
Well, it's been the friendly summer really so far. Actually, I was watching the England-Ireland match down in the JS Bowl. And it is slightly different in one-day cricket, and it doesn't work quite so well, at least on the evidence of those 3 games, I don't think.
Abbas again runs in, bowls, and Root's got him away. And he'll get 4 for that through square leg. That's a perfect answer to a little bit of chirping from the bowler. Hit him to the boundary, that'll shut him up.
That's a lovely shot, that. Anyway, it's been a very congenial, well-contested, fiercely contested series, whether it's West Indies or Pakistan, but there's been nothing much untoward. And then I think one of the Irish bowlers, Josh Little, gave Johnny Bairstow, I believe it was Johnny Bairstow, send off and Johnny turned round as he was said. And he got penalised or demerit points. But actually, you shouldn't say this, but it kind of livened things up a bit, and you quite welcomed a bit of anger.
59 for 1. Abbas runs in, bowls outside Root's off stump, and lets the last ball of that over go. And again, Abbas is having a little chunter there over his shoulders. Funny, of all the fast bowlers that we've seen, opening bowlers who we've seen this summer, I think the least likely to have a bantery word with Mohammad Amir, who runs in very quietly.
I don't agree with that, because I've always had the theory that the mouthy ones are those who lack extreme pace. You go back in our time, I keep mentioning Robin, Jackman, Paul Allott, not express pace. They like to have a word, did they not?
Yes.
Malcolm Marshall, Andy Roberts, Michael Holding never said a word. Curtly Ambrose didn't open their mouths. I can't remember about you.
That's not a bad
well, that's
theory,
because you were so quick.
That's not a bad theory.
But no, it's always the medium pacers who who can't really terrify you with a bouncer.
Gordon Parsons.
So their tongue sets to work.
Yes.
I'm convinced that is
on his side bottom.
Was he?
Yeah, he'd have a word.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he wasn't quite express pace.
I think you're onto something there.
No, I know I am, except for there are...
Here's Yasir Shah starting from the other end. Oh, and he almost bowls Sibley first ball. And Yasir can't believe it. He's holding his head in his hands. Sibley played no stroke, expecting the ball to spin away sharply. It must just have skidded on a little bit, is similar to the Buttler ball, but I guess.
Yeah, well, it was a couple inches just.
It's not
a bit tight. Yeah. There are exceptions to every rule, of course. Dennis Lilly, I think, liked to have a word, but Tomo hardly ever said a word.
No,
Jeff
true.
Thompson.
There's the next one from Yasir. It sends Sibley onto the back foot, a little bit short from the wrist spinner. 59 for 1. The target's 277.
And I'm not even sure that Merv Hughes was express pace, but he liked to engage.
He certainly did.
Mike Whitney, he'd like to have a word. He wasn't express pace. So the theory stands.
Yasir bowls, and Sibley plays from the crease. Rizwan picks the ball up and tosses it away.
Alan Donald didn't say much, did he?
No, he didn't.
So, there we go. That's theory looking good at the moment.
Theory.
I'm sure there's a chart Saltzman's got. Sledging fast bowlers.
I think adds sort of miles per hour, do you?
Yeah. The more...
Yasir bowls, that turns, but again, it's too short. Sibley can easily stand up and tap that away.
Yes, there's a ratio between miles per hour and words spoken. And the more the miles per hour, the fewer the words.
59 for one.
The inverse gobbiness quotient.
That's right.
Yasir moves in, bowls. Oh, that's better. And they're appealing for a catch behind a lovely length. And he's given him, finally, as he's going to review it. So, well, it took a long time for umpire Kettleman to give that out. But there was
TV,
a huge appeal.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we have front on spin vision, please?
Well, Sibley reviewed it immediately. He's convinced that he hasn't hit
Spun
this.
a long way.
He's missed it by miles, I think.
Unless it's brushed his glove.
Seems though he's missed it from that angle. Can I confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
I think he's missed it by miles.
Rolling all the way through, please.
It's brushed his
Just
pad.
keep going through.
It's brushed
Make sure
the
it's
top of
missed
his
the pad
right
as well,
pad.
all the way through. Yeah, keep going all the way through, please. Yeah, just want all the way past the pads as well, please. Yeah, okay. No bat involved, so ready to go back on field to Richard. Richard, no bat involved. Please overturn your decision.
Missed it by a long way.
He's very good, Michael Goff, as a third umpire, but he's also extremely clear. And, you know, I hope he keeps umpiring, because I think he could do this job quite well too.
Yes.
He missed that by a mile.
Here's the next one, short. Oh, he gets Rizwan snatched at the ball there as Sibley missed it. Perhaps we're unsettled about having been given out. That wasn't a good shot.
No.
Rizwan had to juggle as he took it. 59 for one. It just shows the tension and what can happen out there. That was a terrible shot. 59 for one.
I mean, the ball that Sibley was given out to was a serious delivery, wasn't it?
Yes.
That turned a lot,
Yes.
and it turned quite quickly.
Too much, really.
And I can't quite work out why the finger went up, because it didn't seem to touch anything as it went through to the gloves. But another, you know, we don't need them now, but validation of the system.
Yeah. I was surprised Kettleman gave that out, because it's made a mistake, but it's a very sound umpire.
Yeah. He took a long time too. I don't think Sibley thought he was going to give him out, and Sibley immediately reviewed.
Now the wicketkeeper's standing up to the stumps as Abbas starts a new over. Bowls to Root outside the off stump. He leans back and cracks him for 4. Down through the vacant third man. Shah Masood can chase that all he likes. He's not going to catch that. Masood just dropping a little bit short. Very nicely put away by Root.
Yeah, he's played 2 lovely shots since lunch. A clip off his legs, and now that was width, and you might have left that on another day, but no, he's got to take those chances, and he got on top of it. He scores a lot of runs in that square third man area.
Width and short. Not a good ball. 2 slips in the gully. The first slip to view probably slightly impeded by the wicketkeeper standing up, but he's making sure that Joe Root is batting within his crease. And he goes Abbas and bowls, and just nicely played by Root. And a typical Abbas channel, middle and off stump, the perfect length. Root's doing some gardening now, and a bit of a twiddle of the bat. As Abbas walks slowly back again, gets a slap on the back from Shaheen Afridi as he does so. Mops his brow, applies a sweat to the ball. A couple of rubs. He's got quite a distinctive rubbing action, actually, Abbas. It's quite a little flurry. Only 2 or 3 rubs. And he goes again over the wicket. Bowls on that leg stump and clipped away to mid-wicket by Root. 63 for 1. Ben Stokes, I see, looking on intently from the dressing room. Mane of hair swept back under that band. Root tapping away there with the bat. Bus swings round. That's leisurely approach. Well, the plods in, and he's there, and he bowls and Root forward. Plays out of the middle of the bat, out to cover. Again, there's silence as the bowler runs in. The bat, you can hear hitting the ball, and then this cacophony starts. Oh, it's a no ball It does take a long time for this to be called, but that was a no ball, so one more goes to the score. I guess sometimes the third umpire has to see a replay himself to make sure that it is a no ball.
It was a no ball, but it was quite tight. I think third umpires will be putting in for a pay rise.
I think they will. Abbas over the wicket, bowls to Root, who guides that into the gully. Diving save from Shadab there. 64 for 1. Root on 26, Sibley 26. So England need 219. No, they don't. They need 213. Target's 277. More sweat applied. Then you have a little funny little rub on his trousers. He hasn't bothered that time. He's kept one side a little moist. Off he goes over the wicket. Bowls and Root again finds that probing line and length. He gets forward to it. All fielded in the covers.
This stage of the game, it's not so much about bowling in the corridor as bowling at the stumps, middle and off stump, because you always feel LBW he's not going to go above the stumps very often now at this stage of the game with an older ball, Abbas, so he attacks the stumps. Anything that hits those pads is going to be close.
Last ball of the over. He moves in now. Bowls to Root, exactly the same place. Root with a beautifully straight bat plays it to the onside, down to mid-on. At the end of the over. 64 for 1. Root 26. Sibley 26. The target's 277. Now I think Yasir might be starting to think, I bowled 6 overs now on a pitch that I know is taking quite a lot of spin, and I got wickets in the first innings. When am I going to get my first one here?
Well, it will relax him. It relaxed him so much in that first innings. He did bowl, it was a good over he bowled to Sibley. Thought he had him, caught behind, but he didn't hit it. Turned a long way.
Yasir comes in, bowls to Sibley, he's forward, the ball creeps away into the leg side.
Still got that deep mid wicket to Sibley, which, that really is for a long hop, so I don't see Sibley hitting it there otherwise.
Abid Ali's at short leg. Shafiq is at slip. But yes, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and a deep point. Yasir moves in, bowls to Sibley. It's well forward there. Very dead bat. 64 for 1. Yasir pauses for a moment, spins himself a catch. It becomes again quite long-haired. He bowls outside the off stump. That kept it a little bit low to turn. Sibley had nothing to do with it. 64 for 1. Almost entirely leg spin from Yasir.
Yeah, he might bowl a straight ball. The one that got Buttler was a sort of barely spun and therefore came straight. But if you're spinning a lot of the others...
Yasir again. Bowls and Sibley, doesn't play a defensive shot. A bit more to it than that. He pushed through the line a bit. And Yasir looks at him quizzically as he fielded the ball. Again, rubbing, polishing hard on his trousers. Bowls turns forward, pushing out to cover. Thinking of all the club cricketers today were listening to this noise, thinking that's what they do in Test cricket. Right, come on, chaps, let's go out there today against Trafford Park and give them a bit of stick. It's amazing what you don't hear when there's a crowd in. Yasir again moves in, bowls, and Sibley's hit that quite firmly. Actually, it hit Abid Ali on the boot. And then runs away for a single to the leg side. So it's that 1 run off the over. 65 for 1.
I love the story of your friend and mine, although he's knocking on a bit now, Robin Marler, when he was president of the MCC, and he went to the parks, and the university were playing against some other team, and the MCC were sponsoring university cricket as well, and there was a constant noise, and he was sitting in the pavilion, every ball. And at some point he walked out onto the pitch and told them all, "You've got to shut up. That's too much." Only Robin could do that.
He would, yes, absolutely. Greetings, Robin, if you're listening. Sibley paws at the ground. He's going to face Abbas has dealt with him okay so far.
Well, the key thing is you've got to hit it. You can't,
Yep.
you know, you've got to make sure your pad's out the way. Root's been doing that extremely well. You've got to use your bat because he's so straight.
Abbas bowls outside the off stump. And Sibley lets it go. He's got to bowl a bit straighter than that. But, if you bowl middle and off, Sibley, he is in a vulnerable position.
Root was batting outside his crease, so the keeper's gone back. I think he stays in his normal position anyway, Sibley. But so far done a valuable job for England.
His back foot's on the popping crease by the look of it from here.
Yeah.
65 for 1. Abbas runs in, bowls to him. That comes cutting back a little. Sibley's got it away. Bit of overcompensation there from Abbas. So one more to Sibley to long leg. 66 for 1. The target's 277. Ben Stokes in next. Pope and Buttler.
I think the batsmen have got to get it, don't you? So, you know, you can't rely too much on the tail in these taut circumstances with the ball, with 2 wrist spinners and the ball doing a little bit, and 2 fast bowlers who are not being overly used so far.
66 for 1. Root waits. The keeper's standing up there again now, and Root just waits for the ball to arrive. Plays it carefully into the offside. We're cloudy now, as Alina promised it might be. She gave us her weather forecast this morning, but it's very warm. No breeze. None of the flags that I could see are even flicking. 66 for 1. Now there's reshuffling there in the slip cord, and that second slip has moved round a bit, so he's more like 4th. And there's a genuine gully now and a backward point. Abbas on his way. He bowls to Root, who's on that back foot, steering the ball firmly into that favourite area of his. Shadab is fielding in the gully. But otherwise, around the ground, nothing to see. There are a few Pakistanis in the nets on the left-hand side.
It's not the sort of ground where you can peer over a wall if you're walking down a nearby road, is it? It's too far away. It's
I suspect
a big complex.
Henry might spot a bus or two passing down one of the roads.
Yeah.
In goes Abbas and bowls, and from wider of the crease, that's angled in, and Root plays it very circumspectly again, getting onto the front foot, playing out to cover. 1 ball to go. It's given him nothing so far. 66 for 1. City of Manchester over to the right as we look out. All very quiet, because this part of the world is in a lockdown at the moment.
So they tell us. We don't know.
No. But it's incredible to think that beyond the gates there's a lockdown. Wide of the crease now, and he bowls outside the off stump. Root doesn't get hold of this, trying to force the ball off the back foot, and finds instead slip on the first bounce. So 66 for 1. We've had 20 minutes since the lunch interval. The target's 277. Root is 26. Sibley has 28. More thoughts from Victor, and then Dan Norcross is coming in.
Well, you're right. The main incident, I suppose, was when Sibley was given out, caught behind off Yasir Shah, immediately reviewed. It was a sharp turning leg break, but the review demonstrated that actually he didn't get very close to his bat, or anything else for that matter. Other than that, I mean, we've had 2 boundaries from Root, and then a lot of high-quality bowling, well defended, really. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Victor. Azhar Shah starts a new over from the Anderson end. Sibley in. To Sibley, who glides this off the outside half of his bat down to the third man boundary. He's going to get 4 for it.
Well, I think that was a
beautiful
intended shot. Yeah.
As I said, I think exactly. He sort of opened the face of the bat and he got it to the left of point, and it's run down to the boundary. It was he did that off the quicker bowler. Was it Naseem Shah, I think, before lunch? He played a similar shot through the gully area from our end, the Statham end, down to third man there, and he's finding that backward of square drive nicely. 70 for 1, England advance to.
just slightly over pitch. He's got full value for the stroke. There is a sweeper out there, square cut.
Just in front of square. As the ball is drifting away and spinning into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. Left alone by Sibley, there's no run. You're moderately out of breath because Michael Vaughan was telling a story about how his coach used to take him to court every morning, and I was just...
Take him to court?
I know, and I don't know, I'm going to have to get back to find out what it was, and then I looked up and realised it was 1 minute to 2, and so I
had to come and talk
I've pelted, yes. Yasir Shah in, and Sibley defends into the offside, backward point, and there's no run. As Yasir is in, that's again spinning sharply, but well left by Sibley, spotted the leg break and let it go by. Pitch not far outside off stump, so had it been the wrong one, he'd have been in trouble, but it wasn't.
Well, he doesn't really bowl many wrong ones. He bowls a straight one, perhaps, but he doesn't seem to have his wrong one with him at the moment. Famous last words, of course.
As defending the next ball is Sibley, back up to the bowler. Yasir Shah, there's no run, full ball.
By contrast, we've seen Shadab deliver a potent little wrong one.
Yes, so I suppose you can play it on that basis for the most part.
It helps a bit if you can be certain.
Sibley drives square of the wicket again. It was backward of square, of the thicker outside edge this time, but it's snaffled by Shadab Khan, moving to his left, and there's no run. End of the over, just that 4 from it. 70 for 1, route 26. Sibley 32. Because the wind's coming from a completely different direction, does that change the options, presumably, for which ends the bowlers want? And so far, in fact, in every game we've had, the wind has come from left to right from where we're sitting. And today, what breeze there is, and it's not a stiff one,
it's not,
is from right to left. I mean, it's stiff enough for the flags to be visible.
Yeah, I think, a lot of bowlers, right-handed bowlers, generally prefer the breeze, a little breeze from leg to off. Certainly off-spinners would. Anyone who hopes to bowl away swing might prefer that. But the breeze is minimal, so it shouldn't make much difference today.
And we get to see Mohammad Abbas from our end, which is nice, because as he's been running in towards, it's been a bit tricky. The keeper's standing up. It's an extraordinary field. I'll tell you more after this ball. And root gets a thick leading edge, looking to turn the ball into the offside, and it squirts off his leading edge to backward point where it's fielded. There's no run. There were oohs and ahs. We've got a wide first slip, perhaps even wider than normal because the keeper's standing up, and then 2 gullies and a backward point. The backward point's only pretty much looking over the right shoulder of the squarer of the 2 gullies, so it's
in the air.
It's there that Abbas is looking to get the wicket, and he nearly did then.
It's just a bit to the right of the squarer gully.
Hands went to heads. Abbas in. Root clips this, tries to clip it into the onside and gets in a bit of a tangle. The ball balloons to short square leg where it's picked up. There's no run. There's a bit more hum and murmur now about Pakistan. Mohammad Abbas is just getting the ball to do stuff, awkwardly nibbling around, and with the keeper standing up as well, there's that sense of claustrophobia.
And I think Root's just getting a little bit edgy. There's 2 full deliveries that he thought he might be able to score off. In fact, he hasn't middled either.
Here comes Abbas. Root flexes his knees, waits, and then lets this go by. Brilliant diving stop at first slip. You may wonder how's that happened. When the ball's bounced off the keeper's knee, I think, who's standing up, and first slip has leapt to his left to ensure there are no byes. No, it's off his gloves, actually. It's very difficult standing up to Abbas. I mean, Mohammad Rizwan took an incredible one in the first innings. Do you remember? It was wide of the off stump. He had to dive full length. He's got great hands, but
he used his hands to clap first slip. We saved 4 byes there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tricky task, but it's posing problems for Root. He's got to stay in his crease. Forward in defence he comes, solidly and watchfully. Up to Azhar at mid-off. There's no run. There's just there's a feeling descending. I'm sort of peering more forward at the moment. I feel like something may happen. How many overs has Abbas bowled since lunch? This is his fourth since lunch.
I mean, it's one of the wonders of the game is that, fast ball, wrist, but here's Mohammad Abbas. Ostensibly, he's bowling about 78 miles an hour.
no great pace, but he's posing all sorts of problems.
I say Mohammad Asif to you.
Yeah.
In comes Abbas, defended again very watchfully by Root. He knows this is an important moment and he plays it up to mid-on.
Well, I think he
No
knows
run.
in any long innings, so they tell me, you know, you have moments where batting seems straightforward and moments where it's suddenly a struggle. Root's been out there a while now, but I just feel he's in a little period of struggle. Well, I'm stuck at Abbas's end. He thinks he might have missed the odd scoring opportunity. We've got that leading edge. Seemed like a half volley almost, but not quite. And he hasn't scored for a while.
Here comes Abbas. And Root pushes into the offside. That classic Root shot just dabs it to point. There's no run. 70 for 1. 29 overs have been bowled. Root 26, Sibley 32. A very testing maiden from Mohammad Abbas. It's a new round of games in the Bob Willis Trophy. At the top of the table clash between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Those are words you hear in COVID world. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 105 for 4. Johnny Bairstow was out for 5. Yorkshire 105 for 4 at Nottinghamshire, identical score. Somerset going a little bit better now. They're 91 for 6 against Northants. Tom Banton made 18. Alistair Cook still going. 42 not out for Essex, who are 94 for 3 against Surrey. And commentary on every game on the BBC Sport website and app is available. You can also find the scorecards and the text commentary. It's cricket all the way between sort of now and November on the BBC. Well, it is amazing.
November.
I mean, yes, November. Yes, I meant that. Yes, yes, we've got these tests, still 2 more test matches, more Bob Willis Trophy, T20 Blast, IPL. BBL will be starting, and the WBBL, of course. That'll be November
running
and
out
December.
of consonants.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl Yasir Shah. He's going to bowl round the wicket for the first time.
Yes, round the wicket to Sibley. Sibley defends on the front foot, pushes out to the offside. So we have a silly point slip. Man on the 45, Shadab. Deep backward square leg, backward point, extra cover. Deepish mid-off. There's a sort of push and go there, possibly. Wide mid-on and a mid-wicket about 30 yards in from the boundary. That's turned massively. But from round the wicket, he's not going to threaten LBW, and Sibley's able to let that go by, and it spun so sharply. It started outside leg and was taken by first slip. There'll be some footmarks there for him to bowl into, so Sibley's just going to be a bit careful here. He's opening his stance slightly. Already, he is open, but he leaves the next ball and it cannons off his pad and runs down to backward point. No run. Feels like this could be a bit of a stalemate-y sort of angle, this.
Yeah. I mean, Sibley has kicked the last couple, which he's perfectly entitled to do. If it pitches outside leg stump.
Yasir in again, bustles in. And again he kicks away the ball to Sibley, and I wonder how long this will.
Well, it's in a sense, in an effort to keep Sibley quiet, they're coming round the wicket and bowling into the rough. He's had hit
Does
him
it
for
take
a
a
boundary.
great effort to keep Sibley quiet?
Well, he conceded a boundary in his last over
That's
to
true.
Sibley.
That's true. But short legs come back in, so silly point's gone off. I think that's a good move if he would have used the bat. And he does use the bat and plays this into the onside. It was a bit shorter this time.
There might have been
Short leg fields, no run.
as close to a googly as he gets. I think that was...
Yeah.
That one, it wasn't a big leg break.
70 for 1, England. 1 ball left in this Yasir Shah over. Sibley, well, he lets that go and then it balloons over first slip, runs down towards the boundary, but because no shot was offered, there's no run to be taken. It's 2 maidens. That one of slightly less incident. I suppose the incident really is that Yasir has decided to come round the wicket, and he might as well explore. But
I mean, if you come round the wicket, Richie Benaud famously, they've won a test match here as recently as 1961.
The one that won the Ashes for
in
Australia.
1961 by England seemed to be in control of a final innings run chase, and as a last resort, because they didn't do it very often in those days, or not so often, Benaud came round the wicket and ended up with 6 for 70. So
was kicking the ball away not an option then, or was that a bit more bounce?
You were allowed to kick it away, I think.
Mohammad Abbas runs in. And Root defends. Another full straight ball, zeroing in on the stumps, but he defends it solidly, holds the pose. Ball goes back to the bowler.
I think Peter May was bowled behind his legs, sweeping.
Not sleeping.
Sweeping. I think Closey left-hander hold out somewhere. Anyway, it was an epic Australian victory. Benno taking 6. And England collapsing from about 130 for 1.
It's crucial. It's a 4th in the series, I think. Abbas is into Root, who works us into the onside, but he can't beat the mid-wicket. Who trots to his right to field, because it was Australia held the Ashes, didn't they, after 58-9, and then you've got the scorecard there. Of course you have, Andy. How ridiculous! Yeah.
Yes, England were chasing 256 to win, and had reached 150 for 1 with Dexter in full flow, 76 and 84 minutes. Then he was out. Peter May followed for a duck, and England lost their last 9 wickets for 51 to lose the game by 54 runs.
And it was ultimately decisive, because that gave Australia a 2-1 lead with 1 game to go. Oh, that's in, and that pops on Root. Oof, that's startled him. It was from a similar length to that which he's been bowling hitherto, and it's just exploded off the pitch. Really well played by Root in the end. He managed to ride it and play it down into the onside. And didn't get a run for it, even though it went pretty square, but again, mid-wicket, was able to collect. And yes, he looked a bit startled by that, did Root. Little sign of misbehaviour there, but that's Mohammad Abbas. He relies on a bit of natural variation, a bit of nibble here and there, and it's often enough. We've still got this curious field. Keeper's gone back now, no longer standing up. First slip and 2 gullies. Driven nicely by Root, but straight to Yasir Shah at short extra cover. And England, they're becalmed at the moment, and the Pakistani fielders are much more vocal than they were just before lunch, when singles were coming quite comfortably. The batsmen are stuck, each of them, at their respective ends. Root facing Mohammad Abbas, Sibley facing Yasir Shah. Azam Mahmood has rejoined us, and the game's just bubbling again, isn't it? You could feel the bubble.
I can see Rizwan is going back. I think that's the right decision for Abbas, because
here comes Abbas. Come back to that point in a moment. And Root lets us go by a little wider outside off stump this time. Root's not tempted. No run.
we saw Root came down the wicket and chipped through mid-wicket area, and that's why Rizwan was come up. And since then we saw, Abbas' length was not right, so he's not used to having a keeper up and bowl to that, and I think this is better. In that way, he can bowl a bouncer as well, because he's got a really good bouncer. So if the keeper is back and have a square leg back there, so he can bowl the bouncer from here.
Well, there is a deep backwards square. Is it just saying, are we there? Yes. They're double checking about 5-10 yards in from the boundary or so. Deep backward square. Abbas in to complete the over, and again Root gets turned round a little, but he plays it well enough into the gully or point region, if you like. There's no run. Another maiden. 3 maidens in a row. There's just been the 1 scoring shot in the last 4 overs. Is that right? The 4 from Sibley?
Yes, so 23 dot balls since then, and just 5 scoring shots since lunch. 15 runs in 9 overs. Been looking at no balls since in this game being called by the TV umpire. There have been 16 no balls, and we've had just over 250 overs, so 1 every 16 overs. That's the most no balls in a test in England since the Lord's Test of 2017, and there were 17. There are more overs in that game than we've had so far in this one, and the no balls are happening once every 16 overs rather than once every sort of 58, 59 as they have been in the matches in England in between those. So we're getting far more no balls being
about 3.5 times as often, isn't it? Yeah, which I suppose you'd expect actually, because they're actually being called. Yasir Shah's in to Sibley, start a new over. Sibley defends from the crease.
And
the back foot, no run.
I need to ask you, Andy, how many Pakistan balls?
In this match they bowled 8 in the first innings, and they've bowled 2 in the second innings so far.
10.
Yasir Shah still round the wicket to Sibley, and that's tossed up more, and Sibley does use his back, comes forward to it and pushes it back towards the bowler. Short leg, forward short leg. Fields slightly perilous at the moment. First slip's gone wider because of the angle of attack, the leg spin from round the wicket. There's no one. Is there no one sweeping on the offside? No. Sibley just pads this next one away and lets it balloon off his pad, and Rizwan goes to collect the short point.
Why I asked for the
No
no
run?
ball? Why I asked for the no ball? Because when I become bowling coach, that was the biggest concern for me.
Yes.
To cut down our extras, and we managed to do that really well.
Yasir in. They're using his feet, is Sibley. And when he gets to the pitch, the ball just defends it back up the wicket. No run. There's a real hubbub out there now. England aren't going anywhere. Well, they haven't for a while. And since I've been on, there's been just that one scoring shot, that one boundary. Everything else has been a dot ball. Yasir Shah may look like a sort of negative line of attack, but it's testing Sibley's patience here. And he pads this one away. Again, it was straighter on this occasion. He pads it from off Midland leg, but the ball is always pitching outside leg stump because Yasir predominantly is bowling the leg break. Now he's come over the wicket, so change of field. Shadab's going to move back to backward point, and not exactly a sweeper, but a deeper point, saving 2. Goes out. A short extra, mid-off, deep and wide. Forward short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Yasir in to Sibley, who clips this into the onside, square of the wicket. He gets a run, and that breaks the sequence of dot balls. He's come out for a second, this could be tight. Throw comes in, and Sibley makes it. That could have been tight if that had been absolutely dead-eye accurate over the top of the stumps. It wasn't. And Sibley picks up 2. End of the over, 72 for 1. Sibley 34, Root 26. This is just, it's fantastic stuff. This whole game has been fascinating. It's ebbed and flowed mostly for Pakistan, in Pakistan's favour since lunch on day 2 when Shadab and Shah and Masood took hold of the game. From that point on, England have been playing catch-up. And they're still playing catch-up, but they really are clawing their way back into the game slowly. The 50 partnership has come up.
50 partnership in 20.5 overs. The CricViz win predictor close to 50-50 now. England 47%, Pakistan 53.
So that tells you this is as tight as it can get. And if you're thinking of doing anything on this Saturday other than listening to us, then you're out of your mind, because this could be absolutely thrilling.
Yeah, anybody's game here, but that's what I said before, you know, like inexperienced bowling lineup, it's not mature bowling lineup, and see if England manage to get another 50 or 60 run, and then we'll see how the body language will be Pakistanis and how they cope with the pressure. So it just need to be staying in the moment and stay patient.
Mohammad Abbas is out of the attack. Naseem Shah is coming in. 2 slips and a gully. His first ball is faster and at the body of Root. He just pushes out to the offside from the crease. There's no run. So another phase of play. Mohammad Abbas is spelled there, Andy.
None for 10 in 5 overs, from 9 runs from the first 2 overs, and then just 1 from the last 3.
Now, a total change of tempo with Naseem Shah. The thing is, though, Azhar, I mean, I take your point, but there's such variety and firepower in this Pakistan attack. You would think that anything could happen. A wicket could fall at any time, and that might make for a huge change. Naseem Shah is in, and Root is waiting for him. And Root cuts into the ground, but on the bounce to gully, no run.
Yeah, when you're under pressure, your mind gets cloudy and you don't think properly, and that's the thing. With a pressure situation, and when you're only 17, you never face something like this, and that shows your character as well.
I mean, this is where the likes of Azhar Ali and Mohammad Abbas and Asad Shafiq and Babar Azam come into it, isn't it? To sort of help and support those bowlers and remind them that this is a pitch that's still doing stuff. It's still a big chase for England. And Naseem is in to Root, who covers up in defence. Stays again on the crease, plays predominantly off the back foot, pushes into the point region. It's collected, there's no run. When did Root get his last run, Andy?
Root's last run was in the 3rd over after lunch from Mohammad Abbas. At that point he had 26 from 38 balls.
25 scoreless balls. That's about a half an hour ago, isn't it? It's not just the balls you face, it's the sort of the time you're out there, starting to put pressure on yourself. It's a big gap on the onside, though, for Root. If Naseem were to stray onto the leg side, he doesn't on this occasion. Wide of the off stump and left alone. Root not to be tempted. 72 for 1 the score remains. Root 26 on 64. Sibley 34 from 106. Runs were never going to come quickly, and I think if England are to get over the line, it could very well be not until tomorrow. Pakistan could win it today, but we may yet be going into a fifth day. Naseem Shah into route. Edges in front of first slip on the bounce. Full shot from route. It wasn't a full-hearted push, and he played it with relatively soft hands, so it didn't reach slip. But we've seen that a little bit today. Actually, a couple of those edges have fallen just short of slip. This one a good metre or so in front of slip.
Good stop by Babar here.
You just feel something's happening all the time. It's really intense cricket at the moment. You can hear the chatter out on the field as Naseem is in to complete his over. Root facing him. And Root defends into the onside, up to mid-on. There'll be no run as Mohammad Abbas fields. End of the 33rd over, 72 for 1. England. Root still can't find another run. 26 off 66. Sibley 34 of 106. More thoughts from Azam Mahmood, and then it will be the returning Ishaguha.
Good disciplined bowling from Pakistan, but if they need to get wicket, they need to come out and think out of the box. Maybe a couple of short deliveries. Naseem Shah back to his second spell, maybe to Sibley. Check his, armpit, what we saw in against West Indies. So maybe some short pitch deliveries from Naseem Shah.
Michael Vaughan were here, I would say. I thought it was supposed to be a sunny, hot day here at Old Trafford. It was this morning. Now loads of cloud cover. It's grey above, gentle breeze, slightly cooler conditions as Sibley will set up once again to Yasir Shah bowling around the wicket. He was just padding him up. And then it forced the change of angle, but he's come back around as Sibley again looks to pad up as it goes past him. Lots of spin on offer for Shah as it goes through to Rizwan, pitching outside leg, and prodigious turn and bounce. Slip in position, short leg as Shah is around the wicket again, and Sibley turns his body, hits him on the back.
Good discipline shown by Sibley. Let's see who's have a better discipline, Yasir or Sibley.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful game of cat and mouse with Abbas and Joe Root. And now here with Shah and Sibley, who comes forwards again, lunges and pads away. The ball finds its way to point. 72 for 1 here then, England. Root on 26, Sibley 34. Still a long way to go in this run chase, but they've got off to a good start. A 50 partnership. Sibley again lunges and moves his body so his bat is nowhere near it and pads it away to the offside. Shah continuing around the wicket. He's got a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Man at short fine as Sibley is backing across, and this time playing a ball to the leg side, just working it off a good length.
That was wrong, and I think the last one from that angle, creating doubt in Sibley's mind.
Something Shadab Khan does extremely well as well. We saw it yesterday as Shah, diminutive in stature, spins himself a catch past the stumps, and it's a full toss that is clipped away through mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll push for 2 as Abbas collects the ball with his left hand out there. It is a long boundary square of the wicket. They do come back for 2, and England go to 74 for 1. Root on 26 and will face up for the next over. Sibley on 36 then.
That's what I was saying, Isha. I want to see Shadab Khan a bit more. We saw yesterday he bowled 3 overs. He challenging both edges because he got a very good wrong on, and because he's taller than Yasir Shah, he get more bounce and purchase from his pitch. But I think Azhar Ali is different way to my thinking.
It's all about instinct, isn't it, as a captain? And it's in the middle.
But I know Azhar Ali because he's He's kind of captain. He just go with the flow. He never think out of the box.
Yeah, okay. Naseem Shah, continuing from the Brian Statham end. He ambles in, past the stumps, then explodes, bowls to Root, who defends to extra cover. Yasir Shah misfields the ball, but there is no movement from Root after he plays it. Just solid in defence.
He always look for a safe option, and then he might be thinking, he might get a message from outside what to do. As a captain, international captain, you need to be thinking on the spot.
Yeah, still fairly early days. He's got a good advisor in Misbah al-Haq, who is the Pakistan coach at the moment, as Shah pushes away now. In he comes. Bowls to Root, who's off his pads down to fine leg, looking to clip the ball away. I think it is leg buys as Shaheen Shah Afridi down there slips as he's trying to collect the ball. And they come back for 2 leg buys. Yes, it is. 76 for 1.
Yeah, we were talking about that, safe mindset. Misbah, when he was captain, that's the mindset he has, put pressure on the opposition and then make them mistake. And that's sort of touch of reverse swing, I thought.
Yeah. Gloomy conditions here, but Naseem Shah is definitely searching for it as he bowls short. Root cuts, backward of point, down to the third man boundary. It goes in between point and gully. The shot he likes to play, just a gentle dab on the back foot. And it's moved England to 80 for 1.
Not a good delivery. Joe Root never missed those one. This is his pet shot. Used his crease really well and just watched the ball till the end on his bat.
So Root's first scoring shot for 31 balls, 30 dot balls before that, and that's brought the target down below 200. Sorry, the required run rate. The target has stayed the same. The required runs.
Thanks, Andy. Did you have a long night last night? On your billiard table? Yes. Shah bowls to Root on the back foot, defending to extra cover. A slightly better line there from Naseem, bowling at 87 miles an hour. Lots of power when he gets to the crease.
That was the great game. What is it called?
It's called Victorian Bagatelle. It's part of our games night last night. So 100-year-old bit of wood I bought on eBay.
It was amazing. People were asking how you managed to carry it. It folds in half, if you're wondering. There are pictures of it online. Our producer put up shots of our night on Twitter as Shah bowls, Root, clips out to deep. Backward square, comes through for 1, goes to 31, and England 81 for 1 now. So Sibley to face the last delivery here. And it's just freed him up a little bit here, Joe Root. The bowling of Naseem Shah. Not as metronomic as Mohammad Abbas, bowling it consistently on line and length. But then that does also present opportunities for Pakistan, because in the batsman's mind, feel a bit more relaxed at the crease, might go for more shots. As Sibley standing outside the line of leg stump, feet pointing towards extra cover. So he's backing across now and working to mid-wicket. Slightly fuller delivery from Naseem Shah, bowling it on middle and off. That is the end of the over then. So 81 for 1. England, Root 31, Sibley 36, a target of 277. It might well go into tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about the reverse swing, touch of reverse swing. At this moment, I just find one ball was tailing in and the other one he tried to compensate because he pitched the ball on the leg stump. He went starting from slightly wider from off stump and didn't come back enough, and that's why Joe Root managed to get the boundary there. So this is a situation, you need to find the way. Yeah. Maybe a couple of over bowling cross seams to get the rough side really rough, and then look for that reverse swing.
Sun breaking through the clouds here at Old Trafford. A very abrasive surface. Michael Vaughan this morning I was with him by the pitch, and he said it's probably the most abrasive surface he's ever seen here in Manchester. So can understand why the spinners are getting lots of turn. It generally does turn here though, but a significant amount of turn as Shah is around the wicket to Root, who's cutting out to the deep cover boundary, and will roll into the advertising sponge now. It beats that man at point in front of him, and slightly shorter allows Root to just rock back, and again just lovely timing, just a glide of the bat as the score moves to 85 for 1. Root to 35. Standing quite open to the leg spinner around the wicket as he's back, and bit of bounce and turn as he looked to play it, but then dropped his hands, Root, as it hits Rizwan on the body.
And Root is saying one was the other.
I think the umpire signalled it as well.
Yeah, considerable bounce. Did well to get out of the way of that one, Root, as he's forward pressing and padding away down the track. I mentioned Misbah al-Haq. What kind of influence will he be having on this team, and what kind of conversations would he have had this morning at lunchtime as Shah around the wicket again to Root, who's defending, covering it to the offside, no run.
Misbah was one of the best captain Pakistan have ever, and he's a very calm guy. Definitely he brings a lot of confidence in this side, and he's given responsibility to the players to be more mature.
Sealy Point has come in to position as Shah bowls. Root sweeps out to deep backward square the first time. Comes through for 1. Goes to 36, 86 for 1.
And make decision by themselves rather than always looking at the coaches or the outside people. So which is a really good sign for Pakistan cricket.
Became Pakistan captain in 2010 after the spot fixing scandal, and just changed the perception of Pakistan cricket. Incredibly dignified sort of character as Sealy Point has moved across the short leg. Yasir Shah bowling over the wicket to Sibley. Edges and gone. Taken at slip. And Yasir Shah leaps in the air because that is the breakthrough. Dom Sibley looking to drive the ball outside the off stump. And England are 2 down with 86 on the board.
That's the wicket Pakistan was looking for. Great bowling from Yasir Shah. He's changing different angle, coming round the stumps and coming over the stumps. Great bit of bowling by Yasir Shah. He was full and spin a bit as well.
Dom Sibley trudging off the field just below us. He's out for 36 then. And that's what you were talking about, just Pakistan being patient and calm when a partnership forms. And now just taking a drink at the moment by the pitch as Joe Root will be joined by Ben Stokes very, very shortly. He's not yet out.
Because we were talking about Misbah, and the time he was captain Pakistan, his success was to stay patient, big first innings score, and then put pressure on the opposition by bowling mid-in and mid-in. Make them mistake, like Sibley just did that. It was over-pitch delivery, but he went for booming drive.
Here comes Ben Stokes then.
Sibley's innings, 36 from 114 balls with 4 fours. A valuable partnership, 64 in a ball under 25 overs. Before that wicket fell on the CricViz win predictor, England are just tipped over the 50% chance of victory on their metrics, and they will have dipped back down below it after that wicket.
It's flighted delivery outside, off stump. Sibley going for a flowing drive, and comfortable catch for Asad Shafiq in slip.
It was there to hit, but I thought Sibley hit it too hard and tried to nail him through covers.
So that was the end of the overs. Ben Stokes out in the middle now, just rehearsing a couple of shots from the non-striker's end. A man who can produce ridiculous innings when it matters. But he will just want to give himself some time. There is a day tomorrow as well. No hurry for England. And it will be Joe Root to continue against Naseem Shah. Stokes out for naught in England's first innings to Mohammad Abbas, looking to advance down the track and it beat the outside edge, hit the top of off as Naseem Shah approaches the crease now. Bowls to Root on the back foot, push into the leg side. They come through for a quick single and Root scampers through safely as Mohammad Abbas is caught a little bit there actually. I think he was a bit slow to the ball as the score moves to 87 for 2. So Stokes to face his first delivery. Shah is going to be bowling over the wicket, the right armour. 2 slips in position, a gully, point extra. Azhar is just coming over to have a chat to a young bowler. Mohammad Abbas has just tossed him the ball. Man at mid-wicket, Yasir Shah in that position, just doing a few squats. And a man down at fine leg, about 10 metres off the boundary. So Naseem Shah at the top of his mark, deliberately places the ball in his hand with his fingers over the seam. Just asked fine leg to just move slightly finer. Ben Stokes taps his bat down, open in his stance as he just crouches gently back and across and defends to the offside. A good leg delivery and around off stump.
It's always tough, when someone on pair, and Ben Stokes is on pair here. And maybe quite a few Pakistani players might set him to him. But he's so calm. Look at him. Body language tells you everything. He's full of confidence, Ben Stokes. He always does things happen. Either with the ball, we saw yesterday when he picked up the ball and got 2 wickets.
Bat high now from Stokes, who again back and across in defence, gets right on top of the ball as it trickles to gully. Head right over as well, just weighted on it nicely. A good let delivery, just angling across him.
Like Michael Vaughan yesterday was saying, whenever he bowls, he bats better, and it's an all-rounder thing.
Yeah.
It's when he got confident with the ball in his hand and get a couple of wickets and give you extra bit of boost when you go to bat. When you're playing as a batsman, just on the batsman, it's too much pressure on you. So you're thinking like a batsman.
Shah around the wicket now to Stokes. Past the stumps, bowls. Outside edge found. It goes past second slip down to the third man boundary, in between second slip and gully. I don't think it would have carried. He played it quite late, but it does catch the outside edge and will encourage the 17-year-old. Lovely flowing action. Hits the outer part of the bat as he looks to play it with an angled bat, the defensive shot. And that is first runs for Ben Stokes then. He's off his pair, he picks up 4. As Shah has a ball back in his hand. Shuffles away now into his stride. Bowls, Stokes leaves outside the off stump. Is that something that you found?
Yeah, I find really well. When I bowl well, definitely, give me a lot more confidence when I go to bat. And it's as all around, it's a mindset, When you're playing as a batsman, you're thinking, you have to do something with the bat. And
you feel more pressure to have to perform.
Yes.
Especially if you're batting at number 4 as well.
Oh, yeah. And he's got so much skill and temperament and everything.
Stokes sets himself up again back and across and defends the ball. When he hits the ball, it's so firm, it sounds like a shotgun. But he's played that into the pitch. A good let delivery outside the off stump again from Naseem Shah. He bowled it incredibly well to Stokes in that over. You want to be putting pressure on the new batter coming in, and that's exactly what he did. 91 for 2 then England. Root on 37, Stokes on 4. Andrew Fielding emails us, England had better win this, as after a few bottles of wine on my flight to Antigua, I've shelled out for the most expensive Wi-Fi on the flight so I can listen to TMS. Andrew, it's an absolute pleasure to have your company. Thank you so much for spending the money.
Thank you to listening to us.
Right, a few words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Simon Mann.
He's not the pilot, is he?
That's a good one.
So Yasir Shah's bowled 12 overs straight in this this spell, 1 for 28 so far.
He's just getting warm up. Huh? That's normal.
He's coming round the wicket now to bowl to Root, and Root goes for the reverse sweep, and he's connected well as Simon Mann plugs in, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4. A fine shot, the first one of those that we've seen from Root in this innings today. He moves to 41 and the score of 95 for 2. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Zoltz. I'll take over your scorebook if you want. I'm not sure I would do it as well as you, though. Well, I know I won't. Fine shot from Root. And he's taken 3 boundaries quite quickly. But amidst it all, the wicket of Dom Sibley, his eyes lit up. Nicked it to slip. Yasir Shah bowls to Root. Root offers the pad. It's a fascinating battle, this. Yasir Shah bowling round the wicket, into the rough, outside the right-hander's leg stump. You can pad it away, you can keep on padding it away. And every now and again, if you don't quite get it right, lose your concentration, one might just spit hit the glove or bowl you round your legs. Yasir bowls, Root goes back and forces this away towards deep cover. They're through for a single. Root has been batting superbly in this innings. I think this is the best he's batted this summer. I know he made that half century when England were looking for quick runs against the West Indies. That was a very different situation when the pressure wasn't really on him in a way. This is a high pressure situation and he's batting extremely skillfully. The last time I saw him bat like this was against, I remember, it was against Australia, strangely, in the 5th test in Sydney when he was ill. And he came out and batted brilliantly on the final day. Wonderful technique. He made a half century, that to retire hurt. I think he retired hurt twice in that, or retired ill twice in that innings. Once he didn't come out on the 5th morning, and then ultimately he wasn't well enough to continue, but that day was a wonderful exhibition of batsmanship. Here's Yasir Shah bowling to Ben Stokes. Stokes gets one that's drifting down the leg side, taken on the pad, goes away into the onside. Of course, Stokes will have to play with that rough outside his off stump. A different sort of test for him. There's lots of it. 96 for 2. Yasir round the wicket, bowls to Stokes. Stokes is back, trying to guide that away past short leg. Hits it into the ground, and it hits the short leg fielder. Not particularly hard, so Abid Ali is able to stop the ball. Stokes 4, Root 42. England losing the wickets of Burns for 10 and Sibley for 36. Yasir bowls. Stokes is forward, playing that quietly towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. That's the end of Yasir's over. So he's bowled 13 overs and taken 1 for 33. England are 96 for 2, requiring 277 to win. It feels like we're in for a riveting last 3 hours of this 4th day. Mark Ramprakash is here.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm just looking on and thinking, you know, as a player, you have to recognise key times in the game, and you can hear the volume has gone up from the Pakistani fielders around the bat. They know that with Ben Stokes new to the crease and Yasir operating around the wicket, drifting the ball in from wide into that rough, those footmarks, they're very excited. They feel they've got an excellent chance to pick up the left-hander with perhaps something that might just spit and bite out of the rough. With a leg slip and short leg, they feel they're in the game.
That's tense stuff. Here's Naseem Shah running away from us at the Statham end of the ground, up to the stumps now, and bowls to Root. And Root plays that firmly into the onside. Doesn't quite time it. And it goes rolling out towards mid-on. And there's no run. Root comes down the pitch to do some repair work. I'm not sure how much repair work you can do. And he makes his way back. So still 54 overs after this one left in the day's play, and they've got that runs required under 200 now with that flurry of boundaries from Root. He's on to 42. 2 slips in the gully. Naseem Shah bowls to the England captain, and Root works that away into the offside with a slightly open face, trying to find the gap, but too close to Shan Masood at backward point, and there's no run. You can see the previous over, and Root took a quick single into the onside. He was scampering to the non-striker's end as if he thought he was under pressure, and Stokes was just ambling. Oh no, it's easy single there. Languid running from Stokes, taking it all in his stride. Stokes, who got in the game yesterday, ultimately those 2 vital wickets as it turned out, hastened the end of the Pakistan innings. This is Naseem bowling to Root, and Root plays nicely in defence. Plays it back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run. Stokes has had a quiet time of it since that remarkable game he had in the second test here at Old Trafford. In the third test, 20 runs. Much to do, to be honest. And then in the first innings, 0. So came in on a pair, dropped a catch as well, and then gradually began to get into the action yesterday, taking a sharp chance to get rid of Babar Azam, and then those 2 late wickets. England looking to score some runs now. So now it's Naseem Shah on to Root, who edges it, caught. First slip, big wicket for Pakistan. Naseem Shah's got it. Just seemed to bounce a bit, took the shoulder of the bat, and it rather looped to Babar Azam at first slip. And it's 96 for 3, and Root, who's been playing so well, has been dismissed by the youngster. He's gone for 42.
Well, it's a surprise to see Joe Root going there. It was a terrific delivery that has dismissed him. And one of the things I was saying earlier about Naseem is that he's not only is he bowling quick, but he's found lateral movement either way, just a little bit off the pitch. This one leaving Joe Root at pace, and on a slow pitch it's carried comfortably to first slip, round about waist height. Competent catch from Babar, and Joe Root leaves for 42. And this is classic Test cricket. You've got leg spin at one end with a dry turning pitch, and 90-mile-an-hour pace bowling with a little bit of movement at the other end. And particularly when you're a new batsman, it's very, very difficult to contend with. But Joe Root on 42 had his eye in, and it was a terrific delivery. So this boy, Naseem, certainly looks a star for the future.
And his celebrations as well, he ran off towards mid-off. Sometimes you see, I remember Courtney Walsh, I think, on this ground running to square leg once in a test match here after taking a wicket. You don't often see a bowler run off towards mid-off. Sometimes see them run towards the wicket-keeper and celebrate. His teammates were after him because they know how important that wicket was. So 2 quick ones for Pakistan. England were going along nicely. 86 for 1 has suddenly turned into 96 for 3. And Pakistan favourites again. Email from Alistair Straighton as Ollie Pope comes to the crease. I wonder if you can say a quick hello and get well soon to my dear Dan Allen, who's been in intensive care for the past 10 days following an emergency operation. The entire ICU team at Yeovil Hospital have been awesome, and thanks to their supreme efforts, he's hopefully well on the way to recovery. Unfortunately, this COVID-19 world visits are only allowed for one person for an hour a day, so he's been relying on TMS to keep himself sane in a difficult time. Got him a digital radio along with a set of earphones, but he prefers listening via the Freeview on the telly. No doubt giving him his chance to share his love of the game with the unsuspecting and potentially bemused nursing team. Well, all the best to you, Alan. I hope your recovery continues to go well. Although it's a tense old afternoon, this one. And under overcast skies, Ollie Pope is out there. The players took the opportunity for a drink. Everyone to draw breath, but a huge lift for Pakistan there, for getting rid of, well, Root and Sibley just before.
You can see it in their celebration, actually. You know, and the noise that they made when they got that wicket. They realised how important it was. Joe Root looked in the mood, I must say. His feet were moving well. He played some glorious shots, a square cut off Naseem, a clip through square leg off Abbas, and had looked particularly good against Yasir as well. So the England captain, although he's been short of runs by his standards, you thought today he was going to play an innings of substance that would really impact the game and bring it England's way. But it was not to be, and he was undone by a terrific delivery. And we did wonder about Naseem and whether he would sustain his pace as the game wore on. Well, he's certainly run in wholeheartedly. He's got a terrific action, and he certainly has bent his back. And Ollie Pope will know that because he was dismissed by Naseem in the first innings. A terrific delivery that bounced from nowhere, seemingly, and found the shoulder of Ollie Pope's bat and looped to gully. So he will now have to face up to Naseem on naught, with England just wobbling.
Yep, 96 for 3. They still need a further 181 runs to win this match. So Pakistan back on top with those 2 quick wickets. It's funny, isn't it? The game seems to slumber for a bit. England didn't look in too much trouble, then bang bang, it's game on again for Pakistan. Here is Naseem then. First ball to Ollie Pope. It's full and Pope drives him firmly into the offside. It was a nice looking shot, but well fielded by Azhar away to his left mid-off. He was just pointing at the outfield there as if it bounced up in front of him, close to one of those old wicket ends, actually probably where the bowlers run in as well, where they just begin their gather. So there might be a few rough patches there, but he did well to stop it. Nice confident shot first up from Ollie Pope. We saw him counter-attack in the first innings. I wonder how he's going to play here. I feel he's probably just going to play the same way. If it's there, it's going to go after it. 2 slips in the gully only. Naseem goes in. Bowls now to Pope, and Pope is underway, clipping that for 4 through square leg. Naseem frustrated himself because that was a nice, friendly, off-the-mark ball, really, on the pads, and Pope relished it, tucked it away. And England's 100 is up, 100 for 3, both batsmen, Stokes and Pope on 4.
Well, this is a shot where the pace of the bowler can actually be of use to the batsman because it's offline, and it's a shot of a man in form, Ollie Pope, waiting for that really well and just deflecting it through the vacant square leg area. He has got form. He played extremely well in the first innings. And you mentioned about how will he play. Most batsmen, by and large, when they go out to bat, they should be having a similar frame of mind most of the time. That's why I'm not quite sure about the England template of, we've got to bat long in the first innings of a match. Good players, I think, just assess conditions and bat accordingly, and bat how they think they're going to be successful. So here, the England batsmen, with the ball turning and a bit of uneven bounce, they've still got to be really positive and pick up any opportunities they can to score.
Here's Yasir bowling to Stokes into the rough outside his off stump. That one spits at him. He manages to play it with soft enough hands to drop the ball at his feet. And this feels like a big test for Stokes. Yasir hitting that rough, Stokes playing right back, and then also taking one hand off the bat as well as he tried to stun the ball. Pakistan sensed something here. Yasir goes in, bowls to Stokes, right back again. There's a shout for LBW. Emphatic shout from the bowler, not so much from those behind. Perhaps they couldn't see, I don't know. Perhaps they thought Stokes hit it. Yasir just kept on appealing there. The umpire said not out, and there's no review. Let's have a look at this. And the reason is Stokes played it with his bat. It's an extraordinary moment. Difficult for us to tell, but he played it with a sort of thick edge of his bat. It was a tricky delivery to cope with. Yasir bowls, Stokes reverse sweeps for 4. Well, there's the counter punch. This is thrilling cricket, it really is. Yasir bowling into that rough, and Stokes with a lot to contend with, but reverse sweeping in for 4.
Well, just to give listeners an idea of what is on the offside for Ben Stokes, you have a mid-off, and then you have a slip, and then there is kind of a short third man who has now gone back on the boundary because of that reverse sweep. But that gives you an indication of how much the leg spinner is turning the ball out of the rough into the left-handed Stokes. So to counter that, he's played a brilliant reverse sweep and hit it very hard.
104 for 3, Stokes to 8. Yasir goes in, bowls to Stokes. Stokes comes forward, guides it away. Forward a square for a single. Takes him to 9. And England to 105 for 3. That was a wonderful incident, that appeal. I don't think I've ever seen such a vehement appeal when the batsman has hit the ball so clearly.
Don't ask, you don't get. And in this case, if you did ask, you don't get as well. Quickly on Naseem Shah getting Joe Root out. The second 17-year-old bowler to dismiss an England captain. The only previous one was Piyush Chawla, young Indian leg spinner who got Freddie Flintoff out in a test in 2006. He was slightly younger than Naseem Shah is now.
Here's Yasir to bowl to Pope the first time in the second innings. Pope is forward, guiding that away, riding the delivery, opening the face, running it out towards backward point where it's picked up by Shan Masood. 105 for 3. 277 to win. Last ball of the over. Yasir to Pope, bit short. Pope tries to thrash that away, hits it hard into the surface, and it goes bobbling out towards Shan Masood at backward point. Pope there, but you feel he's missed out on a run or 2 or 4. But anyway, straight to the fielder. So end of the over. Pope has 4, Stokes has 9. And on we go with this intriguing contest on what doesn't have to be the last day, but might well be the last day of this test match. Still bags of cricket to come. We can play until 7 o'clock tonight. Could even have the extra half an hour if the light permits us, with either side pushing for victory. A long way to go. The win viz at the moment has Pakistan 70% and England 30%, and the draw, not surprisingly, with a day and a half to go and not that much cricket left, 0%. Naseem round the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes, who's forward nicely, playing that towards mid-on, and there's no run. Those behind liked it though, the Pakistan close fielders. I suppose it's about creating that atmosphere out there of support for the young bowler.
I was just thinking about the appeals and the theatre around the bat, and Yasir of course only has to look up at the Pakistani balcony, and in Mushtaq Ahmed they've got one of the great appealers that I saw. He created plenty of theatre, especially when he was playing for Sussex down at Hove on a low wicket. He would be in the umpire's ear.
Naseem bowls to Stokes, full. Stokes digs out into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. He had such a great time down there, of course, as well. He helped winning the championship. A huge favourite on the south coast.
Yes, a very cheeky chappy, and always very quick to say good morning to the umpires and to sort of befriend them, and well, no harm in that at all.
Not at all.
I would be trying to do the same thing as a batsman at the non-strikers.
Yeah, why would you upset the umpire? You've got to actually make them as much your friend as possible. 105 for 3. Naseem bowls to Stokes, and Stokes clips that away. Nice looking shot, but hits it straight at a tumbling Shah at forward square leg. Stokes there hit that well enough to get 4, but it was intercepted. So no run. Of course, with DRS, you could argue that it's not so important in a way. It was always nice to be friendly, of course, but there is that thing about getting that umpire's finger up for those umpire calls. You know, that is so important, those ones that are clipping the bails of leg stump. Convince them to raise the finger, that goes your way. Stokes on 9, Naseem bowls. Stokes is forward, head right over it, playing towards mid-on. I mean, everybody out there senses the importance of this passage of play, with Stokes relatively new to the crease. The damage that he could do to Pakistan. He's had that little quiet period that I was talking about. It wasn't so long ago he played that fine innings against West Indies on this ground. Man goes back now from mid-wicket, Yasir Shah, to deep forward square leg. And Naseem prepares to come in again. I mean, dismissed the England captain for 42. He's up to the stumps, he bowls to Stokes. Stokes tries to turn it away, the shout for LBW. It's not out from umpire Illingworth. Stokes looking to clip a ball off his hip almost and round the wicket, so it felt as if the angle must be taking it down. But they have reviewed it. They seem quite confident about it. It's a very confident appeal. But the way Stokes played it suggested it was going down the leg side. Well, we'll see.
Can we move on to front on spin vision, please? Okay, nothing conclusive there. Can we have Ultra Edge when available, please? Yeah, rolling all the way through. Just take that back, sorry, Mark. Yeah, just come back. Okay, yeah, rolling through again, please. Rolling through all the way to the pad. All the way through to the pad. Okay, no bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
Here it is, the big moment.
Ball tracking coming up now, pitching outside off, impact in line. And it's missing the wickets, so stay with your original decision of not out Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Richard.
Yeah, missing leg stump. It didn't feel quite right. Initial feeling backed up by the technology.
It was a good decision by Richard Illingworth, wasn't it? He got his angles right. I mean, Yasir, that was an attempted off break, sort of off cutter, if you like, but it didn't really turn. And also height was a factor as well. But we've seen throughout the summer, actually, there have been a lot of decisions overturned. And you mentioned those ones that are just clipping. If you can get the umpire to give them, then good things are happening.
Naseem bowls short. Stokes goes after it. Well, not with a great deal of conviction. It goes flying through to the keeper, Rizwan. Great excitement out there. Great tension. 105 for 3 at the end of Naseem's over. Pope 4, Stokes 9. More from Mark, and then it will be Jonathan.
Well, it's box office watching Naseem bowl, and it always has been in Test cricket to watch great fast bowlers operating. I wondered how long it would be before we saw a couple of short balls to Ben Stokes. The deep square leg went out. And of course he was dismissed by Roach in the previous match against West Indies, where Roach bowled a couple of short balls, pushed him back a little bit, then bowled the fuller one, and he wasn't quite as well forward into the ball and being dismissed. And Ben Stokes looked quite comfortable on the front foot to Naseem, so inevitably the short ball came with deep square leg.
Proper cricket this, isn't it? Really is. Nicely deceived. The Sky's slower ball for the LBW shot, and a very quick bouncer to follow it up. 105 for 3, so Yasir moves in, bowls to Pope, who can go back to this. The ball did turn, it's prodded away into the leg side. I don't think Pope will ever face anything quite like this. 4 not out. All the noise, but I mean, that really turned again, looking at that. Yasir comes in, bowls to him, back he goes, oh dear, little fiddly little cut shot really there. Runs down to slip. Arms raised, lots of shouts. Great tension on the bottom edge there. Yasir licks his fingers. Amazing what one wicket can do. Up he comes, bounding in, bowls and pokes on the back foot again, covering up. Shan Masood comes galloping in from cover to field that. 105 for 3. The target 277. Josh Buttler due in next. But then down to Woakes and Bess and co. So crucial partnership this. Yasir moves in, bowls, pokes down the pitch, and then manages to jab the bat down and get a single into the offside. And again, Yasir's one of those amazingly expressive wrist spinners. Most of them are, aren't they? You think of all the great wrist spinners going through the years. Very theatrical characters. We've got one in the bubble with us at the moment. Abdul Kader. They're all very expressive with their hands. Facial expressions. Now, what's Stokes going to do? The man's out for the reverse sweep. There's 3 around the bat. Yasir Shah moves in, bowls turn, and that turns sharply, hits the pad, and Babar there at leg slip, scrambles around trying to stop the ball. But what's Stokes going to do here? Because you feel if he prods about, there's going to be a ball that gets him out, frankly. He's going to kick out of that rough. But they've got 2 out on the leg side. Yasir moves in, bowls to him. Oh, that's gone a long way out of the rough. They're appealing for a catch again. Stokes isn't interested. I don't think that was a wrong one, or whether it just went the other way out of the rough. But again, they've got to confer about this. I didn't hear anything in my headphones. They're having a conference. They're desperate to get Stoke out. Well, they are reviewing it. 106 for 3.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind.
They've got a very excitable young keeper, and he can make a few mistakes. We'll see what happens, but he is very excitable. He's taken that up by his head. Out of the rough, it kicked. It was a wrong one, wasn't it? Or top spinner at least. I think it was a wrong one. Has that brushed the glove on the way through?
Yeah, just rock and roll.
I think it might have done.
I can't,
Just the
can't make anything
faintest.
from there. Can we have ultra edge unavailable, please?
Faintest glove. So it's a brilliant catch. He's taken it superbly. Let's have a look. Yeah, he has. He has.
Okay,
There's the faintest little flicker of glove.
Yeah, the bat.
And Stokes can't quite believe it. He's leaning.
Ultra edge.
He's leaning on his bat.
Field to Richard. Richard, the ball has hit the glove. You're on screen now.
Up goes the finger, and that's an enormous wicket. And Stokes can't believe it. He's walking off there looking completely bemused. And that was a brilliant take.
Well, magnificent. And, you know, he's not the tallest guy, and he had to get his hands up so high. And we've seen all through this game, Old Trafford pitch, it's provided plenty of bounce, in particular for the spinners. And that was sort of up around chest height. But by the time it got to the wicketkeeper, it was a wrong one, which sometimes can spit and bounce because of the revs on the ball. But a brilliant review. Ben Stokes at no stage seemed concerned. His reaction was very calm, as though, yep, no problem there, I've missed it. And even walking off now, his reaction is very disappointed, as though he can't quite believe that he has gloved it or even felt anything on his gloves. So Pakistan absolutely jubilant. I mean, the sort of celebration was sort of a bit like a Champions League winning football side there.
That's one of the best catches I've seen for wicketkeeper for a long time. It's bounced out of the rough. It's gone up to his head. I'm not sure he could even see it, whether he heard the glove. I don't know. That was a brilliant catch. And a very rare googly from Yasir. It might have even been the first one that he's bowled. He hardly ever bowls them these days. 106 for 4. Stokes out for 9. England need 171 more to win. And it was always going to be tough, despite the good start. 86 for 1. It's the sort of surface where once wickets start to tumble, bowler's confidence goes up and so on, and the batsmen have to be a little more cagey. It's always going to be a very tall order to chase these runs down. But
so 3 wickets for 20 in the last 37 balls.
And a change of bowling. Shaheen's coming on, the left arm quick bowler from our end. Pope and Buttler at the crease. They batted well together in the first innings. .106 for 4. And Shaheen grips the ball. Pope dips at the knees. Shaheen's on his way. He's there and he bowls to him outside the off stump. And Pope plays no stroke. It's taken low down by Rizwan. We'll see the catch again now. Definitely wrong, and Stokes thinks the evidence is there. 106 for 4. And Shaheen, elbows jutting out, runs in smoothly, bowls to Pope, drives. Nice shot that, but it's half stopped at cover. And they'll take 1 run, so Buttler comes down to the business end for his first ball in this second innings. 107 for 4. 170 more needed by England to win the match. Pakistan needs 6 wickets. Chris Woakes due in next. On Bess, obviously they're packing their side with bowlers in this game. And there's 50 overs left today after this one. I knew what they were saying. It'd be fascinating, wouldn't it? 107 for 4. 170 more needed. In goes Shaheen. Bowls outside the off stump to Buttler, who allows that to pass by at quite a fair rate of knots. 5 miles an hour. Carried nicely to the keeper. Buttler just ignores the sound, and rather using his bat like a brush, sweeps away the dust there in the crease. Now looks at his boots. Anything just to kill the time it takes for the bowler to get to his mark. 2 slips and a gully, and lots of noise down there, waiting as Shaheen's on his way. Now it's silence, and he's there, and he bowls to Buttler. Very wide of the off stump. This not bothering Buttler at all. He lets it go by. 107 for 4.
Ollie Pope just doing some gardening there on the left armer's follow through. It's the sort of thing a non-striker batsman just does subtly in front of the umpire. Hey, keep that left arm quickie off a good length. Don't let him run too close to the stumps.
Mushtaq Ahmed, I see, stroking a very long beard these days, watching from the sidelines with Waqar Younis chewing on his gum. This next one's wide of the off stump, goes through quickly though to the keeper who took it in front of first slip. He's having a great time, Rizwan. He's thoroughly enjoying himself down there. He's taken a brilliant catch. He's played this is his 7th test match. It's full of energy. I think he's responsible for a lot of the noise. Now Shaheen's going to come round the wicket. So Buttler over his bat now, waits as Shaheen, wearing number 40, sets off past a little white disc. Past the umpire he goes and bowls. Oh, that comes cutting back. There's an appeal for caught behind. They've convinced he's out. The bowler there was celebrating very excitedly, but the umpire's not interested. And that sounded much more like pad to me, if I'm honest. But I think they all know that behind too, because Azhar came up and gave him a great hug, and there's sort of mock high fives for a non-wicket. But the bowler there was so excited, he was leaping around, celebrating, wild celebration. He's in ecstasy. But that came off the inside thigh, through to the keeper. They all knew it behind. But the bowler there, well, it's like taking a hat trick. But anyway, his teammates all joined in the fun. 107 for 4.
We saw Stuart Broad giving some coaching tips to one of the young West Indian fast bowlers. I don't know if he's been coaching the Pakistanis to appeal as well.
It was one of his, wasn't it? Here's Yasir bowling and Pope's on the back foot, cutting out to backward point. 107 for 4. I love the high fives as if they're celebrating a wicket, but they all knew it wasn't. 170 more to win. Pakistan needs 6 wickets. Yasir's on his way. Bowls, that's turned away by Pope for a single down to deep backward square leg. And now Buttler. What's he going to do here? He'll still be wondering, I think, how he missed the one in the first innings that just crept on. It didn't turn, wasn't a googly. He's probably still thinking, how did I miss that? And now he's facing the man who delivered it. Only with one slip. It's a short fine leg, deep backward square leg. Man out on the point boundary. Going to bowl over the wicket, so aiming for the pitch in other words, rather than the rough. Yasir moves in, bowls to Buttler, who drives firmly. That's a wonderful stroke for 4. What a confident way to get off the mark. Half volley, just around about the off stump, and he's driven that beautifully past Cover's right hand. Oh, that's a terrific start. Nothing wrong with that.
Cool. I mean, what the sound off the bat,
yes.
And yet minimal effort. The Pakistanis clearly wary of Jos Buttler because they've only got a slip as a man in close. For a new batsman who's just come to the crease, it's a fairly defensive field.
Yasir comes in, bowls, and Buttler leans forward. Ball rolls back up the pitch. It's picked up by Yasir, who glares at Buttler. Mop of hair. You're right, though. They do seem to have retreated a little bit. Just the one close fieldsman, that's at slip. 112 for 4. Yasir bowls, and he's done it again, this time with a slightly more horizontal bat out towards deep cover. The fielder up there will dive and take the ball with him. And he had to work harder that time to hit the ball through the covers for 4, but counter-attack from Jos Buttler.
Well, it's a brilliant shot because it wasn't quite as full. The other one was a long half volley. This one's slightly on the up, and Jos Buttler just changing the angle of his bat, almost swatting it like a forehand, slightly cross-batted, and importantly finding the gap between mid-off, which is probably halfway back, and extra cover
Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant shot from a man who's just come in. Buttler has scored 8. England need 161 more to win. Yasir Shah comes in and bowls, and Buttler's forward and runs away off a thick edge. But, there's no run for him there. 116 for 4. I wonder if Buttler's decided that, again, being positive is the way to go. 2 fine shots. One more orthodox cover drive, and then the second having to really work to bring the bottom hand in to get the ball away through cover. Pope touch gloves. Looking at the replay, he's absolutely fully alert and over the ball. He knew it was destined for the boundary. 161 more needed. It's going to require something from these two, I suspect. A really sizable partnership for England to get close and for others to get it over the line. But at the moment, WinViz is showing Pakistan at 84%, which feels about right. Shaheen's on the way, bowls, and that bounces and hits Pope on the bottom hand as he came forward to a perfectly innocent-looking ball. But it's lifted and hit him on the bottom hand, and Mohammad Rizwan is coming up from behind the stumps. I think he's offering some concern there towards Pope, making sure he's okay. But Pope studiously ignored the approach. He's checking his hand, which I assume is okay. Twiddle of the bat, but that just came up from nowhere. 116 for 4. And Shaheen's on his way again. Pope forward, then lets it go by at the last moment. Well played. 116 for 4. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. Proper contest.
Yeah, it is. It's great Test cricket. Typical Pakistan. They get one and they just look like they're going to get a wicket every single ball. Yasir Shah's got that bounce and energy. Seems they're charging in. That ball that got Joe Root out, Naseem Shah, was a beauty. Just gets that extra bit of pace off the surface, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And the bounce, the googly that did for Ben Stokes, tremendous catch.
Well, I was going to say that's
it's a difference so far, isn't it?
Yeah. How good a catch was that? Shaheen bowling outside the off stump. Pope was losing his footing slightly there. He plays the ball late into the gully.
I think it's if you're listening, watching, whatever you're doing, don't move, because Josh Buttler's come out with some intent.
Yes, he has.
He's come out in 4th gear.
Well, he might be thinking, if we lose this game and they look back at my keeping, it might be a change in the offering. You never know. This might be it for a while. So it's going to remind people of what he can do. And that second boundary was an amazing shot. 116 for 4, 161 more needed. And Shaheen, shoulders rocking, bowls to Pope, who reaches and drives. Reaches cover on the first bounce. 87 miles an hour, so the 6'6" left armer's working it up. It's all you want with the up and down bounce that he's finding as well.
Yeah, it's not easy. You only have to look at how hard no ball that last one.
It's a no ball.
Yeah. Look at how hard Sibley and Joe Root had to play for their runs. And different styles of players to Pope and Josh Buttler, but it's not easy scoring runs out there. And what Pakistan do, as soon as you get a few, they spread the field, don't they, and almost nullify the boundaries.
Yeah.
Just wait for the mistake. Sibley made a mistake.
Pope waits for Shaheen is there round the wicket, and Pope drives, finds cover, very full ball. Perhaps trying to find a little bit of reverse swing, but they didn't seem to much. It was a slower ball. That one's held it back a little bit. So he's very close to that front line.
Chirpy, aren't they, this lot?
Very chirpy. Well, they're entitled to be. They're in control at the moment. And they're certainly letting the batsmen know that. It's quite insight into the noise that can go on out in the middle when you can't hear it with the crowds in. 117 for 4. Pope's on 7. Shaheen bowls. Oh, my word, that's a horrible ball. And it's going to be caught. Surely, that's unplayable. That has come from absolutely nowhere and taken off at high 80s miles per hour. And the ball looped in the air, is taken by one of the slip fielders. That is an absolute shocker of a ball. That is totally unplayable. From round the wicket, angled in, it's taken off. I mean, well, that would have broken ribs, I think, if it hadn't hit the shoulder of the bat. And it's Shadab who comes in and takes the catch. That is an absolute brute. And that's a sort of ball that I think might give Ollie Pope nightmares for the next few nights.
Well, I think he might give the next few batsmen that are waiting in the sheds a few jittering thoughts. That's you're right, because you can't even think about that delivery. You can do absolutely nothing.
I'll just make room for Dan.
You only have to go back. The first innings, you got a peach from Naseem Shah. It bounced off a length. Now this one's angled from around the wicket, the left armour. It's probably pitched for a yard and a half outside of the off stump and then nipped back and reared up towards his right shoulder. And it just clobbered him on the shoulder of the bat, the glove. And it balloons in the air. Nothing you can do about that. This pitch is playing some tricks. It was always going to, you felt, always going to be a difficult chase, but when that partnership of Sibley and Root started to just manoeuvre itself, you started to think, oh, wait a minute. Sibley's wicket, then Joe Root's, then Ben Stokes, and now Ollie Pope's. Pakistan just 5 away from going 1-0 up in the series. Yeah, you don't want to be a batsman waiting, do you? And you're seeing that.
Well, it was unplayable, but you've got to give credit to the bowler as well, because it's the angle he's bowled it, the pace he's bowled it into the pitch. You know, it was horrible. It's come round, he's coming round the wicket, left arm round, and he's found a spot on the pitch, and it's flown. And you know, I thought the ball that Pope got in the first innings was hard enough from Naseem Shah that took the shoulder of the bat. That, well, the only thing he can hope for there is that he misses it and it smashes into his shoulder.
It's come off his left. It's kind of hit his left glove full on. It's thudded it. I'm just seeing if it hit his glove or his wrist. It's like his wrist. He's lucky here. I hope he's absolutely okay. Because it's smashed into that glove wrist. You know, the kind of sweat wristband section that you have on your gloves.
The thing is, the length of it meant that he had to come forward to it, or at least have his weight on the front foot. And then once it had done that, it flew up. And you're right, they had to have a little look at his hand as he came off, and he was wincing. It was unplayable. It was a brute of a ball, and you're going to get out to those because you can't get your hands down. I mean, you can't actually say, oh, well, he should have dropped his wrists or anything of that sort.
Well, Dan, I reckon you have to be to get away with that kind of delivery. You have to be playing it badly.
Indeed,
you have to be playing it with really low hands, or
it's got to hit your because that would have hit his shoulder if it hadn't hit his glove.
Yeah, he's played it as you would play it, and that's why he's got out. He was playing it the right way. Can't do anything about those. Short leg in place now, round the wicket angle, 3 slips, a gully.
117 for 5, and you sense now that England, they've only got one way really to play from here. As Afridi is into Woakes, who lets this go by outside the off stump. That completes a successful over. A spectacular delivery from Shaheen. Afridi has got rid of Pope. Probably that 5th wicket partnership was England's last real hope of chasing down this target of 277. Buttler, I think, is going to go after it, and I think they're going to have to, because there are balls. As we say, there will be a ball with your name on it.
Yeah, I think Chris Woakes said that in his interview this morning, didn't he? So this could be fun. Yeah, look, England have to play that way. I mean, if you think that like the Buttler, Woakes, Bess, Archer, Broad and Anson are just going to be able to bat another 60 overs to get these runs, it's not possible. But can they get them in 40 overs? Maybe, if Buttler stays there for the majority of those. It's just probably the right way to play, isn't it?
When you see the ball do that, though, it must be incredibly difficult for the batsman coming in, because then you're just... Oh.
I mean, you can't say it on air, can you?
No. No, you can't. Yasir Shah starts a new over, and Buttler drives nicely square of the wicket, back with a square. He'll think about a second. He's coming back for the second. He wants strike. He keeps strike. Moves into double figures with that. 219 for 5. Buttler to 10. We saw him play 2 magnificent cover drives off Yasir Shah in the previous over, was it?
Yeah, and I'm surprised, actually. I'd have played off that if I was a captain. I'd brought myself from mid-wicket to a short extra cover and put my extra cover back. You've got mid-off on the boundary, cover point. And you'd have said to Yasir Shah, go on, throw it up. Throw it up outside Josh Buttler's off stumps. Get him driving again. Put a couple of catches there for it.
Here comes Shah, and he goes for the reverse sweep, smashes it to the boundary for 4. Yep, this is the way Buttler's going to play. And I don't think anyone can blame him if he gets out trying, because this really is England's only hope, I think, to get through this match. And they're going to have to go after it. And they're going to have to hope that Buttler somehow manages to conjure a quick fire 70 or 80, because they've now had the top knocked off their order in double quick fashion after that partnership between Root and Sibley.
He's going to come round the wicket, try and get Buttler hitting out of the rough.
What was the score when Sibley was out, please, Andy?
86 for 2. Well, 86 for 1.
So 31 runs, 4 wickets.
It's 10 overs.
If you just landed here and looked at this, I know you're not allowed in the ground. You just arrived and saw this field and
didn't know the score.
You wouldn't believe the scorecard and who's winning the game. That's Shah's going to bowl around the wicket with 2 fielders on the onside boundary, 2 fielders on the offside boundary, just a slip and that's it.
Yep, man on the 45.
You've got to hit it in the air.
Deep mid-off. And Buttler just lets that go by because as Shah is bowling round the wicket, it just spins past his body. 123 for 5, Buttler onto 14 with that reverse swept 4 off the previous ball. And this was the line that Yasir was bowling to Dom Sibley to keep Sibley quiet. It's interesting. This is Buttler just lets that come off his pad and into the gloves of slip.
I don't mind it to Josh Buttler with the intent that he came out and played with and hit 3 beautiful boundaries. I actually don't mind this tactic. I'd just have probably a short leg from deep mid wicket.
Yep. Yasir's in. Pays off the back foot. And back into his crease, into the offside where it's picked up at short extra cover. And there's no run. Babar Azam in the cover. It's a backward point, a deep point, wide long off. 1 ball left in the over. Can he nick strike somehow? Well, he can. He drives a full ball up to wide long off for a single, moves to 15 and will have strike at the start of the next over. A brave thing to do after you've just seen your partner be dismissed with a ball that's exploded out of the pitch at great pace without any warning. Poor old Ollie Pope. 2 balls he's got in this test that really I don't know how you play them.
Like
the second one harder than the first.
I've just seen a tweet from Nick Holt. He says there is a Pakistan fan playing Dil Dil Pakistan on a saxophone outside the ground.
Oh, tell us. Andy, you know about this saxophonist. I think you described him as the worst saxophonist you'd ever heard.
Yeah, I think that's being generous in many ways. He's been stationed outside on the street outside the hotel, so across over the fence from the hotel. And the poor hotel staff who have to sort of stand outside checking people's temperatures and things on the way. And I think I've been driven to considerable distraction by his abominations of music.
Shaheen Afridi starts a new over. He's into Buttler, and Buttler lets this go outside the off stump. He's bowling round the wicket, so that angle is often going to bring the bat into play. On this occasion, it was just wide enough for Buttler to leave it. What will Buttler's approach be to the quicker bowler? We've seen he's desperate to knock Yasir Shah off his length and his lines.
Well, I saw from that kind of press forward that he's looking for anything full and he's going to launch.
Well, mid on and mid off are up. There's no one out deep apart from the long leg and the deep backward point. 2 slips gully and 2 in the ring on either side. Afridi in, and he lets this go again. It was just not quite the right length to drive, so he was able to leave it on length.
So Andy, where will he be now? Will he be the tram side just to the right, or is he out of the old main gates?
He was right by the entrance to the hotel on the pavement.
Oh, so there's that gate, isn't there?
Just there.
There's a coffee shop there, isn't there? That's adjoining the hotel.
What time does he start? I've not heard him.
I'm not sure, but to put into context the quality of his music, he didn't even bother putting a hat down on the ground for people to put money in.
Well, there's no one here.
He's on the pavement. There's people walking past.
Yeah, it's from the tram. Yeah. Here comes Afridi bustling in. Left arm round the wicket and get into the ribs of Buttler. He manages to turn this around the corner. Rizwan as an indication of just how busy Pakistan are in the field here. The wicket keepers run a full 30 yards to get that, even though the man at deep square leg was coming in for it. They're very energised, Pakistan, as well they might be. They can sense victory is coming, and it could come in a rush, because after this there's the 4 England bowlers, Bess, Archer, Broad and Anderson, on a pitch that's playing a few tricks, and with bowlers who have really got their tail up.
That last ball wasn't that far off the Ollie Pope delivery. It just kind of zipped back into Josh Buttler, who's on the back foot, so he had more of a chance to survive it.
Why is he finding this at Shaheen Afridi? Is it the angle? Is it his angle of attack? He's coming quite wide and round the creases.
I think he's just hitting cracks. There's plenty of them now.
Here he comes to Woakes. Woakes drives in the air, down through third man for 4. Went off a thick outside edge. Gully dived for it, didn't get near it. There's been a flurry of runs and a flurry of wickets. It's all happening. 129 for 5. Jess and Mark email us. We should have been getting married today, but instead we're sunning ourselves in the park with champagne and your commentary box for company. May have had to postpone the wedding because of COVID, but at least Test cricket is back to save the day. Well, indeed. I mean,
nice afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Champagne.
Yeah, I mean,
Sat in the
weddings are very stressful. Yeah. And test matches are much less so.
Yeah.
Much nicer day, really. Shaheen Afridi in. And Woakes. Poles in the air, not with perfect timing. It's running out through wind wicket. It's rolling slowly. It won't make the boundary, but they might come back for 3. They have come back for 3. And it's runs galore at the moment, but it's action galore as well. 132 for 5. Woakes with that moves to 7. Buttler has 16 and is back on strike.
Yeah, 145 for England to win the game. And playing this way, you'd say it may only take them about 28 overs. Can they survive 28 overs playing this high-risk strategy game?
Well, the ball's theoretically going to get softer.
Particularly if they keep whacking it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is, I mean, look, if they do, it's going to be spectacular to watch and to listen to. So stay tuned, folks, because the game, as Phil Tufnell and Arthur Conan Doyle would say, the game is very much afoot, and it is now. Afridi is into Buttler, who defends it to the offside. They scamper through for a quick single and went squirting out square of the wicket. Gully fielded. End of the over, 47 bowled, 133 for 5. Woakes 7, Buttler 17. Adam Watt has been in touch. Currently listening to TMS on a 4-day walking trip in Perthshire. I'm on kilometre 125 of 135 with my feet 95% blisters, and the cricket is the only thing keeping me going. By the way, I'm Scottish and really enjoying a Pakistani leg spin attack. Well, I'm notionally English and so am I. It's
yes.
I don't blame you. It
sounds sore, that, doesn't it?
95% blisters is tough. I hope you've got those, whatever they are, compedes or whatever.
That's a lot of walking, 125 kilometres.
Well, he's doing 135 in 4 days, which it doesn't divide accurately, but there must be a reason for that. So he's doing basically 34 kilometres a day, which by my reckoning is about 21 miles a day.
That's good.
Ooh. Crikey, it's almost Eddie Izzard territory. Yasir Shah's in, and that's swept by Buttler well down to deep back with square leg. He's still playing around the way. They come back for a second. The throw comes in, and Buttler makes it. It's fascinating, this, isn't it? England's approach is just, they've flipped a switch the moment they lost Pope, really.
Oh, they've gone into one-day mode.
They've gone after it, and they're trying to take the attack back to Pakistan. Buttler moves to 19. It's a perilous approach, but it's almost certainly the correct one.
Well, I think it's the only chance they have.
Yeah. Yasir's in again round the wicket, and again he sweeps and connects brilliantly for 4. What a shot that was! Crumbs. And when the leg spinner's bowling round the wicket, that's not the easiest shot to execute, and it's full of danger. If you don't get it quite right, the top edge comes into play, and he's got a huge stride and got over the ball, timed it brilliantly. Moves to 23, 139 for 5. Oh. Now there's a conflab taking place, and I think Azhar Ali's just said to Yasir, just keep going. You'll get a wicket at some point. Well, this can't go on forever.
Percentages tell you that they'll give a chance playing this high-risk strategy, but there is a freak at times.
Well, he lets this next ball just thud into his pads. The ball's delivered round the wicket. He's earned the right to do that after hitting 6 off the first 2 balls of the over.
It's funny, isn't it? He's come out and played really aggressively, but he's getting himself in really good positions because of it. He's obviously just looking at the ball to score and to hit.
Do you think there's clarity here in his batting, which sometimes is lacking? Sometimes he knows exactly what he's got to do, and he's got a thick top edge to this. Is he going to get away with it? He does. It lands safely. They think about a second. It certainly isn't there as the throw comes in. He went to sweep, and that's the top edge I was talking about. And it went wide enough and deep enough of the man on the 45, and deep square leg couldn't get in time to collect it. So he gets another single for his pains, moves to 24, 140 for 5. And yeah, I mean, on that subject, people have often said the problem that Buttler has is not being sure of his role when he comes in. Well, here, there's no...
One school of thought here for him, isn't
Yeah,
it? He's gone
that's
out there
it.
and thought, right, I'm going to have a bit of fun in the semi-sun.
I think he's looking at the top of his bat. Let's put it that way. 140 for 5. Woakes on strike now. And Woakes defends solidly. Back to the wicket. Back to the bowler. There's no run.
Well, I think Woakes has just got to play here because you've got Buttler playing the way that he is. You just want to try and make sure that there's someone with him.
So what you're suggesting, he just plays himself in, or
yeah,
or
it doesn't need to be too aggressive. Just play.
Yasir's over the wicket to him, and he lets that go by outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. No run. 140 for 5. We've got about 19 minutes to go until tea. Woakes 7, Buttler 24. Just looking at this, England need another 137 to win.
So like halfway house, aren't they? Just over the runs, 5 wickets down.
The way they're playing and the way they're going to try and hunt this down, we're not going to be looking at a second new ball. We're not going to be looking at tomorrow.
No.
What happens is going to happen today. That we can now be sure. So if you have plans for tomorrow that include the test match, I'm afraid it's going to... Well, I'm afraid we've got the Bob Willis Trophy instead. You can listen into that. There are plenty of matches taking place. Somerset have been bowled out today for 160-odd. Jack Brooks getting some runs down the bottom of the order again. But Shaheen Shah Afridi is in now to Joss Buttler. 2 slips and a gully. He's round the wicket. Buttler thumps it off the back foot beautifully, square of the wicket, but there is a deep point out there. He's timing the ball gloriously. Picks up a run. 141 for 5. Moves to 25. Gets Woakes back onto strike. It's a magnificent shot for one, but...
Well, he played well against the West Indies in the 3rd Test match here, but it was more of an attritional style, hang in there. And I reckon these 25 runs that we've seen already here have been the best 25 runs I've seen him score in Test match cricket for a long, long time, because it's just been crisp.
Really has, hasn't it? It's come off the bat gloriously. Woakes, though, has now got the not inconsiderable problem of Afridi bowling to him around the wicket, left arm. And Woakes drives elegantly into the ground. Yasir Shah fields at extra cover, and there's no run. I nearly read that out. 141 for 5. Woakes 7, Buttler 25. It's thrilling stuff. It has been all match. The points of counter-attack have really changed the match throughout. I think back to the Shadab, Shan, Masood period after lunch on day 2, which changed the tenor of Pakistan's innings. Here comes Afridi, and Woakes drives well elegantly, but it's half stopped at backward point. They're going to get at least 2 for it. As fielders scamper after it, they'll stick to just a 2. Woakes moves to 9. 143 for 5. Runs coming plentifully. How many runs have come since Pope's dismissal? 26 in how many balls?
22 balls.
26 in 22 balls. Well, yeah, as Michael Vaughan says, that is the method that they have to employ. But they've got to keep employing it for a fair bit of time yet. Pakistan are well on top. Not until England get to over 200 with 5 down when you think that Pakistan will start to feel the pressure. They've got plenty of slack, if you like, in this game, as Afridi is into Woakes. Woakes drive for 4, magnificently through the covers. That's a wonderful shot. I wonder if this will also liberate Chris Woakes, who's had a tough time with the bat. We talked about how he had 8 single-figure scores in his previous 9 games, a high score of 32. He got a little bit of crispness into his play in his previous innings, but here, Woakes and Buttler, they just have no choice but to play one way. And it's, at the moment, they're executing it very well indeed. 147 for 5, Woakes to 13.
I'm surprised how underutilised Shadab Khan's been.
Yeah.
He's a one-day star bowler, but he spins it. Got a tremendous googly.
Field's not changing. It is as it is. And Shaheen Afridi is bowling very full at the moment. He hasn't quite found that spot, that murderous spot to Ollie Pope that did for him. It's in again, and Woakes drives again. Not quite into space. Square of the wicket in the offside. Sort of half-stop, shamble stop.
Well, this is where
there's no run.
This is where, as a captain, as a team, you've got to kind of just reassess what's happened and go, okay, Chris Woakes has come out driving the ball nicely. You've got to let him have some bounces.
Why are you also not try coming over the wicket to him? He's going to be driving anyway, so you put one across him.
Yeah, so angle change, length change.
Last ball of Shaheen Afridi's over. After that, they'll be back quarter of an hour, 14 minutes until tea. And Woakes survive. Here's Afridi into him, and he defends crabbily into the offside. Yasir Shah picks up at cover. End of the over. Woakes 13 from 10. Buttler 25 from 23. England motoring, but they've lost a lot of wickets. So 147 for 5. More thoughts from Michael Vaughan, and then it will be Simon Mann to take you up to tea.
Yeah, great test match cricket. It's exciting stuff. Azhar Ali's he's having a little bit of a committee meeting here. He's going to continue with Yasir Shah, but they're not too sure about the fields that they're going to have set because Buttler's climbing into them. 25 from 23, Woakes 13 from 10. 130 still to win. I summarised, Simon, if England continue in this fashion, they're only going to need another 20, probably 6 overs playing this way.
It gets a bit harder the closer you get, though, doesn't it? Suddenly you keep on playing this way. Sport is so fascinating, isn't it? The idea that about risk, and when you feel that you can just throw caution to the wind, really. That's what England have done because they were falling in a heap. A bit like 1981 when Ian Botham just comes out and plays and attacks and it comes off. Such a different game. Pakistan this morning came out and thrashed 32 runs in 15 balls. Yasir bowls, and there's a low sweep from Buttler hitting down on the ball. It goes to short fine leg. Rather missed out there. Well, Fieldy missed out. And straight to the fielder on the behind square on the offside. 147 for 5. Buttler 25 not out. Field spread out. Yasir bowls. Buttler nudges it away for 1. Woakes responds. Calls him through. 148 for 5. 129 more required for victories. When it gets under 100, isn't it? That's the that psychological
look at Dominic Bess.
Area.
Winvis has Pakistan at 86%. They've got 14% chance, according to Winvis.
It might change if this goes on for another half an hour or so.
These two are still there at tea.
Yeah, Pakistan might need tea, actually. On the other hand, one of these two might hit it up in the air fairly soon. Here is Yasir bowling. Woakes driving gloriously through the offside, out towards the hotel. That's gone for 4. That was a tremendous shot from Woakes. Beautifully timed. I know that's his strong area on the drive through the offside, but that was beautifully executed. England's 150 is up. 152 for 5.
Oh, it's funny, isn't it? Since this pair have kind of played with real intent, the timing of all the shots has been absolutely perfect. Hit the ball hard. Head off on the boundary now.
Works to 17. 3 men out for Stokes. Long off, deep cover, deep backwards square leg. 2 close catches. Yasir bowls. Woakes stands up and dabs this away. They go through for a quick single. Yeah. Shan Masood coming round from short third man to his left hand side, picks up and sends in the return.
Yasir Shah looks to me like he needs a breather. Bowled 18.4 overs. He's got 2 big wickets, Sibley and the big wicket of Ben Stokes. Might be that Yasir Shah has a break and they use Shadab Khan. Just every now and again, spin bowlers, particularly when they're expected to do so much on a pitch like this, it's just worth giving them a breather for a few overs.
With Buttler on strike. Yasir bowling round the wicket to Buttler. And Buttler goes that sweep shot again where he hits down on it. It doesn't make good contact. Goes past the wicketkeeper and dribbles towards short fine leg. And there is no run. It's not easy sweeping out of the rough.
That's the way it looks like getting out, doesn't it? Maybe a top edge sweep.
Yeah. Is it Shan Masood here at short fine leg? He's in the game very definitely.
Get ready.
Here's Yasir bowling to Buttler, and this time Buttler offers the pad. Goes ballooning away past the keeper down towards short fine leg. It's the end of the over. They don't attempt to run. There's no shot played. And England are 153 for 5 with 10 minutes to go until the tea interval. Woakes 18, Buttler 26. These two came together at 117 for 5 in the 45th over. So in just over 5 overs, they've put together, what is it, Andy, 36 runs?
Yeah, 36 in 31 balls. Yasir Shah, 19 overs in a single spell, 2 for 68. He had 2 for 39 from his first 15, and 29 have come from his last 4 overs.
So again, there's all sorts of tactics you could provide here over the wicket. Go bounces to Chris Woakes, I'd certainly do that. Someone like Josh Buttler, you could go, all right, coming out playing a few shots, go over and just pack the offside and fly it out wide of off stump, knowing that he's going to try and have a dash.
For now, it's conventional cricket. 2 slips of gully, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Shaheen coming round the wicket again to bowl to Woakes. Gets a straight ball and Woakes defends it back to the bowler. And Shaheen picks up. And there's no run. Both the batsmen out there, of course, they will be mindful of the tea interval coming up.
Yeah, but they don't want to think at the minute.
Exactly.
Keep hitting. It's work for them.
Exactly. Why stop now? That's the thing. You tend to think, oh, get to the interval, but
Keep hitting.
yeah, take the attack to Pakistan, because that is what has worked in the last 20 minutes or so. Still a long way off though, that 277. Woakes on 18. Shaheen bowls to him, and Woakes drives thick inside edge onto the pad, goes away into the offside. So it looks as if Woakes is going to continue to play the same way. That was a bold shot, didn't quite come off.
Yeah, what Afridi's done here, whether it's been a directive of the captain, he's gone straighter to Woakes. You can see Woakes is giving himself a bit of space to get to the leg slide to hit through. He likes hitting through backward point, kind of extra cover region. So he's giving himself space to use his hands. So Afridi's gone really straight on in the last 2 deliveries. Got to be careful of that. There's quite a big gap between bat and pad.
Nearly found it there, Shaheen. Goes in again, bowls to Woakes. Another straight ball that's driven very powerfully back and stopped by the boot to Shaheen Afridi. Stuck out his right boot and just limping for a moment, deflected it to mid-on, and there's no run. Actually, Woakes' stroke there deserved better. It was another fine blow, really well struck, right out the middle of the bat. Shaheen got the foot down.
Yeah, they've definitely said go straighter on him. It's crashed into his big wheel. I don't know how big his boots are. Look, about size 12. What's the right foot in it off his little toe?
It's one of those that could easily have broken a metatarsal or a toe, whatever. Here's Shaheen into bowl to Woakes. Woakes angles it away, finds the gap on the offside. He's timed that well. That's 4. Goodness me, it was no more than a push, but he's using the pace of the bowling. Not quite so straight that time. He was giving himself a fraction of room.
Do something different.
He found the gap. 4 more. 157 for 5. 120 to win.
It's all been round the wicket. There's been no bouncers. Don't think there's been a slower ball yet. England are dangerous. You've got Don Bess next, Jofra Archer. Another way Stuart Broad's playing at 10. Jimmy gets out there. Well, not convinced he can get too many. Cover point's going to stay on the boundary. I think that's a good move. You know, dealing in boundaries. Why not just put cover point in the boundary? You'd have extra cover on the catch if I was Pakistan. Just for that miscued drive. Go over the wicket.
Well, it's been an engrossing afternoon's cricket. This is Shaheen moving in now to bowl to Woakes from over the wicket. Woakes drives, still looking to be aggressive, hits him up to mid-on, doesn't quite time that one as well. Straight at the fielder.
Just looking at Naseem Shah at mid-on, shining the ball. Is it going to be the 17-year-old after tea? Looks to me like he's got the ability potentially to just blow a tail away. Just an off-cutter, I think, now. Well, it's coming so hard at the ball. Just one of those cutters. You could see him ballooning one to extra cover or mid-off, mid-on.
Let's see. Naseem bowled one to Stokes earlier, and there was that shout for LBW. Deceived him. It's going down the leg side. Shaheen bowls a short ball, pulled away by Woakes. He was waiting for it. It's going out towards deep mid-wicket. Fine stop on the boundary. They come back for 2 runs. Oh, this is great cut and thrust cricket, this. I think Woakes knew it was coming sooner or later, and he was into it. Hit it very well in front of square. Going out towards the boundary, and the diving save. Is that Abid Ali out there? It is.
Yeah, it is,
well played. Very good piece of fielding. Saved 2 runs. 159 for 5 at the end of Shaheen Afridi is over. So he's gone 10 overs, 1 for 38. Woakes is on to 24 from 18 balls. He's hit 4 fours. And England bounding along here, but they're still well behind in the game. But I'm saying another half an hour or so of this either side of tea, and Pakistan will start to get a bit twitchy, because they must have felt that it's not game over at 117 for 5. But
I reckon they're getting a bit twitchy now.
do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Sounds a lot of runs, 118, but I don't think they're in any threat just at this stage.
No.
But I just know, the way I would be as a captain, you'd be thinking, you'd be looking at the overs, another 15 overs of this.
Yeah. It's got to be that, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Yasir continues, bowls to Buttler, who's back, guiding into the offside. They're through for a quick single. Woakes had to get his skates on for a moment. Babar Azam going to his left in the covers.
But sometimes in these situations, you just bowl without actually just considering a few thoughts. Going, right, how are we going to get him out? How are we going to get Chris Woakes out? He's playing the big driver. All right, let's bowl some big leg spinners. Just toss it up outside off stump, pack the offside with a couple of catches. And if he continues to whack it past them, well, full credit to him. But there's a great chance if I get it right and give it plenty of revolutions, there has to be an opportunity of a miscued drive. Looks to me like they're going for something like that. They've put a cover point, they've got a backward point, a slip, short extra cover. Looks to me like they might be going for that option. Just a slip in place, so no short leg, no silly point. Cover point on the boundary, mid-off on the boundary. I think they're going for that. He's going to toss him up outside off stump, try and entice the big drive.
6-3 offside field, 160 for 5. Yasir bowls outside the off stump. Woakes doesn't play. And the other thing, of course, here for Pakistan, you've got tactics on the field. There's a tactic at getting off the field, having the tea interval just to break things up and just change the momentum of the day.
Can Chris Woakes leave 4 or 5 deliveries? Probably question whether he can.
Yasir bowls. Woakes comes prodding forward, pushes it up towards mid-on. Azhar jogs after it, actually leaves it. Roll up to Shaheen Afridi at mid-on. No run, so England need a further 117. Pakistan need 5 wickets. Yasir bowls to Woakes. He has a short ball. He has to smack it away. Doesn't really time it, but he does find the gap. And he gets a single out to Naseem Shah on the deep cover boundary. So 161 for 5. These two closing in on a half-century partnership in good time as well. Woakes 25 from 21 balls, Buttler 27 from 28 balls. Both have hit 4 boundaries. Yasir bowls, tossed up, Buttler reverse sweep, brilliantly for 4. What a magnificent shot that is. It could have been stopped by Shan Masood. He rather dived over it, but it was hit so sweetly by Buttler. It was really flighted by Yasir Shah, and Buttler waited for it to drop and cracked it away. Magnificent, thrilling cricket shot.
I think Pakistan after tea, if these two are still there, I'm pretty sure the likes of Mohammad Abbas will be utilised. Maybe a bit of Shadab Khan. Yasir just needs a breather. Partnership's 48 from 42. It's going to all parts.
There's one more ball left in the over. It's 15:53 on the scoreboard. I'm not sure if they're going by that clock, but that suggests we have time for one more over after this one. 165 for 5. Yasir bowls to Buttler. Buttler stretches forward, tries to push a single into the offside. Too close to Babar Azam, who actually fumbles it. Went behind him only a couple of metres, so no real prospect of a single. And that is the end of the over. Buttler is on 31. Woakes is on 25. The partnership's worth 48 in very quick time.
It is going to be Shadab Khan on the last over before tea. Surprised of how little they've used him. I mean, he cleared out the tail really with those googlies, honest and broad. Is he just a hoover? Is that all he does? He hoovers the tail?
Well, they've got plenty of other good options, haven't they, before they get to him.
The way Yasir Shah's picked up wickets, I don't think he's bowled brilliantly in this test match. I think he's bowled okay. I thought he bowled all right in his last spell in the first innings. Bowled all right today, nothing special. A couple of key wickets. I'm surprised they've not used Shadab Khan more.
I think Yasir's bowled 38 overs in the game, and he's taken 6 for... Trying to do my maths. 140, is it?
Yep.
Here is Shadab bowling to Woakes. Woakes stretches forward to a leg break that turns a fraction. And sort of stabbing forward cautiously there. And it went running off the face towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, now Woakes has to just see England into tea.
112 more required. Shadab bowls to Woakes. Woakes stretches forward, stuns that one. Runs into the offside barely dribbles out to cover. There's no run. There is a deep mid-wicket, deep back with square leg, deep cover, and long off for Shadab, bowling to Woakes. They're very defensive. Couple of close catches though. Shadab bowls to Woakes. He goes back to a short ball, tries to force it away, doesn't time it, hits it straight at cover. Picked up by the skipper. And there is Babar Azam, I should say. There's no run. Where is Azhar's at mid-on, deepish mid-on. Shadab bowls, floated up, and it's hit firmly and stopped by Abid Ali at short leg. Woakes sensed a single at least there, hit that firmly into the onside. So 2 balls left in the over. Tea approaching. Shadab bowls to Woakes. Woakes angles it away and gets it away as well. Backward a square on the offside. They've gone for 1. That's all there will be. The throw's on its way. Shan Masood, he had to chase after that one. 166 for 5. So that'll be it from Chris Woakes before tea. 1 ball for Buttler to survive or reverse sweep for 6 or whatever.
This is why you should be playing a game here, Pakistan. Bring everyone up for this last ball, and he hasn't. He's kind of just spread the field. There's 4 fielders on the boundary. 1 ball to go before tea. You gamble on Josh, but he's got himself down the boundary.
He's gone off
5 fielders on the boundary just to slip.
He's gone to long on. You feel there might be an easy single on offer.
I'm worried Pakistan.
Shadab goes in, bowls to Buttler, short and hoofed away by Buttler. But he's picked out the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. You feel he could have hit that almost anywhere for 4. It wasn't a great delivery from Shadab. Buttler gets 1, hit it along the ground, walked off inspecting his bat. I think he knows there he rather missed out. But that single does bring up the 50 partnership. In a remarkable turn of events, England are back in this game. After slumping to 117 for 5, suddenly we've had this 50 partnership that's revive their hopes, and it's all on this interval after tea. This session after tea, I should say. There are 40 overs left. England require a further 110 to win, and Pakistan want 5 wickets. It is beautifully set up for a cracking finale.
Well, unless we get some bad light and don't rule that out with the way that the series has kind of gone, we're in for an absolute classic. I mean, this partnership's just got to continue, and from the England camp, they'll just be crossing the fingers that it can last another 10 overs. If it lasts 10 more overs, you're within probably 60, 50. And then it's just, can that tail just wag a bit for 50 more runs? High-risk cricket will create, I'm sure, an opportunity or 2 for Pakistan. And if you lose a Buttler in this situation, it's going to be difficult for the remainder of the order. But, listen, watch, whatever you're doing, don't disappear. Go and have a drink. Come back in 20.
Just imagine the atmosphere actually in the last half an hour if there'd been people inside this ground. And actually when Pakistan were taking wickets this afternoon, their supporters have been up as well.
Yeah, cheering. And they have one outside the ground with his saxophone singing Dil Dil Pakistan. You think he's still doing it, Andy? Or has he stopped? I think he stopped.
Getting a bit worried. Woakes and Buttler's first 50 partnership in tests in their 14th innings together. Andy, 50 and how many balls?
49 balls it's taken them, and they've since they came together, that over from Shadab Khan was the first over that they've played without hitting a boundary, and they've had at least 2 scoring shots every over, so they've scored off just under half the balls that they've faced in this partnership.
Yeah, well, Butler's played I think he's played really well in this test match. I won't say he's batting brilliantly, because I got accused of talking root out earlier. It was all my fault. It had nothing to do with that tremendous delivery from Naseem Shah. It was all to do with the fact that I said Root was playing well. But you call it as you see it, and there we go. Right, fantastic test match. It's been a gripping game, this, and who knows what we've got in store for us after tea. Jonathan.
Indeed, thank you, Simon, very much indeed. Ground staff going about their duties, and everyone will reconvene in about 15 minutes for the last session of the day. We'll check out all the latest scores from the Bob Willis Trophy in a moment and assess the challenge facing England's batsmen today with their former coach, Mark Ramprakash. But first, look out over the next couple of days for a bonus Test Match special podcast on BBC Sounds featuring one of the biggest characters in Pakistan cricket, Shoaib Akhtar. Well, Shoaib enjoyed a colourful 14-year international career, taking almost 500 international wickets. He almost famously became the first bowler to break the 100 miles per hour barrier. Following his retirement, Shob's become an outspoken commentator, famous for his strong views across social media. Well, Atif Nawaz, who will be joining the TMS team for the next 2 tests, will be speaking to Akhtar, firstly about who he was close to in the Pakistan team.
Definitely Wasim Akram. I think he's a great company. Shahid, Saklan, there's many people I used to go out with. But I was basically lone ranger. I'm a bit of an explorer. So what I did is I explored cuisines, I explored places, the Rottnest Island to Isle of Scilly, to chopper rides, to cycling to the different mountains. So I used to be a lone ranger. So I enjoyed playing cricket with my teammates, but I never enjoyed hanging out after the match with my teammates.
So Shoaib, you mentioned the motorcycle and going for those lone rides, and I've read about this and I've seen interviews about this. You talk about the film Muqaddar Ka Sikandar and the song Muqaddar Ka Sikandar. You really, really like it. What is it about that song you like that gets you kind of G'd up when you're on a motorcycle?
It gives you the liberating feeling that you're free again. The hairs flying out, at the same time the wind blowing in your face, and you're speeding up towards something which is unknown destination. And that's where the motorcycle takes you. And I never planned my destination. I just enjoy the journey that I take. So it was the cycle before that and then the motorcycle. It gives me the extra wings I wanted to get somewhere. But this is the convince that I used to have, that you take me to the places. I used to go to the one place in the morning. The motorcycle allowed me to go to the other place to practice. And then I became a netballer for the South Africans. So the South African came up to me. I remember very clearly, there's one gentleman called Gary Christian and Jonty Rhodes. They said, would you like to be a good net fast bowler against us in the nets? I said, yes, sir, I can do that for you. And very soon you'll remember me that I'll be playing up against you guys. He said, how that is so? I said, just face me. So I bowled a couple of balls to Gary Christian, and he said, oh my Lord, you should have been in the team rather than the nets. I said, do you think I have the capacity to be a great fast bowler? He says, you must be kidding me. So I am going to vouch for you in the Pakistan dressing room that you should play you. And the Pakistan, what they did is they played me 4 years later. So I lost my peak there.
The one thing that nobody will ever be able to take away is that you were the first and thus far only bowler to break the 100 miles per hour barrier. I know this was a huge deal to you, and it was a huge deal for cricket, really, breaking that 100 mile per hour barrier.
No, really. Honestly, no. It was just a media hype for me to cross the 100 miles. It was just a international cricket gimmick that who is going to cross the 100 miles. It's just to create interest. I was not getting paid for this one, to bowling 100 miles and breaking my bones. So what I did, spoken about this to Brett Lee back in 2002. I said, why don't you do it? You're fitter than me. You're better looking than me. So why don't you just go out there and do it? So he said, no, I don't think so. I used to idolize you, Shoaib. So I think you're the one who's going to do it. So I planned it. What I did, I started training for 100 miles back in 2003. I used to bowl from a 26 yard. I used to run with 170 kilo on my back.
Once again, welcome back, friends. जल्दी ज्वाइन कर लीजिए. मैच कुछ ही देर में स्टार्ट होने वाला है. मैच को जल्दी से ज्वाइन कर लीजिए. मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है 2:30 बजे से. सेंट्रल स्मैशर्स और नॉर्दर्न टाइगर्स के बीच मैच होना है. आप लोग जल्दी से ज्वाइन कर लीजिए मैच. और लाइक कर दीजिए, जो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं लाइक कर दीजिए, बाद में फिर आपको डिस्टर्ब ना होना पड़े। और सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स पहले बैटिंग कर रही है, टॉस हो चुका है तो सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स पहले बैटिंग कर रही है। जल्दी ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, लाइक कर दीजिए, लाइक एक भी नहीं है अभी तक, जल्दी से लाइक कर दीजिए आप लोग। मैच बजे स्टार्ट होने वाला है, सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स बैटिंग पे है। व्यूवर्स 2:30 बजे ठीक मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। जैसा कि फील्ड आप देख रहे हैं, 2:30 बजे अंपायर्स और फील्डर्स आ जाएंगे। CS बैटिंग कर रही है, सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स पहले बैटिंग कर रही है। सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स पहले बैटिंग कर रही है। जल्दी जल्दी ज्वाइन हो जाए, लाइक कर दीजिए। 45 लोग जो ज्वाइन है, 5 ही लाइक है सिर्फ, तो जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग लाइक भी कर दीजिए।
Hi, hello, and good afternoon to everyone wherever you are. This is game number 5 between Central Smashers and Northern Strikers live from Kinrara Oval. It's a great day
दोस्तों
of
टॉस
cricket.
सेंट्रल स्मैशर्स ने जीता है और
We have witnessed
बैटिंग करेगी
some
पहले।
good performances
सेंट्रल
at
स्मैशर्स
the back.
won the
The
toss
last game-
and decided to bat
First
first.
game of the day was tie.
CS won the toss
Last
and
game,
decided to
some
bat first.
blistering
सेंट्रल
performance
स्ट्राइकर्स
from,
ने टॉस जीता
courtesy
और
of
पहले बैटिंग
Mohammad
करेगी।
Imam, raining sixes, and now this is a new game
सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स
of the day.
won the toss
The afternoon
and
session.
decided to bat first.
I have Zul with me as well, and the temperature as of now is 34 degrees Celsius outside, and it is clear skies and great day of cricket ahead.
CS won the
After this,
toss
we have one more game to come up at 7:40 p.m. That is between Southern Hitters
and bat first.
Western Warriors. Nevertheless, now we go with the two teams who's going to.
जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग लाइक कर दीजिए। 89 लोग हैं,
welcome
लाइक्स
back
काफ़ी
to
कम
and,
हैं, तो जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग लाइक कर दीजिए, ज्वाइन हो जाइए। बढ़िया मैच होने वाला है।
Malaysia T10 Bash 2020 Central Smashers and Northern Strikers. We hope there's going to be another 2 entertaining match for today before we complete the round robin matches.
And there's a toss happened just before a couple of minutes ago. Between the two teams, Central Smashers and Northern Strikers. Not to forget the match referee who has been officiating from yesterday till now. Mr. Vijayan, match officiate, is in the center with 2 of those teams, captains. Central Smashers have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Central Strikers won the toss and decided to bat first.
Center along with the 2 players.
सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स ने टॉस जीता, पहले बैटिंग कर रही।
Match official for umpires for today. This game, I would rather Alidas and Rudy walking into the center. 2 players, which is Anwaruddin, a big fish, I would talk.
आप सभी जल्दी जल्दी ज्वाइन हो जाइए और चैनल को लाइक कर सब्सक्राइब करके लाइक कर दीजिए। ऐसे ही आपको सबसे पहले वीडियो मिलती रहेगी सारे मैचों की। जल्दी जल्दी लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए दोस्तों।
The central smashes. Shankar Satish, Faiz Noor, Anwar, Aruddin, Amir Malik, Ajab Khan.
दोस्तों सेंट्रल स्मैशर्स की टीम है शंकर, अहमद फैज, मोहम्मद अनवर, आमिर खान मलिक, आजिब खान और ये सब हैं ओपन। अहमद फैज काफ़ी अच्छे बैट्समैन हैं, क्लासिकल और टेक्निकल बहुत अच्छी है, बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग बैट्समैन है। उन्होंने पहले मैच में बहुत रन बनाए।
Modern strikers, we have Ainul Hafiz, Haridajit, Nazir Rahman, Anwar Rahman, Jamaluddin Arif, Abdul Rashid Ahad, Chandra Kumar, Muhammad Imam, Muhammad Said Aziz, and Zahid Fazal, and Muhammad.
अगर देखा जाए तो टीम यहाँ पे सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स लग रही है। सेंट्रल स्ट्राइकर्स की टीम यहाँ पे भारी लग रही है और अहमद फैज काफ़ी अच्छे बैट्समैन है उस टीम के, जिन्होंने अच्छा रन बनाया था पिछले मैच में। CS टीम भारी पड़ सकती है, इनके पास काफ़ी अच्छे बैट्समैन। तो आप लोग जल्दी से लाइक कर दीजिए और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए जल्दी।
Hot and humid day, a good cricketing day, and we are expecting more action, more sixes, and more entertainment from today's match, third match or the third match for the day or the fifth match for the tournament, Central Smashes versus Strikers.
दोस्तों जल्दी से सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए, इसी तरह हर मैच की लाइव स्ट्रीम पाने के लिए और लाइक भी करते रहिए। पिछली वीडियोस में आपने काफ़ी प्यार दिया, 3000 लाइक दिया था, तो इस वीडियो में भी ऐसे ही लाइक जल्दी कर दीजिए और सब्सक्राइब भी कर दीजिए चैनल।
Batting perspective, the big fella is on strike, Anwar Aruddin from the state of Kerala, also in the armed forces. Has a good field set, nice and tight. As you can see, all the fielders are inside the circle. Don't really see anyone.
फ्रेंड जितने भी हमारे न्यू व्यूवर्स हैं वीडियो को लाइक कर दें और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करते रहें।
Right on the money there, right on the money.
और ये ओवर की पहली बॉल।
You need to keep him calm in order to get his wicket. This is what happened yesterday as well. We kept him calm for a couple of balls and he lost his nerve. But this time it could be different. He come with different techniques. Oh, there you see the big swing of the bat coming right away into the play.
That's a single coming off his bat.
तो दोस्तों ओपन आए हैं अमीरुल जुल्करनैन और मोहम्मद अनवर। वैन अमीरुल जुल्करनैन मोहम्मद अनवर ओपन आए हैं और जमालुद्दीन बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं। एक बॉलें हो चुकी हैं, 2 बॉलें और 1 रन बन चुका है।
Getting ready to face the first
ऑफ ब्रेक बॉलर है ये।
for himself.
हेलो एवरीवन, हेलो।
Oh, straight away the wicket. Straight away.
और ये आउट।
That's the first wicket.
अमीरुल जुल्करनैन आउट हो चुके हैं। इनका विकेट जमालुद्दीन को मिला है। कैच एंड बॉल हुए हैं ये।
Reply to Arif, Jamaluddin Arif delivery straight back to the bowler.
कैच एंड बॉल हो चुके हैं ये।
He hit that in 2 minds but has gone straight into the hands of the bowler. As you don't rope any of those, but it came into the way and capitalized it. First wicket down for Central Smashers, who won the toss and elected to bat first. That has prompted Shankar Satish made his way into the center. This is a surprising call, as I would thought Mohammad Faiz will be walking in.
It's still too early for Mohammad Faiz, so he is giving himself. as much time as possible before joining his team member on centre pitch. Some final
स्कोर कार्ड में क्या प्रॉब्लम
fielding adjustment
ये ओवर हो जाए.
for the delivery from Jamal.
Oh, chance of a catch there.
एक कट लगी यहाँ पे.
He's
बैट्समैन जो
really
है शंकर
devastated
है.
and disappointed. The
और 4
captain
रन मिलेगा.
himself
जमालुद्दीन बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं. शंकर
stood right there to catch
4
that.
बॉलें हो
And
चुकी है. 5
no
रन
idea
पर
what
1
has
विकेट.
gone through his mind, but it had just flown off from the bat of Shankar Satish. Has gone for 4.
5 रन पे 1 विकेट. 4 गेंदों के बाद जमालुद्दीन बॉल कर रहे हैं और बैटिंग शंकर आए हैं. मोहम्मद अनवर नॉन स्ट्राइक एंड पे हैं और शंकर स्ट्राइक पे हैं.
Over the head of the skipper for Northern strikers, Said Aziz.
Try to cut that again. This time he's cut it off just for a single.
Carefully done shot by
ठीक है, इस ओवर बाद ठीक किया जाएगा. स्कोर कार्ड देखते हैं क्या प्रॉब्लम उसमें आ गई है.
just for a
तो 5 गेंदें हो गई हैं और 6
This
रन.
number of sixes has been hit from the bat of Mohammad Imam. 2 innings he's played is 11 sixes.
अब अनवर बैटिंग कर रहे हैं.
Another
जमालुद्दीन
than,
बॉल फेंक रहे हैं.
the captain of batting side. Speaking of the devil, that is gone
1 रन
for 4
4
runs
रन यहाँ
with
पे.
a straight bat, presenting the straight blade.
स्कोर कार्ड ठीक किया
Big
जाएगा.
fella. It's not a bad over at all. Looking at the circumstances of losing the wicket in the first over of the game, that's 10 for 1 in the
new norm. Today, in every innings, we can see that each team are dropping a wicket in the first over. Now they are getting ready for the second over of the inning at the score of 10 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Shankar Satish, age of 23, has played quite a number of games in the form of T20s, 28 T20s and T10s. This is the second game.
तो दोस्तों प्रॉब्लम रिजॉल्व हो गई है स्कोर कार्ड वाली.
2 games he played.
चेक करके बताइए आप लोग कि ठीक हुआ या नहीं.
The amount of times he scored, 33% number of times he caught.
दोस्तों बताइए, कमेंट करके बताइए स्कोर कार्ड
To dismiss him.
में या नहीं.
And Anwaruddin, 36 years of age, 57% of times got out by caught by fielder. Speaking of that, on the other hand, from the pavilion end, Zahid Faisal, staining of Shankar Satish. That miss, that is got a French cut and race to the boundary for 4.
That's lucky.
ओके भैया, थैंक यू सो मच. आप लोग जुड़े रहिए. जल्दी से लाइक कर दीजिए वीडियो को और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए.
Run total to 14.
1 ओवर 2 बॉल में 14 रन हो चुके. शंकर और मोहम्मद अमर बैटिंग कर रहे हैं.
However the runs come, it doesn't matter. 4 of them into the account.
जल्दी जल्दी लाइक कर दीजिए. लास्ट वीडियो में आप लोग ने 3000 लाइक किया था. इसमें भी 3000 मांगता है.
From 4 deliveries, on 5 from 3. That was firmly struck, but straight to the fielder.
That's an excellent execution from Shafiq, but he couldn't find the gap.
1 ओवर 3 बॉल 14 रन 1 विकेट. 14 for 1 after 1.3 overs.
From the previous team.
Welcome all of you.
Still Zahid Azhar.
भाई कमेंट्स आप खुद से हटाइए स्क्रीन पे से. वहाँ पे कमेंट पे डिसेबल कर दीजिए, वो हट जाएगा.
Yorker length. Well done to rotate the strike.
तो जितने भी हमारे न्यू व्यूअर्स हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक कर दें और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दें। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है। शाहिद यहाँ पे बॉलिंग करा रहे हैं और मोहम्मद अनवर स्ट्राइक पर हैं। लेफ्ट हैंडेड बैट्समैन है ये, इन्होंने अभी तक 5 रन स्कोर किया है।
Anwaruddin 3 sixes so far in this tournament. Or by number 3 Saeed Aziz.
स्कोर कार्ड सही हो गया है भाई।
Mohammad Imam number 1 in terms of sixes in this tournament. Oh, what a beautiful
बढ़िया बॉल।
angling into the left.
जाहिद फजल बॉल करने आए हैं।
That is
अच्छे बॉलर हैं। एक और 5 बॉल 16
well
रन।
played.
1 विकेट। शंकर और मोहम्मद अनवर बैटिंग कर रहे हैं।
Quick reaction from Anwaruddin.
और पहली विकेट।
You faced Zahid before when you're playing?
Oh,
No.
I don't think so.
I did for a couple of overs, and what I could only remember is the ball is passing through me and the air is coming to my ears. The sound, and those are that is very well played. Finally, well adjusted there. He's showing some class.
वैन अमीरुल जो विकेट कीपर थे वो आउट हो चुके हैं 0 रन पे पहली बॉल पे कैच दे बैठे थे।
Over number 2.
2 ओवर के बाद 17 रन।
It's the end of over for Zahid.
Central Smashers 17 for 1 after 2 overs. So please like and subscribe.
Loss of 1 wicket.
End of 2 overs. There's still 9 wickets remaining for Central Smashers. Projected score at 85 runs. But it's still too early to be firm with the
मलेशियन T10 का ये मैच है और इसके बाद भी एक मैच होने वाला है मलेशियन T10 का। इसके बाद जो
based on the previous 2 matches, Central Smashers would explode.
जो भी हमारे चैनल पे न्यू व्यूवर्स हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक कर दें और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करते रहें। लाइक्स बहुत कम आ रही फ्रेंड्स, तो वीडियो को लाइक कर दें।
Or from over number 6 to over number 9, that's when they would really explode and pile up the runs from the innings.
I like your intent of dividing those 10 overs into the into the quarter.
मैच बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है।
That's how they look at.
लाइक कर दें और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करते रहें।
The game, the plan will change, and that bring Saeed Aziz, captain himself, going into the attack. Good delivery there. By signal by the umpire.
Shafiq was stunned with the bounce of the ball. He didn't expect that.
सैयद अजीज आए बॉलिंग करने, ये काफ़ी अच्छे बॉलर हैं।
Delivery from Saeed Aziz.
2 ओवर 1 बॉल पे 18 विकेट हो चुकी है।
This is going to be a good context between these two. There's a change in field. It's packed offside field. There's only one man drop back on the offside boundary. Coming over the wicket. Oh, that is slashed.
घुमा दिया बल्ले को।
And who is under it? No one.
इसलिए बच गए।
Race to the boundary for 4. 2 bounce over the ropes.
Yes. That's a shot played by Anwaruddin, flying into the sky. Nazir Rahman and another fielder trying to race with the ball.
जी इससे पहले मैच में इन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छी बॉलिंग की अजीज ने।
Won the race.
अनवर और सेंट्रल स्मैशर्स की तरफ से फैज काफ़ी अच्छे बैट्समैन हैं।
It will be good if we can see them change of pace in the bowling speed. No, not really. That is a handsome and high. And over for 6 more from the courtesy of Anwaruddin.
Another 6 run from Anwaruddin.
ये मैच काफ़ी अच्छे लेवल का है क्योंकि इससे पहले जो मैच और हो रहे हैं ECS वगैरह के उनमें बच्चे जैसे खेल रहे हैं और कैच काफ़ी छूटती है। तो इस मैच में जो भी मैच हो चुके हैं उसमें फील्डिंग और बॉलिंग बैटिंग सब अच्छी देखने को अभी तक मिली है। तो प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स जैसे मैच खेल रहे हैं।
Rahman.
ये काफ़ी अच्छा टूर्नामेंट है वैसे।
Arudin. There's too many
ईसीएस
Anwar.
वगैरह में बहुत छोटे छोटे बच्चे खेले जो कैच इजी कैच छोड़ देते हैं।
Anwar Arudin is on the field.
Do you need some coffee, Zul?
Definitely.
Oh, that is beautifully bowled, but wide down the
Wide
leg
ball.
side. And he's generating some serious pace.
Yep.
And regardless
तो
of
आप
the
लोग लाइक
previous
करते
ball,
रहिए
and
और
he's
चैनल
not
सब्सक्राइब
shy
कर दिए।
to
लाइक हमें
continue with that
4000 लाइक
pace,
चाहिए
and
अब की
he's
बार,
generating some
जैसे कि
serious
लास्ट वीडियो में
pace
आपने दिया था एंड ऑफ
not
द
only
मैच।
from the skipper, from also
जल्दी जल्दी
previous,
लाइक करते रहिए और जितने भी
over
मैच
from
होने वाले
Zahir.
हैं
And they're angling into the right, into the left hander,
लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग इसी चैनल पे
as
मिलता
well as
रहेगा।
going
तो
away
टेक
from
वाई
the
टीवी
right
को
hander,
सब्सक्राइब कर
targeting
दीजिए।
those legs for the left-handers. Oh, that change of pace, but that doesn't matter. Yes, just a single. And there's a protection down the ground for those kind of shots and those deliveries.
A good comeback by Said Aziz.
Anwar is still furious about that. He's not capitalizing those to score boundaries. Alas, 12 runs conceded so far from Said Aziz. Shankar Satish on strike on 11 from 8. And Anwar quietly moved on to 17 from 7. Tuck and run. Chance of a run out now. And you cannot do that. Without a ball, you're trying to show that you're throwing it.
जल्दी जल्दी आप लाइक करते रहिए वीडियो को और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए। जितने भी मैच में लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग एचडी में आपको दिखाई जाएगी हर मैच की।
In his piece of fielding previously, Anwar Arudin facing Said Aziz again.
Oh, tuck him up. Chance of a run out. Nah. Leg by signal by umpire.
सेंट्रल स्मैशर्स ने टॉस जीता था और पहले बैटिंग कर रही थी। ओपन में अपने विकेट कीपर को खो बैठे हैं वो।
That's what I was talking about. The umpires are there right
तीन ओवर
away
के बाद
to
32
point
रन पे
that,
एक विकेट।
which is the new rule that you cannot do what has been done without having a ball on hand. You cannot show that you're
हमारे
throwing
चैनल पे
it.
जो न्यू सब्सक्राइब जो न्यू व्यूवर्स हैं वो चैनल को
right
सब्सक्राइब
away
कर दें और वीडियो
talking
को
about
लाइक
that.
करते रहें।
Anwar Rahman and the skipper will be called to be briefed or to discuss on the incident.
32 for 1 after 3
over
over.
number 3. 32 for 1. Shankar Satish moved on to 12 from 9. Anwaruddin.
And the new bowler is Sayyid Aziz.
There's change of ends for Jamaluddin Arif. Gone into the second over, handed it to him from pavilion end.
जमालुद्दीन आए हैं अपना दूसरा ओवर करने। इन्होंने पहले ही ओवर में एक विकेट मारी थी। अब ये दूसरा ओवर टेकने आए हैं।
Now in the fourth over, Jamaluddin Arif.
नो बॉल। फ्री हिट मिलेगा यहाँ।
10.7 is the current run rate. 107 is the
दोस्तों आपको क्या
projected
लगता है कौन सी
score.
टीम जीत रही मैच?
Third over of
अपना
the
opinion
game
बताएं।
between Central Smashers and Northern Strikers.
बिल्कुल फ्री हिट यहाँ पे मिला बैट्समैन को। देखते हैं मोहम्मद अनवर क्या करते हैं इस फ्री हिट में।
Second over of the innings to Anwar Arudin.
That is smashed and that is out of the park for 6.
Anwar Arudin giving no chance.
जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग लाइक करते रहें, सब्सक्राइब करते रहें और मैच को एंजॉय करते रहें।
For another 6.
इसके बाद जो मैच होने हैं 5:10 पे वो होंगे साउथर्न हिटर्स और वेस्टर्न वॉरियर्स के बीच में। ये भी इसी टूर्नामेंट का मैच है। साउथर्न हिटर्स और वेस्टर्न वॉरियर्स के बीच मैच होंगे 5 बजे 5:10 पे स्टार्ट होंगे। 5 बजे टॉस होगा, 5:10 पे स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। तो आप लोग जल्दी से लाइव आ जाइएगा।
One delivery after another, and trying to maximize the score for Central Smash. Anwar Arudin. Another one.
फिर से एक बार मार दिया।
Classic classic. There is
और
no chance
4
for
रन
the
मिलेंगे
fielder
आपकी बार
whatsoever. That was at his best.
मोहम्मद अनवर
This time opening the blade of his bat and driving the ball straight for another 4 runs. Anwaruddin taking the score to 43. 27 of 11 deliveries. This time just a single.
1 रन यहाँ पे ले लिया
The steady partnership with Shafiq.
तो व्यूअर्स चैनल को लाइक करिए
Anwar moved on to
सब्सक्राइब करिए
28.
जल्दी से
3.3 overs, 44 runs. Loss of 1 wicket. Samaluddin Arif to Shankar Satish. That is cheeky. Just a single there. Trying to improvise by looking at the field. The man at 45 inside the 30-yard circle. Trying to bisect between the keeper and the fielder there. Just managed to get 1 run. Oh, that has just smashed straight over the non-striker's head. Well done to tug into the ground. There's no chance, no time whatsoever. You get those kind of deliveries right in front of your eye lines. Sometimes you hesitate to do what is right.
Yes. He did just that. Shankar Shafiq guiding the ball between the fielder through the gaps and clear the rope for
ओवर की
another
आखिरी
4
गेंद
runs.
4 रन के साथ हुआ ओवर की समाप्ति
Productive inning so far for Central Smashers, taking the score to 50 for the loss of
4 ओवर के बाद
wicket
50 पे 1
at the end of the 4th over. Still Shankar Shatif and Mohammad Anwar Arudin.
Central Smashers 50 for
Stuart going
1
with a
after
good
4
partnership
overs.
in the center for
Shankar and Anwar
Central
is
Smashers.
on the crease.